Less than 5 years after this battle, Attila himself had died back in his both Etzius and Valentinian III were also. Etzius had been murdered at the hands of a paranoid and jealous Emperor Valentinian III before those loyal to Etzius returned to assassinate Valentinian himself.
Visigothic independence.
In the second half of the 5th century, the Visigoths had become a powerful entity in their own right and did not necessarily need to bow down to the Romans, even if they did still need to show them a certain degree of respect. The Visigoths carried with them their brand of Arian Christianity, a typical religious choice of Germanic tribes who were converted, but also a brand of Christianity that the Roman constitution had actively tried to label as incorrect with their 4th century Christian councils such as the Nicene Creed, which promoted the Trinitarian point of view, which led to Catholic Church principles. The Goths are also among the earliest Germanic tribes to have embraced Christianity, with a conversion believed to have possibly occurred during the First Gothic Wars and the Battle of Adrianople. Now that the centre of Visigothic culture was much further west, and the centre of the Roman world had migrated to a permanent home in the east, the question of Visigothic religion was unlikely to be challenged, or at least was not a pressing priority. The Romans were much more concerned about the activities of barbarian tribes who moved against them, and their dependence on the Visigoths for support became more apparent when the Western Roman Emperor Avitus encouraged the Visigothic king Theodoric II to invade the lands of Hispania. In fact, Avitus ruled the Western Roman Empire with the blessing of the Visigoths, who supported his personal claim to the imperial throne against his rivals. Since the departure of the Vandals into North Africa, the dominant non-Roman peoples of Hispania were the Suebi. The Suebi had been a part of the mass movement of Germanic tribes from Middle Europe into Gaul at the beginning of the century, which coincided with Alaric's sacking of Rome. Now they had firmly established a kingdom in an area not too dissimilar to the modern country of Portugal, but including the original heartlands in the northwest of the peninsula at Galicia. The Visigoths, under their ruler Theodoric II, defeated the Suebi in battle, curbing Suebi ambitions to take control of more Roman lands in Hispania. Instead, it would be the Visigoths who would take control of much of the lands of Hispania. The Suebi would be confined to an area in northwest Iberia and eventually coerced into converting to Arian Christianity.
Were they good
The
times?
Romans would be squeezed into the areas in the east. However, this was also a time when the Western Roman Empire was on the brink of its collapse and fall. So when King Euric ascended to the Visigothic throne, he would conquer all remaining Roman-held territories in Hispania, signalling the end of Western Roman presence in Hispania. With vast territories including the southern half of Gaul and most of Hispania, the Visigothic kingdom was now, by a considerable distance, the largest non-Roman territory of Europe. The Western Roman Empire fell in 476. There was a Roman rump state in the lands of the north of the modern country of France called the Kingdom of Soissons, which would fall to the Salian Franks around 10 years later, led by their legendary ruler, King Clovis. This would be the birth of the Frankish kingdom, and their conquest of Soissons brought the Franks to the Gallic borderlands of the Visigoths. King Clovis of the Franks would have imperial ambitions which brought him into conflict with all of his neighbours, and this would inevitably give him the confidence to challenge the Visigoths. And the climatic battle came in the year 507, near the modern French city of Poitiers at the Battle of Rouillé. Frankish victory would see the Visigoths lose most of their Gallic lands, including their original capital city of Toulouse. The Visigoths would eventually establish a new capital city south of the Pyrenees at Barcelona, which as a modern city had been established by the Romans during their heyday. Visigothic Spain. During the Franco-Visigothic Wars, we see one legendary ruler of the Franks, namely Clovis, on one side, but we also see another legendary ruler supporting the Visigothic cause also. This man is known to history as Theodoric the Great. He is possibly the greatest and most well-known king, but he was primarily the ruler of the Ostrogoths. Under Theodoric the Great, the Ostrogoths had very quickly moved in to take control of the Italian peninsula from their heartlands in Pannonia. At this point in Italian history, there was still a lot of Roman tradition in these lands, with the Roman Senate still existing to operate political affairs. So after the Western Roman Empire fell, the lands were taken over by the Germanic warlord called Odoacer, before being conquered by the Ostrogoths. But the political management of these lands was still fundamentally Roman, despite foreign rule. When Odoacer took control of Italy, his position as the ruler of Western Roman lands was accepted by the Eastern Roman Empire, and therefore you can argue that the kingdom of Odoacer could be described as a continuation of the Western Roman Empire, and for the same reason, the Ostrogothic kingdom could be described as the next continuation, especially when we learn that Theodoric the Great, the Ostrogothic leader, was also accepted by Eastern Rome as the Western Roman ruler. So when Theodoric the Great moved to take control of the Visigothic realm in the early 6th century, following the turmoil of their defeat in the Franco-Visigothic Wars, then Theodoric the Great found himself in control of a vast realm that stretched from the Atlantic Ocean in the west to the Balkan Peninsula in the east. Some describe him as a Western Roman emperor, even though we can equally argue that the Western Roman Empire had ceased to exist by this time. Things fell into disarray for both of the powerful Gothic kingdoms after the lifetime of Theodoric the Great, though. The Visigothic kingdom had a bit of a succession crisis as the leaders were getting deposed or killed in battle frequently, and the Ostrogothic kingdom in Italy was now being targeted by the Eastern Roman Empire under its latest ruler, Justinian the Great. Justinian would have his sights set on recapturing the lost Roman Empire by bringing it under Eastern Roman or Byzantine rule. He would look towards North Africa, Italy and Spain, initially sending his trusted military general Belisarius to do battle with the Ostrogoths in Italy. Justinian would then target Spain, taking advantage of the civil war between rival Visigothic rulers in the middle of the 6th century. He would be able to subjugate the lands in the south of the peninsula and the Balearic Islands, creating a Byzantine province of Spania. The Byzantines would not be able to penetrate any further north than the lands in the far south, however, but they would be able to stay in control of these Spanish territories well into the 7th century. During this time, the Visigoths would continue to do battle with the Suevi in the northwest, as well as the Byzantines in the south. But the presence of the Byzantines meant that the Arian religious principles of the Visigoths was now also subject to influence, as some of the Visigothic kings supported conversion to the Orthodox Christian styles observed since the Nicene and Chalcedonian Christian councils in the east. It is also interesting to note that the Visigoths had by this time moved their capital city from Barcelona in the north to the city of Toledo in the centre of the peninsula. The centre of the peninsula today is recognised as the location of the Spanish capital city of Madrid, and although Madrid is believed to have been turned into a city by the Al-Andalus Muslims, there is certainly evidence of Visigothic occupation within Madrid. The city of Toledo is approximately 40 miles southwest of modern Madrid. Visitors to Toledo can still be treated to a beautiful-looking city, which displays its historical development and includes a cathedral that is, unsurprisingly, built in the Gothic style because, after all, Toledo is a Gothic city. However, the Gothic cathedral is a much later creation, and the Gothic reference is to its architectural style only, which can be discovered all over Europe from the late Middle Ages. The fact that this city was established and ruled by Goths is a pure coincidence only. By the middle of the 7th century, the Visigothic kingdom was now a Catholic kingdom, which controlled the entire Spanish peninsula, although there were some elusive lands in the Basque country in the far north, which had their own unique political and cultural position in the rich fabric of Iberian history. The Visigoths had finally annexed the kingdom of the Suevi in 585 and forced the Romans out of the southern province of Spania during the 620s. Varying ethnicities existed in the Iberian Peninsula during this period thanks to the mixture of cultures, with the Visigoths ruling the peninsula and the remnants of the Roman populations that had existed from the centuries of Roman dominance. At this point, the Visigoths needed to try to ensure that the Roman populations felt respected, so the co-rulers, Chindaswinth and his son Recaswinth, created a Visigothic law code with the intention to standardise the citizenship of their population and remove the barriers between the ethnic Goths and ethnic Romans. The Roman families, which still made up the vast majority of the population, alongside the Gothic families, would all be treated as united Hispanians. Their work would spin off from the previous attempts of the great Visigothic king Ludwig, who played a large role in bringing the Visigothic kingdom to its peak during the 6th century. The Gothic language of the elite had largely been lost and replaced by the vulgar Latin languages that would evolve to become the modern languages of the Iberian Peninsula, including Spanish and Portuguese. So it is fair to say that the Visigoths did a lot to lead Spain and Portugal towards their modern identities and distinctions from France and Italy. Decline. The traditional European populations, such as the Romans and the Germanic tribes, had dominated European territory for centuries, and on occasion had been subject to incursions from steppe cultures, such as the Huns. Even though the Visigoths had squeezed the Byzantines out of Iberia, they still held territory over the Strait of Gibraltar in the north of Africa and the modern country of Morocco. This was the period in history that the Byzantines were starting to lose their grip on the extremities of their vast empire, thanks to decades of warfare with the Persians, meaning that they did not have the financial clout to support their armies against the expansion of Muslim dynasties that had emerged in Arabia in the 7th century and expanded their influence rapidly in the Middle East and North Africa. Muslims had attempted to besiege the Byzantine capital city of Constantinople without success. It is not clear whether the Umayyad Caliphate, who were the dominant Muslim dynasty of the period, turned their attention to Western Europe in a bid to ultimately reach Constantinople, as some chroniclers have suggested, even though there are many easier routes to take than the Iberian Peninsula. However, the Strait of Gibraltar represented the most narrow waterway of the Mediterranean Sea, and so European territory in Hispania may have been a more tempting prospect than attempting to conquer Sicily and the Italian peninsula. It may have been that the Visigoths had underlying difficulties in maintaining peaceful relationships between their aristocracy their general population, which may be highlighted by their constant revision of the law codes of the land, and resembles the struggles of early Athens and early Rome. How much of an influence that this would have in local populations embracing the invasion of a foreign power is unclear due to a lack of contemporary writing from this region during the early 8th century. The Muslims landing on the Iberian Peninsula was at Gibraltar, named after the man who landed there, Tariq ibn Ziyad. It is fishing between Visigoth. Whether they were welcomed to some degree is unclear. If we take a general overview of the evidence only, some chroniclers do describe Muslims terrorizing Hispanic populations. We can feel confident that the Islamic army would have been largely made up from Berber nations in North Africa, and that Tariq himself is described as being of Berber origin. He defeated the Visigothic king, killing him and many nobles, which enabled the Umayyads to bring further military support to be able to press on deeper into Iberian territory. The fact that the Hispano-Roman ethnic population of the Visigothic kingdom may have still simply felt like the poor subjects of the ruling Visigothic nobility may have contributed to the speed with which the Umayyad Muslims took large swathes of Iberian lands away from the Visigoths. One of the most important statesmen in the Visigothic court was a man called Pelagius. Pelagius was the grandson of Chindaswith, the king of the Visigoths who had attempted to promote a national identity in Hispania to make the population feel loyal to the crown. Pelagius was exiled from Toledo by Vititza, a successor Visigothic king of his grandfather, and possibly the one ultimately imposed by the ill-fated King Roderick. Pelagius was confined to a territory in the north, geographically close to the Basque country, and was entrusted by his fellow surviving Visigothic nobles to represent their stance against Umayyad conquest. Much of Iberia was lost, and Pelagius stood up to the Umayyads at the Battle of Covadonga, maybe around 10 years after the Umayyads' initial landing in Iberia. Pelagius was successful, and despite the Umayyad conquest of the Visigothic kingdom, governed out of Toledo, the Umayyads could not conquer this last portion of land in the north. Pelagius would become the ruler of this Visigothic-ruled Rum state that is referred to as the Kingdom of Asturias. The victory of Pelagius has been cited as the beginning of something called the Reconquista, which was a period of 7.5 centuries of Christian reconquest of their former Iberian lands that had been taken from them by Muslim forces. The Kingdom of Asturias would be the forerunner to the future kingdoms of Leon, Castile, and then Spain itself. So we can directly track the formation of the modern countries of Spain and Portugal directly to the conquest and occupation of Roman Hispania by the Visigoths in the first place. Thank you very much for listening to this week's episode, and thank you for being so patient with me while I had a couple of things that I needed to do in recent weeks and was unable to broadcast. I hope that you enjoyed the unscripted episodes nonetheless. We had a bit of a double header last weekend to make up for the gap in the broadcast, which I've not done before in the entire history of this podcast series. I've not missed a week, so having on the Western European early medieval or Middle Ages, and bringing some wonderful stories. And there's loads to come. And next week's going to be no different. It's going to be a real sort of political battle royale as we look at what happened in Italy after the fall of the Western Roman Empire.
The ancient World Cup.
Well, we're back in the seat when it comes to the ancient World Cup. There was a group this week that was being voted on. The group contained the mighty Huns, those very excited Huns. One of the focal groups of next week's podcast is Ostrogoths. The Sumerians, who were the very first episode of Volume 2, so the first sort of known society of human history, and the Armenians, who I particularly enjoy the Armenians and how they managed themselves throughout this incredible period between the Romans and the Persians, and how they were like the piggies in the middle. Let's see how the votes turned out. The winners of the group with 68% of the vote, a huge 68% of the vote, were the Sumerians. So incredible that really, when you consider that we had like a giant, like the Huns in that group, the Sumerians absolutely blitzed it. So the Sumerians undoubtedly so popular for their place in our history, and a very, very important place they hold as well. The runners-up in the group with 23% of the vote were indeed the Huns. So the Huns will feature again in this competition in the next round, which I'm sure will make a number of people happy. This means that we lost the Armenians, who only achieved 9% of the vote, and we also lost the Ostrogoths. And the Ostrogoths now hold a distinction. We didn't receive one vote for the Ostrogoths, so they scored 0%, and that is the first time that we've seen that. So, what a sad distinction for the Ostrogoths. But listen, it's the way the votes turned out, and that's the end of that. So, we congratulate the Sumerians and the Huns for progressing in the competition. Next week is going to be Group M. So we're sort of starting to get to the knock-ins now. We're into the last 4 groups of the group stage of this tournament, and let's introduce you to the 4 teams in next week's Group N, and they are the Medes, also known as the Medians. Very important in the final destruction of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, alongside the Babylonians. So the Medes. We've also got the Anglo-Saxons, who were the occupants of Britannia after the Romans left. They sailed from overseas, over from Germanic lands, and settled in Britannia, and eventually sort of become their own culture, the Anglo-Saxons. Then we've got the Mauryaans, who are the first real considerable imperial movement of India, who were sort of led by Chandragupta, who was the first Mauryan emperor. And then after that, we've got the Olmecs, who were the first real known civilization of Mesoamerica, and were very well known for their rubber ball games and those strange giant heads that they constructed as well. So there are 4 teams: the Medes, the Anglo-Saxons, the Mauryaans, and the Olmecs.
Listener messages and reviews.
Okay, so let's have a look and see who sent in messages to the History of the World podcast this week. Forgive me, do you know what? I always do this. I always introduce this section of the show and then realise that I've got absolutely no material prepared, so I'm just going to need to just log in here and, I should have learned my lesson by now, shouldn't I? Firstly, I've got one from Sarah Williams in New Zealand. Hi Chris, just wanted to say I recently started listening to your podcast series while I do my hour of kickboard swimming in the pool. 2 episodes a day and I'm completely hooked. I look forward to my swim so much the time goes by unnoticed while I listen to every word. Thank you, Sarah Williams, New Zealand. P.S. I have degrees in science and I studied palynology and the geographies. I always wished I'd been an Indiana Jones. I really enjoyed your summaries of evolution. Studying palynology, I mean, I didn't even realise palynology was a thing until I started writing this podcast, and how fascinating. Anyway, thank you, Sarah. Thanks for writing all the way from New Zealand. Aniruddha Deshmukh has written in saying, "Hi Chris, I'm from Mumbai, India. I just finished listening to volume 1 of your podcast, all episodes and all unscripted, and now I'm listening to them again to get a deeper understanding of the same before I move to volume 2 and onwards. It's been fantastic and I have developed a keen interest. If you have the information, can you let me know where I can get to see the original, not casts, fossils and other recoveries of the following: the late Toby footprints, Lucy, Johnny's Child, Nutcracker Man, Town Child, Turkana Boy, Java Man and Peking Man. We'll really appreciate it. Best regards." I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, the only one that I've been to see is Lucy, who is housed at the National Museum of Ethiopia in Addis Ababa. Having said that, the Lucy that's on display, that's in the display cabinet, is certainly not the original. It's a cast of the original, which is obviously being stored in some very well controlled conditions. So whether there are any official photographs of it, I don't know, but I think it may be better served speaking to someone who actually deals very exclusively in paleoanthropology and has a deeper knowledge of each of those cases. Certainly, I covered them in the volume, but I really only know the stories and don't know too much about the acquisition of images of the original casts, or the original fossils, I should say. So, not sure how to help you with that, unfortunately, but nonetheless, a very kind email. Nice to hear from someone from India, so thank you. Norman Holler from Whitehorse, Yukon in Canada has written, it's February of the 22nd, it's February of 22. I'll get you now, I'll get where you're coming from. It's February of 22. I've listened to all the Volume 1 episodes. I applaud the effort that you must have put in to produce and present the series. Bravo. I've been feeding my interest in the genetic and cultural evolution of our species for many years by informing myself through podcasts like yours and through my readings, your podcast, and Holden Wilson's History of Food podcast, ending at episode 28, have been very informative and entertaining. My worldview is expanding, thank you. Just wanted to point out a small error in Volume 2, Episode 1. You described the 12 and 16 number base from the mathematical systems of time measurement. When describing time you included, they would have recognised that there were 60 seconds in a minute and 60 seconds in an hour. Small verbal version of a typo. You might already be aware of it, but picking it up today got me putting this bridge together as opposed to still wanting to. It's hard for me to imagine your story and motivation in doing the podcast, but I'm impressed and inspired to communicate an overview of my understandings of how the humanity stream flows and our individual roles in how we show up and impact our physical and psycho-social, psycho-spiritual worlds. Thank you again. Looking forward to following all of the future episodes. To the good thoughts, Norman Holler. Well, thank you very much, Norman, and also thank you so much for pointing out mistakes. I'm sure this podcast, I do review some of the podcast episodes and stumble across mistakes myself, and inevitably, when I'm sort of producing episodes at the rate that I am, and without a production team behind it, let's say, it's inevitable that there's going to be errors, and as such, there are going to be silly little verbal errors like that, where I should be saying 60 minutes in an hour and not 60 seconds in an hour. But it's thanks to good people like you, Norman, that point these things out to me, that enable me to correct the script, and then hopefully over time I might be able to re-record a lot of the older episodes, to make them a good comprehensive guide and bring them up to the quality of the later episodes. So you've helped in my quest to achieve that, Norman, so thank you very much indeed. I think that's it. I did also receive a message from Andres Altazar, who has asked me to cover a question that he has. I'm not going to do that this week. I'll cover it in a later week. I think I just need to sort of give myself a bit of a reminder in order to give you a good answer to your question. But Andres won that right by donating to the History of the World podcast. And I do give out rewards to people who do make donations to the podcast, and a great many people do, and it's an incredibly kind thing that the History of the World podcast community do. It's always going to be a free podcast, and I thank you for your voluntary contributions, which does make it easy for me to produce this podcast, and it also enables me to buy decent material with which I can enhance the authenticity of the information that I'm giving to you, and give some good triangulated information. I have a new patron of the podcast to welcome in, and that is Diana Holt. And Diana, you will become a new member of the History of the World podcast Illuminati, an exclusive group created in honour of all of you great people who do make financial contributions. It is gratefully received, and welcoming Diana, welcoming to our very special group. Let's have a look and see if anyone has messaged me through Facebook this week. Tori Snaper has written in saying, Chris, your podcast is fantastic. I'm on volume 2 and I started listening about 2 weeks ago on Spotify. I listen on my headphones while I'm working, and I have not been able to stop listening since I started. Excellent job, and I can't wait to get caught up on your current episodes to find out what else is new in the world of the History of the World podcast. From Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. Thank you so much, Tori. That's a very, very kind message. So many kind messages I learn, and I would read them all out as long as they're not abusive or offensive. Even the negative ones I'm happy to read out, because they tend to be quite revealing as well. So it just so happens that I receive so many kind messages, so many kindly written and complimentary messages. So, and if it sounds like self-promotion, it really is just a desire for me to recognise those people who have written kind reviews. Going on to the Apple Podcast reviews, CV1234 from the United States of America, but great podcast. I'm really enjoying this podcast. Chris has such a relaxing and clear way of speaking, and is always interesting. He's very professional and entertaining, yet never becomes annoying by trying to be funny, as some podcasters do. Well, I could try, but I'd fail. It's obvious he is smart and loves history. Thank you, Chris. 215 Bully from Great Britain has put essential listening to for anyone with an interest in history. It really does do what it says on the tin, telling our story from the start of human existence, with volumes planned right up to modern history. Each episode has been expertly researched and is presented in a non-biased and fun manner by Chris. These episodes are relatively short, normally around 30 minutes, with about 10 minutes after each episode unscripted chat. Well, not so much these days, unfortunately. Tend to go on and on, and have enough chapter gong sound effects to keep your attention. I'll get you. There are enough volumes already uploaded to have a good binge for a few months before you catch up like I have done. Then the only problem you'll find with this podcast is that it is weekly and not daily. Thanks very much for that lovely review. And then finally, Kim Amundi from the United States of America has put just what I was craving. This is an excellent and addictive podcast. I always wanted an interconnected history of the world that draws both parallel and interdependent timelines across ancient cultures. I'm in season 2 and my only complaint is the amount of attention paid to British archaeologists. In my opinion, their contributions to archaeology are emphasised disproportionately from historians from other countries, without acknowledgement of the extractive, exploitive nature of foreign archaeologists in the age of imperialism. With that being said, this is a small point and I overall love listening to this podcast. That's a brilliant point you raised there, Kim. And it is true that certainly during the 19th century, the British had basically the influential swing and also the financial ability to be able to somewhat monopolise scientific media, and this is why I think we refer to British archaeologists so much, is because their work was so heavily promoted in order to get the edge over other countries. Archaeologists, it's an absolute fact. It's almost it's almost the origin of the farcical Piltdown Moon, which was really a British attempt to undermine foreign archaeology. It's a really strong and valid point, and I love to be challenged in that manner. It really does excite very relevant debate about the way that we look at history. So thank you, Kim. Thank you for such a great review. On that note, we're going to wrap up for this week. Next week, as I mentioned before, it's going to be the story of Italy from the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 right up until the crowning of Charlemagne as the Holy Roman Emperor around Christmas in the year 800. So we're going to be following those 3 centuries of history there, so not to be missed, and leads us very nicely into the very important history of the Franks, the early history of the Franks, which is going to be a series of episodes following on from that. So thanks a lot for listening, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it this week, and until next week, be good.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Hasler. Please consider making a financial contribution by going to the History of the World podcast.com website and clicking the Patreon link. Email the show at historyoftheworldpodcast@mail.com. And don't forget to join our social media at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Tumblr. See you next time.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Hasler. Volume 4, The Medieval World, Episode 14, Romano-barbaric Italy. Odoacer is more commonly known in the English-speaking world as Odoacer. In the Greek-speaking world, he is known as Odoacros. Sometimes we see his name with the letter V in it too, so it reads Odovacer. We have encountered him before as the first Western Roman emperor who ruled after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The fall of the Western Roman Empire is commonly known to have happened in the year 476, although it wasn't necessarily the occasion that we reflectively look back upon it as. In 476, simply speaking, the Western Roman Emperor was deposed by Odoacer, who took control of the Western Roman Empire himself. This is not something uncommon in Western Roman Empire history. A great many emperors were deposed over the centuries and replaced. So why was this occasion so special then? The Romans had always had their problems with the barbarians. The barbarians were not a race of people. The barbarians were a collective name that the Romans had for the less civilized tribes who lived across their northern frontiers and were partial to a bit of raiding of Roman territory. It just so happened that many of the barbarians were of a Germanic culture and language. The concept of a German culture was first determined when Roman scribes from the age of Julius Caesar sought to distinguish Gauls from their semi-nomadic neighbours. Over time, many different Germanic tribal groups were made distinguishable as the time of the Roman Empire elapsed. These include the Marcomanni, the Suebi, the Alemanni, the Goths, the Franks, the Saxons, the Vandals, the Gepids, and the Lombards, just to name a few. Examples of non-Germanic barbarians are the Gauls, the Alans, and the Huns. The reason why the year 476 is so significant in our concept of Roman history is that when the man known as Odoacer deposed the Roman Emperor Romulus Augustulus, it represented an acknowledgement that the old establishment of an empire governed from the Italian city of Ravenna no longer reflected the political circumstances, and that the true Roman Empire was now in the east. And the fact that Odoacer, a man of Germanic stock, had taken control meant that if the Western Roman Empire wanted to claim Roman identity, then it would need to recognise the power of the Eastern Roman Empire. This meant that Odoacer would need to be accepted as the new ruler of the Western Roman Empire by the Eastern Roman Emperor in order to validate his usurpation. Odoacer represented a loyalty to the Eastern Romans that was not present in Western Rome at its conclusion. But now that the Western Roman Empire had been confined to the Italian peninsula since the loss of its lands to other European peoples, Western Rome was seen as no more than a kingdom of the Italian peninsula. This rebalancing of European power suited the Eastern Roman Empire nicely, who would now be recognised as the real home of the Roman Empire. This is how the first Kingdom of Italy was formed, and how Odoacer became the first Rex Italii, or King of Italy. It is important to add that when we state that Odoacer was a man of Germanic origin, it's a bit of an assumption because there is little in the way of firm evidence of his origins. Many sources strongly suggest a Germanic origin, but some historians argue that his ethnicity can be questioned, with one example suggesting that he was actually Hunnic. Either way, we know that the importance of the Western Roman Empire was diminished, with Odoacer being more than happy to be a humble king, as opposed to a mighty emperor. Although Odoacer deposed an anti-Constantinople regime and claimed to rule Italy on behalf of the Eastern Romans, the reality is that all the rulers of Italian lands had no interest in being subject to the Eastern Romans. Odoacer knew that the Eastern Romans would try to control him, and the Eastern Romans knew that Odoacer would not just do whatever they asked. This trend of Constantinople attempting to control the ruling dynasties of Italy would come to cause a great deal of suffering for the peoples of Italy as the story of post-Roman Italy played out. Initially, Roman culture and structure continued on, with a Roman Senate and Roman statesmen still involved in the governance of Italy. But the situation was evolving and would continue to evolve. The ruler of the Eastern Roman Empire was a man called Flavius Zeno. Zeno had great issue with the outgoing regime of the Western Roman Empire, but there's no record of him giving Odoacer his direct blessing to rule over Italy. It was much more of a case of Odoacer pledging allegiance to Constantinople and declaring himself as just a king in order to not instigate Zeno into opposing him. Zeno really did not trust Odoacer though, viewing him as the barbarian that he was.
Theodoric the Great.
Odoacer was a deputy of the Roman military commander Orestes, who deposed the Western Roman Emperor Julius Nepos. Orestes declared his teenage son Romulus Augustulus as the new Roman Emperor. Odoacer turned against Orestes, defeating him and executing him, and then deposing the young Romulus Augustulus before declaring himself the King of Italy, ruling on behalf of the Eastern Roman Emperor Flavius Zeno. Despite Zeno being a supporter of Julius Nepos, and therefore making him an opponent of Orestes, the actions of Odoacer, overthrowing the tyranny of Orestes before declaring himself as a ruler, ruling in the name of the Eastern Roman Empire, did not sit well with Zeno, who did not trust this barbarian ruler. Zeno was right to not trust Odoacer, because Odoacer during his reign as Italian king was happy to raid the lands of the Eastern Roman Empire. The Eastern Romans were quite used to having their comparatively fruitful lands raided by barbarians, however. Certainly the Ostrogoths, who had founded their heartlands in Pannonia, were also happy to raid Eastern Roman lands too. The Ostrogoths were a branch of Gothic peoples who had stayed in Eastern Europe while their Visigothic cousins ventured westwards to found their new kingdom in southern Gaul and the Iberian Peninsula. The Ostrogoths would often be in service to the mighty Hunnic Empire in the middle of the 5th century before Hunnic power waned, leaving the Ostrogoths to establish their own independent kingdom in the vacuum left behind. Their king during the reign of Odoacer was a man called Theodoric the Amal, and his lifetime and legacy is considerable. With the Ostrogoths raiding the Eastern Roman lands, their leader, Theodoric, was a natural enemy of the Eastern Roman Emperor Zeno, and so Zeno would have issues with both Theodoric and Odoacer. Zeno made a diplomatic decision in order to solve these issues. Zeno approached Theodoric and encouraged him to turn his aggressions towards Odoacer in the hope that Zeno could establish Theodoric as the ruler of Italy, eliminating Odoacer and giving Theodoric an imperial realm that may keep him out of Eastern Roman affairs. Theodoric gratefully turned his attentions west and defeated the Gepids before taking on Odoacer's forces in Italy and defeating them again and again, causing Odoacer to retreat to Ravenna and finally concede that Theodoric and the Ostrogoths had bullied Odoacer into submission. After 3 years of a siege, Odoacer and Ravenna finally surrendered to Theodoric. Odoacer was eventually murdered in the year 493, and the Western Roman aristocracy and the Western Roman Senate accepted Theodoric as their new king, a position that had been declared by the Eastern Roman Empire before the campaign even began. The Eastern Roman Emperor Zeno passed away from illness before Theodoric completed this conquest. Theodoric ruled over Italy, but it is unclear how much autonomy was granted to him by the Byzantines or the Eastern Roman Empire. Certainly, Italy retained a lot of its Roman jurisdiction and governance, and Ostrogothic peoples were not granted the same civilian rights as Roman citizens, which points towards Theodoric needing to maintain a diplomatic relationship between Italy and the Byzantine Empire, despite there being clear tensions between the ethnicities and a degree of distrust between the leaders. Theodoric would also make diplomatic bonds through marriage alliances with the Visigoths, the Burgundians, and the Franks, which would have also made the Byzantines slightly wary. At one point, Theodoric was even invited to be the regent to the Visigothic kingdom, further unnerving his potential opponents, now that he was gaining much power and influence during the early years of the 6th century. Theodoric's achievements were considerable, and he is celebrated in history by being referred to as Theodoric the Great. Even though Theodoric the Great was gaining great esteem internationally as a legendary Germanic king creating an imperial reach in southern Europe, there was still an air of Romanitas or Romanness about the population. And Theodoric would also be concerned about what every great ruler would be concerned about, which was plots from within. Theodoric would be all too aware that there may be individuals living within his Ostrogothic kingdom that may have ambitions of taking his throne. This period in European history is the time of a man called Anicius Manlius Severinus Boetius, a Roman citizen born into the kingdom of Odoacer, which transitioned into the Ostrogothic kingdom. Boetius was a highly intelligent individual who was a nobleman, and as such he served as a Roman consul, as his father did before him, and his sons did after him. He set about translating many classical Greek academic works, such as those written by Aristotle, into the Roman language of Latin. Boethius is also known to be a great orator and a philosopher and writer about theology and the nature of fortune. Such was Boethius's talent that Theodoric would entrust him to reform the coinage and distribute new scientific ideas throughout the kingdom. But Boethius was his own man, and his choice of duties led to Theodoric believing that Boethius was involved in a plot to overthrow him. Boethius was imprisoned, and he continued writing while in prison. When Theodoric had him executed, it is believed that the Latin world was denied more translating classical Greek literature as a consequence. The Gothic War. Theodoric the Great reached his 70s before he passed away in the year 526. Theodoric had been married to a Frankish woman called Audafleda, herself a daughter of the Salian Frankish king Childeric I, and so subsequently the sister of the first king of all the Franks, Clovis. This political marriage produced 3 children, but all of them were daughters. So Theodoric was succeeded by his grandson, Athalaric. Athalaric's mother was Amalasuinta, Theodoric's daughter, and due to Athalaric being just 10 years old, Amalasuinta would become the regent of the Ostrogothic kingdom. Amalasuinta had very clear ideas about how she wanted Athalaric brought up, with an education in Roman tradition, which was not a welcome idea with some of the Ostrogothic nobles, fearing that Amalasuinta was steering the kingdom away from Ostrogothic independence and nearer to Byzantine culture. It may have been Amalasuinta's overbearing nature that took away any sense of responsibility that her son Athalaric may have had. He thought more of enjoying himself than ruling the kingdom, and he was just 18 years old when he succumbed to the consequences of a heavy drinking session and died. Amalasuinta was aware of dissent among Ostrogothic nobles after she had openly negotiated with the Byzantine Emperor Justinian, and executed 3 particular Ostrogothic nobles on suspicion of plotting to overthrow her. As such, she would name her cousin, Theodahad, as her new co-ruler in an attempt to repair diplomatic relations with the Ostrogoths. But it was too late. Theodahad encouraged the imprisonment of Amalasuinta, during which time she was murdered. This would grab the attentions of Justinian, who would see this as an illegal act. As Justinian had already taken back the lands in North Africa from the Vandals, he now had a good position from which to invade Italy, and events there had played out in such a way to give him a legitimate excuse to attempt to recapture the original homelands of Roman culture as part of his Renovatio Imperii Romanorum, which is the name of his conquest to reconquer lost Roman imperial lands, such as Italy, of course. This part of the story links us up to the Byzantine Empire story that we told earlier in the volume, when Justinian sent his trusted military general Belisarius to do battle with the Ostrogoths in Italy. A Byzantine army of around 7,000 landed on the island of Sicily in 535 and proceeded to take control of the entire island. From here, Belisarius would draw up plans to invade Italy, the following year, and so he crossed over onto the mainland and advanced northwards to the city of Neapolis, modern Naples. After a 3-week siege, the city fell. The next target for Belisarius would be Rome, but the Ostrogoths didn't really care too much for Rome now that the capital city was at Ravenna. When Belisarius marched on Rome, there was no Ostrogothic resistance, so the Byzantines successfully regained Rome in a symbolic restoration of Rome to the Romans. The Ostrogoths did eventually get their act together and besieged the city of Rome, now containing a Byzantine garrison. And the Byzantine garrison by this time was low in number, so they could only defend themselves in the hope for some support arriving from Constantinople. This battle of wits was costing Rome and its citizens, bringing the desperate city to its knees. After the Byzantines had held out in Rome, hostilities moved further north to the city of Mediolanum, modern Milan. But an invasion from across the Alps by the Franks sent both the Ostrogoths and the Byzantines back down south, until the decision was made by the Byzantines to attack the Ostrogothic capital itself at Ravenna. The city fell in 540, and the Byzantines had successfully taken back the Italian peninsula, with the Ostrogoths now hemmed into an area from Piedmont in the west through to Pannonia in the east. The Ostrogothic kingdom had been devastated, but in a stroke of good fortune, the great Byzantine military commander Belisarius was called away from Italy by his emperor, Justinian, who may have feared Belisarius' power and popularity, being a direct threat to Justinian's own position as emperor. After the disappearance of Belisarius, a new Ostrogothic king would eventually take the throne, and his name was Totila, and he had ambitions of winning back all the lost lands of the Italian peninsula. By this time, the Byzantine Empire was going through a degree of financial pressure, not least of all because of an outbreak of bubonic plague, and so Totila would take full advantage of this situation. Totila's military reputation is also supported by report of political competence when dealing with issues of land ownership, choosing to take care of the population and not just focusing on the aristocracy. His military campaigns against the depleted Byzantine presence in Italy were conducted by land and sea and were generally successful. The Roman Senate, now subservient to the Byzantine Empire, would be appealed to by Totila, but the Senate chose to stick with Justinian. Even so, Totila's successes in reclaiming Italian lands were sufficient enough for Justinian to send Belisarius back to Italy after a period of campaigning against the Persians. Totila besieged Rome in 546. Belisarius was camped outside Rome, awaiting reinforcements from Constantinople. Any reinforcements were woefully inadequate. Belisarius lacked the resource to be able to prevent its fall after a year of suffering. Rome was brought to its knees and lacked its former value due to the depletion of its population. So when Totila moved his army south, Belisarius reoccupied the sorrowful city and refortified it. Belisarius left Italy once again in 549, and Totila took Rome once again. Justinian was tired of the situation in Italy. He decided that he needed to deal a decisive blow to the Ostrogoths, to deal with them once and for all. So he amassed an army that also comprised of Germanic mercenaries and totaled between 20 and 30,000 men. Justinian would appoint an alternative military general called Narses, who was an Armenian who had served as a eunuch at the royal court of Justinian in Constantinople. Narcissus led this force across the Adriatic Sea and landed on the eastern coast of the Italian peninsula. He met with the Ostrogothic forces of Totila in the summer of the year 552 at the Battle of Tegini. Initially, it was a battle of diplomatic wits between the two leaders before their armies finally engaged. Totila's forces were outnumbered, and he tried to employ delaying tactics in order to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. The reinforcements did arrive, led by the Ostrogothic military commander, Tia. Despite the arrival of the reinforcements, Narcissus was still equal to the challenge, and he was able to outwit the highly respected Ostrogothic king Totila and defeat him in this battle, killing Totila in the process. Tia would take the Ostrogothic crown, but Narcissus would spend the following weeks capturing land, including the city of Rome, and pursuing Tia, who was desperately attempting to reorganize the Ostrogothic army. The decisive blow came at the Battle of Mons Lactarius, when Narcissus defeated Tia's forces and killed Tia in 552. This spelled the end of any kind of Ostrogothic rule in Italy, with Tia being the last known king. The Byzantines had taken control of all of the Ostrogothic territory, creating a Roman Empire resembling the size of glorious Roman empires of the past.
The Lombards.
Mercenary Germanic armies that assisted the cause in Italy included the Gepids and the Heruli, but the biggest presence was made by the Lombards, who are estimated to have sent 5,000 individuals to help the Byzantines oppose the Ostrogoths. The Lombards had already benefited from the weakening of the Ostrogoths during the Gothic War by taking control of the Pannonian lands. Meanwhile, in Italy, the Byzantine success there was hardly worth celebrating, as the lands of Italy had been so torn apart by decades of warfare that they were barely worth the sacrifices made. The Byzantines lost their interest in Italy somewhat and left smaller forces there in order to govern and protect the lands. So, from being the wealthiest place in Europe, Italy was now quite undesirable. A new migration of nomadic steppeland peoples appeared from the east and into Europe during the 560s, and they would approach the lands of the Pannonian Basin occupied by the Lombards and the Gepids. The king of the Lombards was a man called Alboin, and he negotiated a deal with these migrants to eliminate the Gepids, thus allowing them to occupy Gepid lands. So the Gepids were defeated, and the Gepid kingdom was wiped off the map of Europe to make way for the migrants known to history as the Pannonian Avars. Alboin decided that it may be wise to migrate westwards to avoid a conflict with the Avars, and this would bring Alboin and his Lombards into the Byzantine lands of Italy. The Lombards took control of many northern cities of Italy, establishing duchies based at these cities. The Byzantines would attempt to resist in some places rather than others. Rome, Naples and Ravenna remained with the Byzantines, whereas the Lombards took control of patchy areas of the Italian peninsula. So Italian territories would go back to being under different political rulers, something not really seen for any established period of time since the days of the Roman Republic and the dawn of the Punic Wars. The Lombards weren't a particularly powerful entity, but the Byzantines were in no position of strength, especially in Italy. Alboin didn't really get to enjoy his new Italian home for very long, as he was killed in a coup d'etat in 572. biggest power in Europe going into the 7th century was the Franks, and the Lombards had to show due respect to the Franks in order to prevent invasion of their Italian lands from the north, even offering military support to appease them. Many Germanic peoples of the migration period that had converted to Christianity observed Arian Christianity, which was viewed as a heretical type of Christian observance by the Byzantines and the papacy, who observed a Catholic style of Christianity. The Lombards also followed the Arian tradition of Christian observance, but there were already a number of Catholics among their number. Theodelinda was the Frankish wife of the Lombard king Achilles, and as a Catholic woman, she persuaded her husband to convert to Catholicism, and his kingdom converted as a consequence. So, with much of Italy now destroyed, and peoples choosing to migrate away from the peninsula, the rich culture and wealth of Italy that had once existed under the Roman Empire was now a memory, and the politics of Europe was flourishing elsewhere now. As such, the Roman constitutions, such as senatorial politics and advanced academia, were no longer seen in contemporary literature. Constantinople was now the home of Roman culture, and Rome was now just a highly respected bishopric of the Christian world. The Lombards, unlike the Ostrogoths and the realm of Odoacer before it, didn't resemble a continuation of the politics of the Roman Empire. As a consequence, we don't really have a lot of in-depth information about the politics of Lombard Italy in the early 7th century by comparison. We do recognise that the Byzantine Emperor Constans II showed a renewed interest in Italy, despite the fact that the Byzantines held control of the major cities of Middle Italy anyway. He wanted to push the Lombards out, and he would relocate his court in Rome in an attempt to exercise a plan to invade and conquer the Lombard Duchy of Benevento and link up Byzantine Middle Italy to the Byzantine territories in the far south of the peninsula. However, the Beneventani stood firm and resisted, and Constans had too much in the way of internal opposition to his reign, not even to mention that the Muslim Arabs were now becoming a huge problem for the Byzantines in the east. Constans ended up being assassinated, and the status quo in Italy was maintained. We can see that cultural aspects seem to migrate between the two cultures of Italy, the Lombards and the Byzantines, and we can see facial mutilation was taking place among important Lombard statespeople, which is something we described to be going on in the Byzantine court during the previous episode. Facial mutilation such as rhinotomy, the act of slicing the nose, would render the individual disqualified from being able to rule their kingdom or empire according to law, particularly in Constantinople. The Lombard king Liutprand, who ruled in the 8th century, escaped such treatment in his young life, but his older relatives certainly suffered from facial mutilation, such as rhinotomy and blinding, which we see a lot of cases of in Byzantine history. Liutprand would eventually come to rule over the Lombards at a key time in the history of Christianity, and this in itself would present opportunities to the Lombards. When the Isaurian dynasty took over the rule of the Byzantine Empire, their iconoclastic Christian attitudes alienated them from the papacy, which was the Christian bishopric of Rome. The papacy viewed itself as the correct Christian authority, with its home at St. Peter's Basilica representing the authority of true Christian worship. The Byzantines opposed this attitude by suggesting that the home of Roman culture was now in the east, and therefore the bishopric of Constantinople was the true authority of the Christian church. the Byzantine population of Italy would have to think about whether they agreed with Rome or Constantinople. Let's remind ourselves now of the politics of Italy. Fundamentally, two powers existed in Italy during this period, and they were the Lombards and the Byzantines. Lombard territories were separated due to the fact that the lands of Middle Italy, including the cities of Rome, Naples and Ravenna, which were Byzantine territories, formed a barrier between Lombard territory in the north and Lombard territory in the south. Likewise, the Lombard territory in the south, centred at the cities of Spoleto and Beneventum, modern Benevento, separated the Byzantine territories of Rome, Naples and Ravenna from the Byzantine possessions in the far south of the peninsula, which included the island of Sicily. The culture of the separated Byzantine territory was highly influenced by the Pope, and as such it would gradually distance itself from the Byzantines and eventually give birth to the medieval realm called the Papal States. Likewise, the separated Lombard territories of the Duchy of Spoleto and the Duchy of Benevento maintained a certain degree of autonomy in order to protect themselves. All of the Lombard territory was regarded as a kingdom, with its overall rule being conducted from its capital city of Pavia in the far north of Italy. But Lombard, Spoleto and Benevento would not blindly follow the Lombard kingdom. Its circumstances did not suit them. With the tensions between the papacy of Rome and the Byzantines now escalating, each entity would welcome support from Lombard duchies. The Pope at the time was Gregory II, and he would seek the support of the Lombard duchies of Spoleto and Benevento, because the Byzantine Emperor Leo III had ordered the Byzantine Exarchate of Ravenna to march on Rome and capture Gregory, likely in order to install their own Byzantine-approved Bishop of Rome in his place. Ravenna would turn to the Lombard king Liutprand for support, and he would be quite obliging. This political situation would briefly put the Lombards against their own duchies in the south. Liutprand's motivations were his own political expansions, and despite the headline news being the iconoclastic controversy between the Pope and the Byzantines, the influence and attitude of Liutprand and the Lombards was absolutely key to the outcome of this situation in Italy. Liutprand's stock was made all the more powerful by the fact that he had a strong relationship with the most influential man in the Frankish kingdom, Charles Martel. Before this period, there had been a great number of territorial conflicts between the Lombards and the Franks on their borderlands, so the removal of this pressure made Liutprand the most powerful Lombard king in their history. As such, Gregory II and his successors would try to appeal to Liutprand to stand with Rome rather than against it, trying to convince him that he would be honouring God correctly by standing alongside the papacy. Liutprand would show a degree of clemency towards Rome, but in his own mind his goal was to bring Rome and the Byzantine Exarchate of Ravenna under Lombard influence, and to remind Spoleto and Benevento that they were Lombard duchies and should show loyalty to the Lombard kingdom as a whole. Liutprand would govern his kingdom well by introducing such things as law codes to standardise what it was to be a member of the Lombard population. Liutprand died in 744, but such was the greatness of his reign that he had put the infrastructure in place for the Lombards to complete the job that he had started, and he had successfully taken control of the Byzantine lands around the city of Rome, as his successors were able to finally take the city of Ravenna, effectively ending Byzantine influence over Middle Italy for good and uniting the Lombard duchies to form one continuous territory from northern Italy to the Duchy of Benevento in the south. The Duchy of Benevento and the Papal See still individually maintained a strong degree of autonomy and influence, however. The fact that the Papal See still maintained a strong influence over the Byzantine peoples who still lived among the population was a concern for the Lombards, so that Pope Stephen II felt threatened by this situation. The Frankish kingdom had moved on from the days of Charles Martel, who served under Merovingian dynasty kings, and was now ruled by Martel's son, a king called Pepin the Short, who was recognised as a member of the new Carolingian royal dynasty, the successors of the Merovingians. Pope Stephen would appeal for help from Pepin against the Lombards. Pepin would march into Italy and take Ravenna back from the Lombards, effectively taking control of the Exarchate of Ravenna. But he would gift these territories back to the Pope in an act which is called the Donation of Pepin. What was the Byzantine Exarchate of Ravenna was now the Papal States, and a strong relationship between the papacy and the Frankish kingdom had been established, and this would have a strong bearing on the future of Europe. Pepin was anointed by Stephen, and the bond was secure. The Byzantines were actually hoping that the Exarchate would be returned to them as it was before, but it seems that the Byzantines felt betrayed by the Pope, and this would quite incredibly put them on the back foot, as was also the current case with the Lombards, both of which were suffering at the hands of this alliance between the Pope and the Franks. So these traditional enemies were now together facing a common enemy in Italy. Both Lombard and Byzantine influence in Italy was severely weakened, and the Lombard king Desiderius acknowledged this and sought to strengthen ties with the Byzantine population in Italy. Desiderius considered how he could re-strengthen the Lombard realms in Italy again, and he knew that he would have to create diplomatic relationships with both the Franks and the papacy. Desiderius was quite wily in his dealings. In 768 he attempted to install his own antipope as the new Bishop of Rome, but this did not work out. This was also the same year that the Frankish king Pepin the Short died, and his vast territories were inherited by his two sons, Carloman and Charlemagne. Desiderius would offer Charlemagne his daughter's hand in marriage in order to strengthen his position against the papacy. But the papacy was quick to remind Charlemagne that as Pepin's successor, it was his responsibility to protect the papacy. When Carloman died in 771, Charlemagne became the sole Frankish ruler and did no longer have any need for Lombard support. So the marriage alliance was annulled, much to the pleasure of the Pope, and Charlemagne prepared to invade Lombard territory. Desiderius really did not have the strength to resist the invasion of Charlemagne when it did finally come in 773. Charlemagne overran the Lombard kingdom and brought it into the Frankish realm, further extending the Frankish Empire. The Papal States remained under the control of the Pope, and the Duchy of Benevento remained somewhat independent, though very much wishing to distance itself from the rest of the Lombard kingdom and declaring its rulers as simply a prince, eventually having to concede to Frankish suzerainty. So this would signal the end of the kingdom of the Lombards and the beginning of the road to the High Middle Ages, where the Papal States were now an established territory, no longer anything to do with Byzantine politics. The papacy made it official that the Frankish king Charlemagne was the recognised protector of what the papacy perceived to be the true heartlands of Roman culture and the true authority over the Christian Church by granting him the title of Holy Roman Emperor, which was a title that had great political influence up until the beginning of the 19th century, centuries after the fall of the Byzantine Empire. Thank you very much for listening to this week's episode of the History of the World podcast, and sincere apologies for the background noise. We've got Storm Franklin currently hitting the UK, and certainly making its presence known in the background. There's not a great deal I can do about it, unfortunately, other than postpone the episode, which I didn't think was a good idea. I thought it'd be best to just soldier on. I don't think the storm should be causing too much disruption, but I just wanted to point out that I'm aware that you can hear it in the background, and I apologise for that. So hopefully one day I'll have my own studio that I can shut myself into, and we don't have to listen to these gusts of wind hitting my front room windows while I'm recording. So anyway, nonetheless, I would like to thank you for listening to this week's fascinating episode about the history of Italy after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. We can tend to shut our eyes to what was going on after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, but in a lot of respects, what happened in the wake of that is much more interesting than what was going on beforehand. And we can see that there were many different influences vying for control of the Italian peninsula, and ultimately it really was the Italian peninsula itself and the population of Italy who suffered as a consequence of these many different entities, the Ostrogoths and the Lombards and the Franks, battling away over these territories with the likes of the Byzantines and eventually the papal states. So really intense politics leading to a lot of misery and suffering for the people, but nonetheless a very interesting part of Italy's history, and it was great to be able to tell the story of it today.
The Ancient World Cup.
Okay, let's have a look at this week's World Cup. We are running a World Cup competition that features 64 ancient World Cup teams. The point of the competition is to find out who your favourite ancient group of people are. And so ultimately we're going to knock everyone out until we're left with just one team standing tall at the end. And the way that we do this is via a voting system which takes place on our social media pages, Facebook, Twitter, and the Tapper Talk discussion forum. Now, each week we have a group of 4 teams, and the idea being that we put it to the vote, and whoever the top 2 are will advance to the next round, and the bottom 2 will be knocked out. This week was Group M, and it featured the Medes, the Anglo-Saxons, the Mauryans, and the Olmecs. So we've got quite a good array of teams there. We've got someone from the Middle East, someone from the British Isles, someone from India, and someone from Central America there. Let's find out how you voted. So the winners of the group, with 47% of the votes, were the Olmecs, those large head-producing Mesoamericans from over 3,000 years ago. Second place in the group, with 35% of the vote, were the Anglo-Saxons. Very much a fascinating, especially for me being an Englishman, very fascinating race of people there who sort of established eventually they established the nation of England, and they're through to the next round. That unfortunately means that we lose the first significant empire of India, with 12% of the vote, the Morians, and coming rock bottom of the group, unfortunately, with 6% of the vote, the Medians, who were an integral part of the final defeat of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. So there we go. That's the end of Group M. Next week, we're going to be looking at Group N. So let's see which teams are in it. Now, I think, if I'm being honest, probably Group N will likely be the most highly anticipated group of this round, because it's just a group of powerhouses. And it's just the way that it's come out of the hat. There's been no sort of setup for this. It just really was 64 teams randomly drawn out of a hat. And this is who we've got in Group N. Possibly one of the favourites for the entire competition. The Romans are in there, probably one of the greatest empires that the world has ever seen. We've also got in there the Spartans, whose legacy is probably greater than their actual existence. The Spartans have really been quite romanticised as this great archetypal warrior race of people from ancient Greece. In Group N, also in Group N, we've got the Nazca, who are this very, very mysterious South American group of people who were able to create these huge geoglyphs that we were just not able to even recognise these incredible creations until we were able to fly. We were able to sort of see them from the air. So really, one of the great wonders of the ancient world, the Nazca. And then finally, we've got probably the greatest rival of the Spartans, drawn out in the same group, the Athenians, who you could argue were really quite a lot of the basis of the success of the city of Rome. Before it became the Roman Republic that we knew it would become. It probably learnt a lot from the embassies that travelled to Athens and met with the Athenians and their great democracy, or what we call a democracy, this ancient democracy style of rule that existed there. So what a group that is. I'm really, really interested to see how you guys vote. We've got to lose two of them. It almost just seems ridiculous that we have to lose two of them, but that's the game that we're playing. So we must proceed. So look out for that. Starting from sort of Monday or sort of Tuesday, if you're over in the sort of the eastern hemisphere of the world, you'll be able to start voting, and we'll see the outcome next week.
Illuminati question time.
I just had to stop there and put some WD-40 on my chair to stop it from squeaking. I have to do that every so often. I never imagined when I went to the store and bought this chair that it would be so problematic in terms of a broadcasting position like that. It just certainly wasn't designed for broadcasting or podcasting, this chair. So every now and then I have to put some WD-40 on so that you don't hear me fidgeting about for the whole episode. But nonetheless, I've done it now. Illuminati question time. It's not a feature that we have every week, this one, is it? It's basically, I'll explain what it is. The Illuminati is an exclusive club for all of those financial benefactors of the podcast, people who donate through Patreon and through Buy Me a Book, and help me to keep the podcast going. We invite them to be a member of the History of the World podcast, Illuminati. And as such, if you are a member of the History of the World podcast, Illuminati, over time you will accrue the right to claim some of the rewards that we have on offer. And one of those rewards is the ability to ask a question of the podcast. Now, in terms of new members of the History of the World podcast, Illuminati, I think now's the right time to welcome in Eric P, who joins this great long list of History of the World podcast Illuminati members. Thank you for your kind pledge and welcome, Eric. But this week we're going to be acknowledging one of our patrons who has asked for a question to be answered, and I'm about to read out that question now. It has been sent in to me by a gentleman called Andres Altazar. And he has put, both of my parents were born in Estonia and immigrated to Canada at fairly young ages, where I was eventually born. I've always been immersed in the Estonian heritage and culture and have been lucky enough to visit once before they joined the European Union. My question is quite simple. Were there Estonian Vikings? One constantly hears and reads the Norse, the Swedes and the Danes, but what about the people of the eastern shores of the Baltic Sea? Thank you kindly and take care, Andres. Well, I almost feel, Andres, that you might be in a better position to answer this question than me. What a great question initially, incredible question, well done. Estonia, what a great part of the world. I think anyone that would have asked me about Estonian history before I read that question, my first thoughts would be about the Northern Crusades and the settlement of the Teutonic Knights, because I don't really know a great deal about Estonia before that period, before the Northern Crusades, which were, almost, I don't know, off the top of the head, maybe around 700 years ago, perhaps. Now, I have got a few resources that I took a look at. My understanding of the Vikings really is that they were quite centred around Scandinavia and Jutland. That was really the heartlands of Viking culture, and wherever we found Vikings going forward, and that if we look west, we can look to the Faroe Islands, we can look at Scotland, we can look at Ireland, we can look at Iceland, Greenland. All of those places were settled by Vikings who were travelling from Scandinavia. That was really the heartland of Viking culture. And Viking culture really came about because of the geographical nature of the territory that they inhabited. There really just wasn't a great deal of fertile land to be cultivated. So when the populations grew, the only thing that someone could do was go Viking. And what I mean by that is that you get in your boat, you go somewhere, you go and steal someone else's stuff, and that is what it was to go Viking. So Viking, as an original term, as I understand it, was more of a verb than a noun. However, they've come down to us in the modern age as these Vikings, these great, incredible, unique, brave warriors, these ruthless and brave warriors that went across the sea and started raiding these territories. But also, we don't really think about what the Vikings done to their east, to the east of Scandinavia, in those territories such as Finland and Estonia and the places along the Baltic Sea. And I suppose, what we do know is that there's definite evidence of travel in that direction, and we can look as far east as Staraya Ladoga on the Lake Ladoga in the modern country of Russia, to see that the Vikings certainly travelled all the way along the Baltic Sea and then traversed the river. The river, his name escapes me, that joins sort of St. Petersburg to Lake Ladoga, so I'm sure someone will correct me there. And then entered Lake Ladoga and conducted their raids or their trades, let's say, not just their raids but also their trades. So it does seem like it was more of a trade culture going eastwards. As a consequence, there is no doubt that Vikings actually, at the very least, visited sites in Estonia, and I suppose it will only be archaeological discoveries in Estonia that will ultimately tell us more about the Viking population of Estonia. Certainly when we track Estonian history, they refer to that period of time as the Viking Age of Estonia. So there's certainly an acknowledgement that Vikings would have been in or maybe even settled in Estonia, but there's just very, very scant evidence at this point. And so, maybe one or two of your listeners will know more than I do about this subject, and it'll be great to hear from you. And I'm sure Andres would be thrilled to hear from you as well if you do have any further information about it. But certainly, not a lot to sort of say that there's evidence of any Viking culture that emerged in the lands of Estonia. But if there were Vikings in Estonia, then certainly they would have been visitors, I would imagine, and it's highly likely that they were definitely there because we know that there were Baltic trade links, and they would have inevitably have had to have travelled past and landed in the lands of Estonia. So that's about it, really. I hope you're not too disappointed with that, but it's definitely worth discussing. And you certainly earned the right to be able to ask that question as well. I offer you that right. I can't always promise that I will know the answer. We're just based on the signs that we do have to hand. So hopefully we will find out more. It's a great question, and I really thank you for asking it, Andres. And hopefully we'll have more questions from Illuminati members in the future.
Listener messages and reviews.
So, as usual, we wrap up by reading out your emails and also acknowledging the great reviews that are normally posted for us online. So, we'll read them out now. The first one I'm going to read out is actually for somebody who's written into the show before, Brittany Baker. Brittany has reminded me to wish her partner, Sam Jones, a happy 30th birthday for this coming Friday. Sam is a big fan of the show, and I'm assured that he will be thrilled that he's getting a mention on the podcast. So, Sam, thanks for listening to the podcast. Congratulations on your 30th birthday, and your partner Brittany is obviously a treasure to be beholding. So look after her, because she obviously cares a lot about you. To go to the trouble of making sure and reminding me to wish you a happy birthday. So thank you very much to you both, and best wishes to you both as well. Thank you. Going forward, Jakob Danke has put, hi Chris, hey Chris, Jake here, so maybe Jacob Danke, sorry. Absolutely love your podcast. I blasted through the first volume in about 1 week, and now I'm working on the second volume. I just finished the King Tut episode, and stumbled across this interesting article about his iron dagger. I thought you might find it interesting as well. Anyway, love the podcast. Listen from Detroit, Michigan, and can't wait to catch up and annoy my friends with more random ancient history facts. LOL. Jake, I would strongly encourage you. I think anyone that does send me links to stories and all like that, I would really strongly encourage you to share it with the community rather than just me. Obviously, we're all history lovers listening to this podcast, it's not just me that will be interested in it. And we've got we've now got over 1,000 Twitter followers. We've got over 1,500 Facebook followers, and I'm sure they would all be very grateful to you, Jake, for sharing that with all of them. So looking forward, hopefully, to seeing that in the near future. Ed has written in, and that's all I got. You got the shortest name of anyone that's ever emailed me, Ed. Hi, I wanted to tell you how much I enjoy your podcast. Extremely informative. I like the way you present information without supposing to know all the answers. Great pace and use of humour makes it relaxing and easy to listen to. Thanks for adding joy to my walks, housework, etc. Seattle, USA. Well, thank you, Ed, for that kind message. Geordie Camps has written in saying, hi Chris, I wanted to thank you so much for making this podcast. I'm a designer. I've been listening to the podcast as I work, and it's very interesting and inspiring. I am always looking for interesting things to listen to while I work, and I found your podcast randomly on Spotify and I love it. I'm on Unscripted 1 after episode 17 listening to it now. I just felt like I had to tell you how thankful I am to you for doing this. Thank you, Geordie Camps. Cool. Unscripted episode 1, and I can't believe that was a long time ago. Unscripted episode 1. I believe that I had to go to Kenya, I believe, way back then, which is why I did a couple of unscripted episodes, because I wasn't at home to book off. But that was 4 years ago now. That was such a long time ago. I can't believe how far down the road we've come. Now let's go and find out if we've got any more reviews. As usual, I'm never prepared for this part of the show. I just and then I have to ramble on about rubbish just to sort of avoid any awkward silences. Here we go. Dave S. from New Zealand has put, great podcast, love this podcast, just what I had been looking for, covers an amazing amount of material at a great pace, it's easy to keep up with, really like it when the places are referenced back to the modern day names areas so that I can visualise where they are. Just up to volume 2 episode 16 and answering the call for a review from New Zealand. Love your work, Chris. Thank you. Always great to get reviews from less obvious places in the world. So, like, the podcast tends to be listened to by, well over, I think, 50% of our listeners are from the USA, and then a vast portion of the remainder is made up from UK, Canada, and Australia. So it's great to receive a review from New Zealand. Milky Pirate 99999 from the United States of America has put, be good. This podcast is simply amazing. I discovered it during Christmas week when a lot of other podcasts were on a break and I needed something else to listen to. I immediately became addicted and have spent the months of January and February binging all 200 episodes. I am now sad to be caught up and can't wait to spend the next 5 or 10 years listening week by week until we reach the modern day. I, like many listeners, am ashamed to admit how little history I knew and how little I thought history interested me until I discovered this podcast. Chris makes learning history fun. Why couldn't history be taught this way in school? I would have paid much more attention. Before I found this podcast, I knew that Aristotle, Caesar, Napoleon and Picasso were important historical figures. If you had told me they had all lived in 500 BCE, I would have believed you. If you had told me they all lived in the 1800s, I would have believed you. Chris's podcast has allowed me to place historical figures into their proper historical context and to truly finally understand history step by step from the beginning. Thank you, Chris, for taking us on this amazing journey. I've become a Patreon member as well, and I'm honoured to support you in your cause. Well, thank you very much. I can't wait to get this in. The only outstanding question is, will we reach Christopher Columbus by the end of the year 2023? Can't wait to listen and find out. Well, let me. I think yes, we'll certainly finish volume 4 by the end of 2023. I would hope. So that's somewhat the plan. However, the journeys of Christopher Columbus in detail will probably more likely be covered in volume 5, to be fair. So that represents the next sort of stage. So the story of the Americas will really cover the period up to the time when Columbus lands in the Americas. So yes, we'll certainly be taking the story up to Christopher Columbus's explorations by the end of the year 2023, but the detail of such will be in the next volume, I should imagine. EJ Aruba from the USA, but can't get enough. Amazing podcast that is presented in a way where you only want to know what happens next. Started in January this year, binging on my commute to work, now finishing volume 2. Appreciate all the work you do. Greetings from Aruba. Brilliant. Greetings from Aruba. It says United States of America here, so unless there's a town in Aruba, or a town in America called Aruba, which I don't know about, but if you are actually in Aruba, that's wonderful. Excuse me. The throat's run a bit dry there. I think it's trying to cram too much in, I think. Anyway, I think that's the lot. I think that's it for this week. Next week is going to be a fun week. We're going to be starting the story of the Franks, which are a major part of European history, as were the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths, to be fair to them. But certainly the Frankish story is probably the most significant Western European story. When we look ahead to the emergence of the modern European stage, certainly the Franks were really an incredibly huge part of that. And from humble beginnings, so we're going to be looking at that initially next week. We're going to be exploring such characters that we've already mentioned in podcast episodes, such as Clovis, Charles Martel, and Charlemagne, and find out exactly who they were and how they fit into the Frankish story. Merovingians, Carolingians, we're going to be finding about that. We're also going to be finding out why King Clovis shares his name with an ancient American prehistoric culture. Have you ever thought about that? There is a link, and we'll uncover that link next week. So look forward to that. Until then, have a great week, everyone, and be good.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Haslett. Please consider making a financial contribution by going to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website and clicking the Patreon link. Email the show at historyoftheworldpodcast@mail.com. And don't forget to join our social media at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Tumblr. See you next time.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Haslett. Volume 4, The Medieval World, Episode 15, The Franks, Part 1. The Franks were a group of Germanic peoples, and as such, their origins are sketchy. It is suggested that they crossed the Rhine River late in the 3rd century, more or less crossing from the modern country of Germany into the lowlands of the Netherlands and Belgium in the east. This may have been around the time that the Roman military commander Carausius was asked to deal with the pirates of the seas of northwest Europe, and namely the Saxons and the Franks. We don't know a lot about the Franks during this period other than the fact that they were there, and they were not adverse to raiding the Gallic lands of the Romans. It would also appear that Frankish warriors were conscripted as mercenaries for Roman campaigns during their earliest known years of a relationship between Franks and Romans, so it is likely that some Frankish tribes were federati, which means that they were a group of people who had an agreement with the Romans written into a treaty. It was a highly regular thing for the Romans to make such agreements to maintain peaceful borderlands. However, there are also a number of accounts of Frankish raids and skirmishes on the Roman border, and undoubtedly Roman military generals would have had to have taken armies alongside federati from other barbarian tribes to settle the Franks down. Quite typical behaviour of most of the barbarian tribes on the Roman borders. Being residents of the Low Countries and seemingly not too distantly related to the Saxons, the Franks would have been able seafarers and would have subsidised their wealth through raiding coastal lands of northwest Europe, but also establishing trade links with the peoples of Scandinavia and the British Isles. We recognise distinctions between different Frankish tribes being noted, with the Salian Franks being one particular grouping of Frankish tribes. The Salians might have been distinguished by the fact that they were settled on lands within the Roman border, which supports the fact that there were Franks that had a very clear and close relationship with the Romans. Another distinctly recognised group were the Ripuarian Franks, who were permitted to settle the Roman lands directly west of the Rhine and east of the territory of the Salians. The Franks represented the northwesternmost Germanic tribes when the Huns invaded Europe over the decades leading into the 5th century, and due to their geographical location, they were not as directly affected as many other Germanic peoples, such as the Goths and the Vandals, for example. The Frankish economy was relatively independent, and there were many other Germanic tribes in the lands between themselves and the Huns. This did not prevent the Franks from becoming politically embroiled in the dramatic politics of the 5th century Europe, however. When 5th century European tensions reached a head at the Battle of the Catalonian Plains in 451, which separated the military forces of Europe like a professional wrestling main event, with the powerhouses of the Roman Empire on one side, led by the highly respected military leader Aetius on one side, pitted against the mysterious Huns on the other side, led by their legendary ruler Attila. Each of the two team captains were joined by a supporting cast of European ethnic groups, and alongside the Romans were their federati, such as the Visigoths and the Alans. but also the Salian Franks and the Ripuarian Franks. The Huns had befriended other barbarian tribes with promises of reward, and their allies included the Gepids, among many others, but it would also include some Frankish tribes that, unlike their Salian and Ripuarian cousins, had not benefited from an agreement with the Romans. So here we can see that Frankish tribes were very much disunited as they dispersed over the decades, and this is somewhat typical of Germanic tribes who could not be described as true nations prior to the 5th century, and for many a long time after as well. The success of the Franks following the fall of the Western Roman Empire is likely attributable not only on their maritime trading network, but also on their experiences of working alongside the Romans and their advanced technology, such as the construction of fortified castra or camps from which their lands could be governed from and defended from. So let us tell the story of how disparate groups of Frankish tribes that existed independently from each other in the 5th century became by far the largest empire in Europe by the earliest decades of the 9th century.
Clovis.
Historians have suggested that it is altogether possible that the man called Merovich fought alongside the Romans at the Battle of the Catalaunian Plains. He is not necessarily named in sources, but we do believe that he was the king of the Salian Franks during this period, and it would have made sense that he would represent his people personally at the battle. The significance of Merovich is that he gives his name to the descendants who ruled over the Salian Franks, the Merovingians. We believe that he was the father of his successor, Childeric. In 1653, Childeric's tomb was discovered. It was recognisable due to the presence of a ceremonial gold signet ring engraved with the words Childerici Regis. The impressive treasure of grave goods clearly indicate that the wealth and status of the Salian Franks was considerable. His final resting place is near the city of Tournai in the south of Belgium, which was at the heart of Frankish lands in the later half of the 5th century. Childeric passed away in the year 481, and his successor as the Merovingian king of the Salian Franks was his own 15-year-old son, Clovis. By the time that Clovis had become the king, the Salian Frank status as a federatus had become meaningless because the Romans had been pushed back into Italy from their lands in Gaul, and the imperial throne of the Western Roman Empire had been usurped and diminished in nominal status by a barbarian warlord called Odoacer. The only Roman-ruled land that existed in Gaul was westwards along the coast from the Frankish territory at the kingdom of Soissons. The ruler of this kingdom was a man called Syagrius. Gregory of Tours, the 6th century bishop and historian, described Syagrius as the king of the Romans. Clovis had decided that the fortunes of the Salian Franks would be greater if they could take control of the kingdom of Soissons, and so he would pester Syagrius and his nation until the two entities faced off in the fateful Battle of Soissons in 486. Defeat for the forces of Syagrius at the Battle of Soissons meant that Clovis extended his influence over a larger area of the northwest coast of Europe and removed Roman rule from this area. Syagrius had no option but to flee south towards the kingdom of the Visigoths, but we're really not sure what happened exactly to him directly afterwards. We do know that the Visigoths felt nervous about having Syagrius as a refugee in their country and eventually would surrender him to Clovis, where he is suggested to have met an abrupt end. The next notable engagement came from Clovis's opposite side on the east, when King Sigebert the Lame of the Ripuarian Franks called on Clovis to help him in defending his lands against the Alemanni, yet another Germanic tribe who dominated an area of land north of the Alps. As a matter of interest, many of you will be aware of the French name for the country of Germany, Allemagne, which is a cognate with the Latin name for the Alemanni Confederation of Germanic Tribes. The culmination was the Battle of Tolbiac, which saw the heavy losses on both sides, but Clovis's ultimate victory cemented his dominance over the Alemanni, now his new subjects. A lot of our information relating to the life and reign of Clovis comes from the writings of Gregory of Tours, who would have had a motivation for promoting aspects of Catholicism in order to demonstrate that Catholicism played a large part in the original success of the Frankish peoples. Directly to the south of Clovis's territory was the Kingdom of Burgundy, and Clovis married the daughter of the recently slain King Chilperic II of Burgundy, Princess Clotilde, in the year 493. 3 years after the marriage was the Battle of Tolbiac against the Alemanni that we previously described. It is said that Clovis, originally a pagan, was facing possible defeat during the battle, and that he appealed to Clotilde's god for support, which the god gave on the basis of Clovis's promise to convert his people to the Catholic faith, and this did indeed happen. Clotilde has been since venerated as a saint. It seems that by now Clovis had captured the attention of the whole of Europe with his expansionism, bringing him onto the borders of both the Visigothic and Ostrogothic kingdoms. The Burgundians were sandwiched in the middle of all of these parties. Clovis would have had to have subdued the Burgundians despite being married to one of their princesses, but this would enable him to take the threat of potential war with the Gothic kingdom seriously. The Byzantine Emperor Anastasius would be pleased that a powerful rival to the Gothic kingdoms had emerged and encouraged Clovis, even ultimately naming Clovis as a Byzantine consul in honour of his achievements. The Visigothic kingdom had been established in southern Gaul early in the 5th century, and following the collapse of Roman dominance of Western Europe, the Visigoths were able to take advantage of the vacuum created and defeat some of their weaker neighbours to build a large kingdom stretching from the middle of modern France all the way down to the southern coasts of modern Spain and Portugal. Clovis would decide to take an army south across the Vienne River, obliging the Visigothic king Alaric II to engage with him at the Battle of Vouillé. It appears that Alaric was killed during the battle and the Visigothic army fled. This enabled Clovis to further extend his territory to take control of much of southern Gaul. Clovis was still fairly young when he defeated the Visigoths in 507. He may have been just over 40 years old. He had taken the throne of a group of Frankish tribes as a teenager, and within a quarter of a decade had expanded his position across lands not totally unlike the modern country of France geographically. The population of his kingdom may have even outnumbered those of the Visigothic kingdom and those of the Ostrogothic kingdom. Clovis may have been only around 45 years of age when he passed away in the year 511, but we do not have any detail about his death. We do know that he was baptized before his death, which may be why Gregory of Tours wrote so enthusiastically about him and his achievements. Gregory's account of his life is really our primary source for information about Clovis. We also know that he united the various Frankish tribes under one rule. Gregory's account also gives us some insight into how potentially wily and ruthless Clovis was in this endeavour. You may recall the story of King Sigebert the Lame of the Ripuarian Franks calling on Clovis to help him to defend his territory from the Alemanni at the Battle of Tolbiac earlier in the episode. Sigebert obtained his name, the Lame, after he was wounded in this battle. Some years later, Clovis encouraged Sigebert's son, Cloderic, to murder his father, likely on the premise of taking control of his kingdom. Cloderic did indeed murder Sigebert, but then Clovis declared Cloderic a murderer, and so Cloderic's people killed him. Clovis then pledged to be the direct ruler over these people. It is not out of the question to consider that this was a cunning plan concocted by Clovis. Clovis's name may have been Chlorwi in the Frankish language, which was a Germanic language, as we know the Franks to be a Germanic tribe. This is the root of the German name Ludwig, but it is also the root of the French name Louis, which would be the name of 18 French kings. Unsurprising when you consider that the French have often looked back to Clovis as their original king. One of the better known King Louis was the Sun King Louis XIV, and from whom we can derive the name of the modern US state of Louisiana. However, if we travel west across the United States to New Mexico at the beginning of the 20th century, when great transcontinental railroads were first spanning the landscapes, then we can find a station called Riley's Switch, renamed by the station master's daughter because she was studying about King Clovis of the Franks. She named the station and the subsequent town that was built around it Clovis, now the hometown of around 40,000 people. Around 20 years later, some arrow points were discovered that pointed towards the presence of a prehistoric peoples in this area, which we now know dates back over 10,000 years, and due to its proximity to the town in New Mexico, has been named the Clovis culture, linking us all the way back to the stories of Volume 1, and in a completely different place and time in history to that of King Clovis of the Franks. The Germanic tradition of the Merovingian Franks on the death of their ruler would be that their kingdom would be split between their sons. Theuderic would rule over the kingdom of Metz, Clodomir over the kingdom of Orléans, Clothar over the kingdom of Soissons, finally Childebert over the kingdom of Paris, which contained the city of Paris, named after the Parisi tribe, a Celtic tribe who lived there during classical antiquity, and Clovis's new Frankish capital city established as such before his death.
After Clovis.
The new Frankish kingdoms were really only linked by their cultural heritage alone, and they operated very much like the polis of ancient Greece or the diadochi of Alexander the Great, in that there was little loyalty between the brothers. The Visigoths came under the rule of Theodoric the Great, the Ostrogothic king, and Theodoric was not particularly interested in Frankish territory, preferring to concentrate on other affairs such as maintaining good diplomatic relationships with the Byzantines. This was fortunate for the Frankish kingdoms, who were much weaker without the rule of Clovis, but with no external threat to them, they were able to just bicker among themselves. The mother of the three sons of Clovis was Clotilde, who we mentioned earlier. Clotilde's father was murdered by a Burgundian rival, and Clotilde bore a grudge against the lands of her origin as a consequence. As such, it was a collaboration of the Frankish kings who defeated the Burgundians at the Battle of Autun in 532 and brought Burgundy into the Frankish realm. The death of the Ostrogothic king Theodoric the Great left Ostrogothic Italy under threat from the Byzantine Empire led by Emperor Justinian and his military general Belisarius. This enabled the Franks to consume some of the Ostrogothic borderlands to their southeast. Of Clovis's 4 sons and his successors, Clodomir died in 524, Theodoric died in 534, and Childebert died in 558, leaving Clothar as the sole survivor, and as such he became the king of all of Francia, in a similar way to his father Clovis. Clothar didn't have this honour for very long because he himself passed away in 561. This time, the united Frankish kingdom was split into 4 again, and it was the 4 sons of Clothar, the last surviving king of the sons of Clovis, who ruled the kingdoms. This time it's the kingdom of Paris that was consumed by the other 3 first, and then the territories of Soissons became known as Neustria, Metz became known as Austrasia, and the kingdom of Orléans was in control of much of Burgundy and now bordered onto the lands of the new Germanic occupants of the Italian peninsula, the Lombards. So we can journey into the 7th century now, where we see once again that one particular king would end up with control of all of Francia once again. But this time, the king was not really an all-powerful ruler of the Frankish Empire. Another man called Clothar came to rule the kingdom of Neustria. He was the grandson of King Clothar I of the Franks, of whom we just spoke of. Clothar is known as Clothar II, and he would also see Francia united under one king once again. This was following a period of civil war, where the kingdoms of Burgundy and Austrasia were in conflict, and inevitably Clothar's Neustrian kingdom was drawn into affairs. Clothar would see off an invasion of Austrasia, who had conquered Burgundy and took control of this territory, reuniting Francia. Clothar II was a very assertive king, and he would instigate reforms to the Merovingian church and matters of state, something seen as quite necessary in a set of kingdoms where the current setup was debilitating for the Franks in general, with the constant feuding between them. In the days of Clovis, where he had created this vast new Frankish kingdom in the wake of the fall of the Western Roman Empire, you would be mistaken for thinking that Clovis's kingdom was quite modern. In reality, it really wasn't. Rather than there being a government or a senate who separated the empire into provinces ruled by locally appointed governors who dealt with all matters of everyday life, such as industry, military, produce, taxation and justice, for example, the Frankish kingdoms had none of this kind of thing originally. It was much more simply a bunch of peasants who had been conquered and were required to pay tax to the king, or else. Naturally, over time, this creates social problems which slowly escalate to more threatening issues for the state, and so constitutional reforms are necessary, such as those of Clothar II.
Mayor of the Palace.
Most Frankish kings would employ the services of a manager of their estate, so that they didn't have to get their own hands dirty, making day-to-day decisions to maintain order in and around their home and associated lands, leaving the king to enjoy the fruits of his occupation, or to plan military campaigns against his Frankish peers. The manager of the estate was called the Mayor of the Palace, and this position would become quite significant in the story of the Frankish kingdoms. Kings such as Clovis, Clothar I and Clothar II appear to be very active and responsible monarchs. But there were also predictably a number of lazy kings who would be happy to let their Mayor of the Palace do everything for them. The danger of this is that the king himself would lose a lot of respect within the kingdom, and the Mayor of the Palace could become quite a powerful influence, undermining the king's authority. When Clothar II died, rule over Frankish lands passed down to his son, Dagobert. The only part of the Frankish kingdom that had its own king was the kingdom of Aquitaine in the southwest. Dagobert was quite proactive as a king, making diplomatic decisions with other nations and campaigning against particular neighbours where he saw fit. He governed out of the city of Paris, moving from his original seat of power in Austrasia. Dagobert would rule until his death in 639, when the Frankish kingdoms would be ruled by multiple descendants yet again. This time, things were different though. Dagobert was only in his 30s when he died, and as such, his two sons who succeeded him in their respective kingdoms were just children. With no ability to rule in their own right, actual rule moved into the hands of the secular individuals, such as the mayors of the palace. This marked the period of the dominance of the mayors of the palace, and the period of the do-nothing kings. The mayors of the palace were appointed from trusted noble families, as was the case with many prominent positions of court and governance. During Dagobert's childhood, he was educated by a man of highly respected stock called Arnulf, who had been granted the bishopric of Metz after his own father before him. When Dagobert reached his majority, he would have his own mayor of the palace called Pepin of Landen. And it seems that Pepin, alongside Arnulf of Metz, were not quiet about their opinions on what the young Dagobert ought to be doing as the king of the Franks. Both Pepin and Arnulf had stuck together in the past when they were highly influential in bringing Dagobert's father, Clothar II, to the throne in the first place, and it is likely that this is why the two men were highly trusted in the king's court. Pepin and Arnulf created their own marriage alliance when Pepin's daughter, Bega, was married to Arnulf's son, Giselle. The marriage would produce 3 children before Bega became an abbess in her later years and eventually venerated as a saint in Christian churches. One of their children, and therefore grandson of Pepin and Arnulf, was a man called Pepin of Herstal, who himself would become a mayor of the palace in the late 7th century. The reason why this is important is because this is the start of a genealogy that would come to directly affect the future of the entire European continent. When Pepin of Herstal became the mayor of the palace in Austrasia in the year 679 or 680, the Merovingian kings were ruling in name only, and it would be people like the mayors who would do the actual ruling. Pepin of Herstal's attitude to becoming the mayor of the palace of Austrasia was that of a king in his own right, and he would look to improve and expand his influence. You can compare the mayor of the palace to the role of a modern president or prime minister, but mayors would often attempt to keep their role in their family line. Pepin of Herstal is often referred to as Pepin II to distinguish him from his grandfather, Pepin of Landen, who had performed the same role. Pepin of Austrasia originally had to respect the power of his neighbours in Neustria, who themselves were being fronted by their mayor of the palace, Epoin. During his tenure, Epoin was actually appointed the next king of Neustria in turn, demonstrating how powerful this position of mayor of the palace had actually become. After Epoin died, Pepin was able to plan his own ambition to reunite Francia under his own rule. In 687, Pepin would take on the combined forces of Neustria and Burgundy at the Battle of Tertry, and his victory there would indeed see Francia united again under one rule, this time headed in actual fact by the mayor of the palace. Pepin would rule effectively, creating a stronger Francia going into the 8th century. He was not able to call himself king, as this was still the right of the Merovingian dynasty, but he stylized himself as the Duke and Prince of the Franks. Pepin II died in 714, and he may have designated that his son Charles be the one to take his place. Charles was born by a Frankish noblewoman called Alpaida, who is also described by some chronicles as Pepin's wife. Therefore, by these facts alone, Charles was a legitimate heir to Pepin. However, history tells us that Charles was not legitimate. John Whitney Hall's epic book, The History of the World, describes Charles as Pepin's bastard son. It is speculated by many that Alpaida was purely a mistress of Pepin, whose true wife was a lady called Plectrude. It may have suited Plectrude to portray Charles as illegitimate, as she would have preferred her own lineage to have been able to inherit the rule of Francia. Plectrude herself was highly influential during Pepin II's rule, and Pepin may have had concerns about her domineering nature that would have caused him to favour Alpaida and his son by her, Charles. This is all pure speculation, though. We do know that Charles stood up against Plectrude after his father's death and claimed the right to be the mayor of the Palace of Francia. Charles would go on to rule Francia for a number of years, and he gathered a strong reputation and an important place in French history. He would certainly be forgiven for believing him to be a famous historic French king. The reality is, he was a mayor of the palace, but effectively the monarch of Francia. He would come to be known as Charles the Hammer, which is a name that in the Latin tongue would have been Carolus Martellus, anglicised as Charles Martel. Charles Martel's reign coincided with a very significant event in European history, when the Muslims of the Umayyad Caliphate invaded the Visigothic kingdom of the modern country of Spain and took complete control of it, bringing them to the borders of the Frankish realms of Burgundy and Aquitaine. And this meant that Frankish differences needed to be put to one side to deal with this completely new and foreign threat to Frankish culture, a story which we will pick up on next time. Thank you very much indeed for listening to this week's episode about the Franks. This was the first in a set of around 5 podcast episodes, but we'll be resuming the chronological story in a couple of weeks, because next week we're going to be focusing on the Battle of Tours, which was the biggest conflict between the Franks and the Umayyads, and we'll find out exactly how things turned out, and we'll be looking a bit more at Charles Martel as well. So that's to look forward to next week. Of course, it'll be a very strange week if you're listening to this podcast live. You'll be very well aware if you're listening to it in the future. This might not bear as much relevance, but right now, of course, there is a massive crisis in the Ukraine. Many people have been affected by the invasion of their country, and as such, there's a lot of people been displaced from their homes, etc. So I found a website where I was able to make a contribution towards supporting these people who have been affected. And don't get me wrong, I know full well that the Ukraine is not the only country in the world where you have people who are being displaced from where they live and have had to leave their homes and are seeking refuge in other countries. I'm completely aware of that, but of course what has happened to us here in the UK is it's been brought very close to our minds by the media, and so there's no reason not to want to react to this situation. And so you can go to the History of the World podcast.com website and click on the About Me page just to get a link through to the International Rescue Committee, and you can make a contribution should you wish to there. If anyone does feel compelled to try and help, please do visit that link and have a look at some of the work that they do, and maybe you can sort of do your bit if you're sitting at home thinking, I want to do something. That could be a means by which you can do it. So, enough about that at the moment, because I know that we're not really a podcast that is geared towards talking about modern politics, and I've been sort of careful about choosing my words there about the situation deliberately for that reason. So, moving on, let's talk about the Ancient World Cup.
The Ancient World Cup.
It was a good group this week in the Ancient World Cup. Group N contained the mighty Romans, the very, very romanticised Spartans, the fascinating Nazca, and the very highly respected Athenians. Let's find out how you voted and who's going through to the knockout stages. The winners of the group went through with 44% of the vote. Potentially unsurprisingly, it was the Romans. In second place, with 32% of the vote, were the Athenians, which meant that their Greek rivals, the Spartans, have been eliminated with just 12% of the vote, alongside the Nazca, also with 12% of the vote. So we see the Romans and the Athenians advance to the knockout stages, and we say goodbye at this very early stage to the Spartans. And also the Nazca, certainly a culture that fascinated me greatly. So, but we have to say goodbye to 63 of the teams at some point or another. There can only be one winner. That is the end of Group N. Everyone that voted, 50 votes this week, very healthy amount. Next week is Group O. Let's have a look at who's in Group O. This is an excellent group. We have the Vandals. We have the Visigoths. Very interesting. The Visigoths are a group of peoples that actually took over the lands of the Vandals. The Vandals actually took in Iberia. The Visigoths ended up stepping in and taking all of those lands off the Vandals, who escaped over to North Africa. We've got the Siambe, who were the they were like the nomadic rivals, if you like, that were based to the east of the Xiongnu in the eastern steppe, and certainly quite closely linked to the period of China, the sort of the dark ages of China, where the Tianbei actually had some degree of control over some of the Chinese sort of independent states or kingdoms, if you like. Then finally, to make up the numbers in this group, we have the Mycenaeans. So that's it. We've got the Vandals, the Visigoths, the Siambe, and the Mycenaeans. Voting will start on Monday, I believe.
Listener messages and reviews.
So we've got one message this week from Nader Katin, who's been just started listening and love it. So well put together, just enough detail. I'm only on volume 1, episode 7, and you just read a listener's feedback, or just read, I should say, you just read a listener's feedback that they wanted you to ditch the reverb of your subject matter announcements. No! I haven't skipped ahead to see, but I really hope you don't leave them. I really hope you leave them in there. They make me smile every time, hilarious. And then they complain about your accent, only to compliment you at the end. That is also part of the fun. Those of us interested in evolution, I would think are also interested in the evolution of language, and thus it is testimony to changes as a result of geography and other outside and inside forces. Love the accent, don't change things. Thanks for doing what you do. I will be supporting you through Patreon. That's very kind of you, Nader. That's Patreon, of course, is where you can support the podcast. If you do enjoy the podcast and want to contribute towards its future success, you can. Just simply go to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website and click on the Patreon link. And when you do, you become a lifelong member of the History of the World Podcast Illuminati. And we always share the information about who has joined the History of the World Podcast Illuminati each week. And this week we welcome in Andy Wangkel, who is now a lifelong member of the History of the World Podcast Illuminati. Thank you, Andy, and thank you for helping me to make this podcast as good as possible. Now, it was a long one last week, so I'm going to wrap up very quickly this week. So next week, we're going to be looking at the Battle of Tours in our journey with the Frankish kingdoms, and certainly we'll be looking more closely at Charles Martel as well, and finding out exactly what happened when the Umayyads really penetrated deep into Europe, into Western Europe, from across the Straits of Gibraltar from North Africa. So we'll be talking about that next week. Until then, have a great week, everyone. Stay safe and be good.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Hasler. Please consider making a financial contribution by going to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website and clicking the Patreon link. Email the show at historyoftheworldpodcast@mail.com. And don't forget to join our social media at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Tumblr. See you next time.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Hasler. Volume 4, The Medieval World, Episode 60, The Battle of Tours. Our episode this week takes us to the lands in the centre of the modern country of France during the 8th century. France is often thought of as the lands where the Romans, led by Julius Caesar, subjugated the Gauls. But we can suppose that these lands were occupied by humankind for many thousands of years before this happened, as can be evidenced by bones attributed to Neanderthals and Cro-Magnon man, who may well have lived alongside each other in these areas around 40,000 years ago. Following the last glacial maximum, the lands of France regained their fertility and welcomed human migration northwards from the lands around the Pyrenees Mountains. We grade the historical periods of the lands of France by the excavated pottery found in and around the lands, but we can also see evidence of prehistoric activity with the megalithic construction of the Karnak stones, which is further north and much more modern than the Lascaux cave paintings, which date back to the last glacial maximum. From there, the French lands experienced the typical and conventional progression to modern urban lifestyles, such as the emergence of agriculture, followed by the progression through the introduction of copper, bronze, and iron in turn. Such cultures as the bell beaker culture are believed to have migrated into French lands. After this time, the urn-filled culture emerged in Central Europe. We don't really know how much the urn-filled culture directly influenced the lands of central France, but it is more likely that the following house-stacked culture did. These two cultures are often cited as potentially ancestral to the Celtic culture which the Romans encountered and referred to as Gauls. The area of France where today's battle took place would have been in close proximity to the Loire river system, which meant that it would very likely have been a place influenced by the Atlantic Bronze Age trade exchange, which enabled the inhabitants of this area to establish trade links with the lands of Iberia and the British Isles. These two destinations would have benefited from the convenient link to a culture in the Loire River system that could gain access to produce from Middle Europe. So the Celtic peoples who occupied France would have been a vital link in the European trade network, and eventually it would be of interest to the Romans, who would have benefited from having influence over these lands. So, when the time was right, Julius Caesar would lead his armies into these lands occupied by Celts. The Celts would have led comparatively primitive lifestyles compared to the Romans, living in small settlements called ootd, which were fortified Celtic towns. As mentioned, the Celtic tribes that the Romans were dealing with, they referred to as the Gauls. The Gauls were not a nation, but they were a patchwork of Gallic tribal alliances, often doing battle with one another. Although some would submit to Caesar without a fight, many would congregate to defend their realm from being overrun by Caesar, until a fateful day in 52 BCE, when a Gallic alliance fronted by a man called Vercingetorix were hemmed in at the oppidum called Alesia by Caesar's army, who would overcome the Gauls and eventually take control of their territories. So now Caesar would be in control of the lands of the Loire River system, and the new northern frontier would separate Roman lands from more barbarian tribes that Caesar did not recognise as Gauls, so he would call them Germans. Following Caesar's conquests of these lands, they would start to be Romanised. The modern French towns of Tours and Poitiers started to become significant settlements, the relevance being that these are the two larger towns that are in close proximity to the site of today's battle. The construction of Roman baths and roads took place in these years of occupation, and both Tours and Poitiers saw the construction of Roman amphitheatres. As Christianity became more relevant in Roman societies, both cities represented a Catholic diocese, and both would have their own individual bishops from the 4th century onwards. One particular bishop of Tours from the 6th century called Gregory would give us most of the information we know about Clovis, the first king of all the Franks. Going into the later years of the Roman Empire, and the Roman provinces of Gaul were involved in a brief secession from the entire empire during the crisis of the 3rd century, when they broke away to form the Gallic Empire. But once these lands were subsumed again, then a new threat to Gallic lands would emerge during the 4th century, when the arrival of the Huns in European territory displaced the indigenous German tribes and forced them onto the borders of the Roman Empire, and particularly the Rhine River, which represented the nearest thing to a natural barrier between the Roman provinces of Gaul and the barbarian lands to the east. The culmination of this pressure came in the year 406, when barbarian tribes crossed the river into Roman lands and wreaked havoc. The Romans may have anticipated such an event, as we can see military fortifications built in Tours prior to this particular event. The crossing of the Rhine in 406 would signal the beginning of a political upheaval in Gaul, where Roman power would be diminished and Germanic tribes would slowly begin to take over. Roman power would have to be prioritised elsewhere in their vast empire, and this would come at the expense of the lands of Gaul. The Romans would gift their lands to the southwest of Poitiers to the Visigoths, who would eventually extend their influence southwards to create a huge kingdom which stretched from the Garonne River Valley down through the Iberian Peninsula to the Strait of Gibraltar. With the decline of Roman power, the Romans would have to concentrate their efforts on protecting their interests back home in Italy, and this allowed Germanic tribes to move into these ungoverned lands and take control. The Visigoths expanded their influence northwards to the Loire River, and this would bring Poitiers and Tours under their political influence. The lands to the north of the Loire were controlled by the remnants of a distant Roman governorship that we historically refer to as the Kingdom of Soissons. Other Germanic tribes that would take control of lands previously occupied by the Romans would be the Burgundians and the Alemanni. But also in the far north, centred around the lands of the modern country of Belgium, would emerge a confederation of Frankish tribes.
The Franks.
The Franks were a subgroup of Germanic tribes distinct from the Visigoths, the Alemanni, and the Burgundians, among many others. And we can also further divide Frankish tribes down to distinct tribal groups such as the Salians and the Ripuarians. During the years of Roman imperial dominance, there is evidence of Frankish tribes working both with and against the Romans according to their own interests, and even evidence of Frankish tribes being in opposition to each other during the wider European political tensions between the Romans and the Huns. It would eventually come down to one highly influential king of the Salian Franks to coerce his fellow Frankish tribes to follow his lead, either by diplomatic methods or by force. His name was Clovis, and he would initially prove his worth as a leader by conquering the remnant Roman territory in northern Gaul called the Kingdom of Soissons. And so the Franks were now creating an extended Frankish kingdom ruled by a Merovingian dynasty of kings whose bloodline included Clovis. Clovis would campaign vigorously on behalf of his Frankish kingdom and would also convert himself and his kingdom to Catholicism. Later on in his reign, he would tackle the issue of his southern neighbours, the Visigoths. Clovis had come into direct contact with the Visigoths after conquering the Roman kingdom of Soissons earlier on during his reign. His success against the Visigoths meant that he was able to force the Visigoths southwards and take the cities and lands around Tours and Poitiers, enabling them to start to develop their modern French identity. According to Germanic tradition, the kingdom should be split between the sons of the outgoing king. So when King Clovis died in 511, the entire Frankish realm which Clovis had worked so hard to amass was now split apart, but still linked to each other culturally and dynastically by their Frankish connections. The bishoprics of Tours and Poitiers were linked to the nearby bishopric of Orléans, and would be ruled by one of Clovis's sons as King Clodomir, the Frankish kingdom of Orléans. On Clodomir's death, the rule of the kingdom of Orléans would be transferred to the neighbouring Frankish kingdom of Paris, before it would all come back under one Frankish king again during the late 6th century. This was the nature of Francia, the lands under the rule of the Franks during their formative period. During the 7th century, a degree of autonomy was granted to an area in the southwest of Francia called Aquitaine. Aquitaine would be established as a Frankish territory. Poitiers appears to be within the Aquitanian territory during this period, and Tours was likely to be on the northern borderlands of Aquitaine and the main Frankish kingdom. Another important development within Francia was the diminishing power of the kings, who were gradually coming under the control of their senior politicians, as the hereditary royal line was causing too many children to accede to the throne, and their senior statesmen who controlled the day-to-day governance of their realms would be the real power behind the throne. Their most senior statesmen were somewhat like a modern prime minister, and they were called the mayor of the palace. One particular mayor of the palace was a man who would come to be known to history as Charles Martel, and he would rise to power in the Frankish territory of Austrasia before becoming the mayor of the palace in the entire Frankish kingdom. During Charles's lifetime in the far-off lands of Arabia, and completely unrelated to anything we have already spoken about, a dynasty called the Umayyads were rising to power within the new Islamic Caliphate.
The Umayyad Caliphate.
During the 7th century in Arabia, a new political entity would rise to power, with their underpinning cultural aspect being the newly discovered spiritual observance called Islam. These followers of Islam were called Muslims, and they would gain a large following that would enable them to be able to expand their area of influence to something on a significant international scale very quickly, not unlike the initial Frankish expansion. The desert lands of Arabia were vast and sparsely populated, which meant that the geographical size of this Islamic caliphate grew to an incredible size, but this could also present challenges when it came to the specific political direction of this new nation, and so rivalries would emerge between different factions. One of the more important factions were based on their dynastic ties to the family of the originator of the Islamic faith, namely the Prophet Muhammad, and this dynasty was called the Umayyad dynasty. The Umayyad dynasty would represent the Sunni branch of Islam, despite being opposed in principle because of its perceived controversial attitude towards Islam, managed to rise to prominence through their leader Muawiyah. The Umayyads embarked on a mission of expansion from their political homelands in Syria, and often in ancient times the one valuable conquest that appealed to every great imperial entity of the Eastern Mediterranean was Egypt. So the Umayyads set their sights on North Africa. The Umayyads were quite successful in North Africa, gaining control of Egypt and then looking to expand westwards towards Carthage. But the events of the 7th century within the Islamic Caliphate meant that the Umayyads could not commit themselves fully to the cause, and would have to prioritise dealing with internal threats to their own rule of the Caliphate during the civil conflict called the Second Fitna. The Umayyads overcame this threat and bounced back with a vengeance, venturing into North Africa again and destroying Carthage before taking control of the Maghreb and bringing the indigenous North African Berbers into their army. This would be the end of any significant Roman presence in North Africa and the cementing of Arabic culture that has remained to the modern age. This would bring the Umayyads to the Strait of Gibraltar and the doorstep of Europe. The Iberian Peninsula at this time was occupied by the Visigoths, who had a well-established kingdom there. The Umayyads would put their target on the Visigoths and bravely crossed the Strait of Gibraltar, winning a key battle at Guadalete in 711. The Visigothic kingdom at the time was not at its healthiest, with various dynastic struggles in their more recent years. The Umayyads made quick work of taking control of Visigothic lands, and this would send shockwaves through Europe, as these exotic invaders from far-off lands would be collectively referred to by the Europeans as Saracens, and they were now potentially a direct threat to all of the Western European nations. The Umayyads took control of the entire Iberian Peninsula through the course of the 710s, with there being one last remaining Visigothic stronghold in the far north that the Umayyads failed to conquer, but there was not nearly enough power there to mount any kind of counter-offensive. The Umayyads had other ambitions by this time. It would be the Frankish kingdom of Aquitaine. Aquitaine, at the time, would have a personal union with the Duchy of Gascony, which would act as a buffer between the Frankish kingdoms and the area of the Iberian Peninsula controlled by the Basques. Aquitaine and Gascony were under the rule of Duke Odo, a highly respected and seasoned ruler who would actually come to be known to history as Odo the Great. The new dominant Umayyad realm of the Iberian Peninsula, taking over from the Visigothic kingdom, was called Al-Andalus. The wali, or governor of Al-Andalus, was a man called Al-Samh ibn Malik al-Khawlani. Al-Samh initiated a siege on the Aquitanian city of Toulouse on the banks of the Pyrenees-fed Garonne River, which led to the fruitful Atlantic trade opportunities via the Bay of Biscay. Duke Odo fled for help while Toulouse was besieged, and he headed to the court of the mayor of the palace for Francia, namely Charles Martel.
Charles Martel.
Charles Martel was the son of the mayor of the palace of the Frankish kingdom of Austrasia called Pepin of Herstal, in a time when the mayor of the palace was the man leading the nation during a time of do-nothing, Frankish kings, rulers in name only. Pepin would gain control of all of the neighbouring Frankish kingdoms, bringing the Franks together under one ruler, save Aquitaine and Gascony. Pepin would then declare himself the Duke and Prince of the Franks. Pepin's rule was quite a long rule until he died in 714, which led to a bit of a succession crisis, during which time the Visigothic kingdom to the south of the Frankish kingdoms was being overcome by the Umayyads. We know very little about Charles's early life, with claims of his illegitimacy due to his mother's questionable relationship with Pepin, but this might have just been defamatory remarks made by the supporters of Pepin's first wife. Charles must have reached his adult years with a good degree of political and military guile, because he was very much up for the fight to become his father's successor. It would take Charles 4 years to overcome his political opponents to become the new Duke and Prince of all of the Franks. Charles would spend his entire time, both before and after this success, doing battle with and making diplomatic moves with all of his neighbours. Charles would also have ambitions of absorbing Duke Odo's kingdom of Aquitaine, so it must have been quite the conversation if and when Duke Odo arrived at Charles Martel's court to plead for help in resisting the siege of Toulouse. Odo must have been incredibly disappointed when Charles refused to help him, but Odo was a very steely character, and he didn't receive the moniker Odo the Great for no reason. So Odo returned to the south and attacked the Al-Andalus Umayyads and their army of Berbers with everything he had, and what is more is that he successfully broke the siege, sending the Muslims back to their strongholds. The leader of the siege, Al-Samh, died in mysterious circumstances directly following the failed siege, while the rest of his men fled, and maybe among them was a man called Abd al-Rahman ibn Abd Allah al-Ghafiqi.
Abd al-Rahman al-Ghafiqi.
Abd al-Rahman's origins are hazy, but he either originated from Arabia or his tribal roots were in Arabia. He is certainly known to have been in North Africa before the period in question, specifically the area of Ifriqiya, which would have contained the city of Carthage. Ifriqiya would have been under the governorship of a man called Musa ibn Nusayr. During this time, a Berber representing the Umayyads called Tariq ibn Ziyad had landed at Gibraltar and started making gains in Visigothic territory. We mentioned the Battle of Guadalete, from the year 711 earlier in the episode as a key battle in this Umayyad invasion. It has been suggested that the governor of Ifriqiya, Musa ibn Nusayr, felt uncomfortable about a Berber claiming all the credit for taking lands from the Visigoths, so he decided to join in and assist Tariq in his cause. Musa would also take his son Abd al-Aziz on these campaigns of conquest. When both Tariq and Musa were recalled from Iberia by the Umayyad Caliphate, Abd al-Aziz became the governor. But it is not completely clear when Abdul-Rahman crossed into Iberia. It does seem that Abdul-Rahman took part in the Battle of Toulouse in 721 between the Umayyads and the Aquitanians, but we know that Abd al-Aziz had been murdered some years before this. The Battle of Toulouse was a disaster for the Arabs, who were forced to flee by the Aquitanian ruler, Odo the Great. The Arabs retreated back south into Iberia to think again. During the course of the next few years, Abdul-Rahman was building his reputation as a capable governor until the point where he was allowed to become the wali, or governor, of the whole of Al-Andalus. Abdul-Rahman would have his hands full putting down rebellions from within the Umayyad province of Al-Andalus, but once he had successfully overcome them, he would turn his attention back to the north and the Frankish Duchy of Aquitaine, still under the governance of Duke Odo, otherwise called Odo the Great.
Prelude to the battle.
By the time of Abdul-Rahman's intention to invade Aquitaine, the Umayyads had some years before managed to gain control of Gascony, which at the time was a part of a personal union with Odo the Great's Aquitaine. Odo was painfully aware that if the Umayyads invaded again, that he could not rely on Charles Martel's support in order to fend the Umayyads off. At Toulouse in 721, Odo had had the element of surprise, but this time the Umayyads would be better prepared. Odo's legacy and moniker were made all the more interesting by the fact that he was surrounded by threats to Aquitanian authority, with the highly intimidating province of Al-Andalus to his south and the might of Charles Martel's kingdom of Francia to his north. Odo had to throw himself at the mercy of Charles Martel, but Martel was not on hand when Abdul-Rahman led a force through Gascony and toward the Aquitanian city of Bordeaux. Debate about the exact reasons for the Umayyad surge into French lands is quite fervent among historians. To the glancing eye, it looks like a classic case of expansionism, where the Umayyads were continuing to do what they had always done best, but this was just a continuation of what they had already accomplished in Egypt, Ifriqiya, the Maghreb, and Al-Andalus. However, further analysis reveals that Odo the Great had actually attempted to befriend a highly influential Umayyad governor of Berber origin and a direct opponent of Abdul-Rahman called Munuza, and someone who Abdul-Rahman had defeated preceding the invasion of Aquitaine. So Abdul-Rahman may have been seeking to punish Odo and the Aquitanians, and he would understand that much wealth in the Frankish kingdoms would exist in their monasteries. Abdul-Rahman stormed and overwhelmed the city of Bordeaux, which gave them the chance to target the rich monasteries of Aquitaine. Odo would gather his army, and the two met at the Battle of the River Garonne in 732, where Abdul-Rahman dealt the Aquitanians a crushing defeat, leading to Odo and the remains of his army fleeing north, and Abdul-Rahman and the Umayyads plundering the wealth of Aquitaine ahead of a further push northwards. By this time at least, decision-making within the Frankish kingdoms must have been made easier for them. Odo pledged submission to Charles Martel, which Charles Martel readily accepted in order to form a larger army bolstered by Odo and his troops, because Charles knew that it would only be a matter of time before Abdul Rahman would make another push northwards into the Frankish lands of the Loire Valley and the wealthy Basilica of St. Martin at the city of Tours.
The Battle of Tours.
The Battle of Tours is sometimes called the Battle of Poitiers due to the uncertainty around its location, which is generally thought to have taken place at a location between the two cities that was strategically suitable for Charles Martel. Charles is thought to have tracked the movements of Abdul Rahman and set up a defensive position from which to engage the Umayyad army. Charles's forces would have been flanked by those of Odo the Great and may have been protected by the courses of the local rivers or the presence of thick woodland too. With a lack of contemporary evidence, there is a lot of likelihood assumed by historians in relation to the specifics of the battle. We may safely assume through other campaigns that Charles's army, mainly made up from infantry, would have been arranged in a tightly packed phalanx. There may have been a good amount of cavalry, but we just don't have an accurate picture, and we're really not even sure how many were in the Frankish army. But we could be looking at anything up to 20 or 30,000 individuals. The weapons available to the Frankish army would have included long spears, swords and axes, and that the infantry is likely to have been well experienced by the Frankish campaigns eastwards during Charles Martel's seniority. The Umayyad army would have certainly had a good number of cavalry. Whether or not they were stirruped is a matter for debate, but the horsemen were almost certainly armed with swords and spears. The Umayyad infantry would have been armed with slings and javelins. There is mention of bowmen within the Umayyad army, but there does seem to be scant evidence of archers in general in relation to this battle. It may have been that Umayyad cavalry was lighter than the heavy cavalry that Charles Martel would have deployed, but Charles seems to have taken a defensive attitude, trying to act as a roadblock for Abdul Rahman's ambitions to reach the city of Tours, and it is suggested that Abdul Rahman was caught unaware by Charles Martel's military presence on the fateful day suggested by the accounts of both cultures to be October 732. Abdul Rahman is believed to have ordered the attack on Charles's army, unleashing the light cavalry. Odo the Great is likely to have been in command of the Frankish heavy cavalry, and his job was to absorb the attacks, while Charles would have commanded his army to stay tightly packed, knowing that his strategical position would have prevented the Umayyads from surrounding him. All Charles needed to do was stand firm and absorb the Umayyad advances, and at the opportune times attempt to kill as many Umayyad aggressors who broke rank, attempting to disunite the Frankish phalanx. It must have been a very grueling battle and a great test of attrition for both armies. Charles may have had to have absorbed a number of offences until he was able to issue a command to advance and take his chances against an Umayyad army depleted by failed attacks on the stubborn Frankish lines. But when he did, it is suggested that Odo attempted to target the Umayyad camp in order to cause disarray and plunder their booty. Abdul Rahman is said to have ordered a hasty retreat in order to protect the remains of his possessions. It was during this retreat that it has been suggested that Abdul Rahman was struck by a javelin and that he never made it back to the camp. With their great military leader and governor killed, the Umayyads went back to their camp, grabbed everything that they could, and made off back south before they were completely overrun by Charles and Odo's forces.
Aftermath.
The significance of this battle is heavily debated, but personally I believe that we do not need to read too much into certain aspects that can be glorified if we feel like it suits us to do so. The Umayyad Caliphate was an Islamic nation that in its Sunni observances was less fundamental than some of its rivals, such as the Alids and the Harijites, for example. The Umayyads of Al-Andalus would have contained much in the way of Berber influence, and their aim would have been to capture land and gather wealth. Visigoths, Aquitanians and Franks would have been Catholic nations, but their whole motivation would have been to protect what they had and defend their realms. The Battle of Tours can sometimes be portrayed as a great Christian European victory against the ideologically opposed Muslim armies from Arabia. But the reality was that Charles was fighting against Frankish rebels as well, such as the Saxons, the Frisians, and Alemanni on his northern and eastern frontiers, so unrest on his southern fronts was just another battle for Charles, no less and no more important than any other which threatened his lands. There's also not the same kind of mention of importance of Islamic conversion within Al-Andalus as there was in the initial Umayyad campaigns of the Middle East, so the Umayyad invasions of Francia seem to be motivated by wealth, much more than religious intent. Whatever the truth is, and however the Battle of Tours has been romanticised by religious enthusiasts in more modern times, there does not appear to be another Umayyad expansion attempt in Western Europe that matches the significance of this particular one. And the highly impressive Umayyad achievements reached their buffer at this point, with this now being a turning point for Frankish fortunes as they would go on to consolidate their rule over the lands of the modern country of France, restricting the Umayyads to the Iberian Peninsula. So while I am downplaying the religious aspect of this battle, suggesting that there was little in the way of religious intent behind the battle, certainly the religious implications of the battle were highly significant. We may have seen much of Western Europe converted to Islamic rule by an Umayyad victory at the Battle of Tours, and history may have been significantly different had the outcome have been different. Odo returned to Aquitaine after the battle to govern his recovered realm. Odo may have died 3 years after the battle. Aquitaine and Francia continued to have a strained relationship in the decades following this battle, and as such, Francia would end up conquering and annexing the territory in 769. This was by no means permanent at this point, with the Aquitanians playing a very important role in medieval politics until the modern age, after which it would be a permanent part of the Kingdom of France. Aquitanians would look back to Duke Odo as an Aquitanian hero and an important and proud individual in their own history. The Umayyads were overthrown in their Middle East heartlands by the Abbasids during the 750s, but Umayyad dynasties continued to rule in Al-Andalus, so an independent emirate was declared in Iberia, centred at the capital city of Cordova, which would stand firm as an established nation for a number of centuries, eventually succumbing to the successes of the Reconquista, which we will discuss further in future episodes. Charles Martel was never the king of Francia, but his legacy is interesting. Clovis is often seen as the first great Frankish ruler and the first king of France in the eyes of modern French people who wish to be proud of their country's rich history. Due to the incredible political achievements of Charles Martel's grandson, Charlemagne, we tend to see Charlemagne as the great, iconic early medieval imperial ruler of France. Charles Martel died in 741, 9 years after the Battle of Tours, and certainly at least in his 50s. By the time of his death, not only was the need for a Merovingian king unnecessary, there was not even one declared. Charles had no priority on announcing a king, and the rule of the Frankish kingdom was firmly in Charles's hands. His son, Pepin the Short, father of Charlemagne, took control of the Frankish realms in the aftermath of Charles Martel's death and declared himself as the King of the Franks in 751. Interestingly, many people state that the Carolingian kings of France were named after their famous King Charlemagne, but Pepin the Short represented the first Carolingian king in France, following the lack of importance of the Merovingian line, so it is much more likely that the Carolingian line is actually named in honour of Pepin's father, Charles Martel. Thank you very much for listening to this week's episode of the History of the World podcast, where we explored the Battle of Tours and the meeting between the Umayyads, who were the first Islamic entity who entered into European lands, and they were up against the Franks, this huge growing nation that would eventually sort of give birth really to what we conceive as the French and German nations ultimately. So a great battle, and quite pivotal in the story of history in Europe. So thank you so much for listening, and we'll move on now to some other features.
The Ancient World Cup.
Well, we're almost to the end of the first round. It's almost quite unbelievable. We've been through 15 of the groups, and next week will be the final group of the first round. It seemed like such a big mission, didn't it, at the start, and then suddenly now we're through to the knockout stages very nearly. The second from last group took place this week just gone, and the four teams involved were the two of the Germanic tribes who succeeded in the decline of the Western Roman Empire, the Vandals and the Visigoths. Then we had the Siambe, who were equally sort of quite successful in the aftermath of the fall of Han China. They sort of stepped in and took advantage of that. And then the other one was very old society called the Mycenaeans, who we explored in way back in Volume 2. So let's go and have a look at the results. So, just pulling them up there. Let's have a look. It was very, very close, actually. Very close indeed. We had runaway winners with 44% of the vote was the Mycenaeans, and then it was very, very tight for second place, and we had to sort of take a view across all of the platforms. I think there was just one vote in it, if I'm not mistaken. So in second place, with 25% of the vote, and going through to the next round, were the Visigoths, which means that in third place, narrowly missing out with 22% of the vote, were the Vandals, and finally, bottom of the pile were with 8% of the vote, the Siambe. And so that concludes Group O. Next week is Group P, and let's have a look at who we've got. So the four teams that we've got, the last four teams that will be taking part in this year's competition, will be the Shang China, the dynasty of the Shang China, who were the first confirmed Chinese dynasty. The first one that we really have irrefutable evidence of their existence. So they were around before the Zhou dynasty, the Shang dynasty of China. We've got the Assyrians, who had a long and rich history and sort of came and went a bit. They were always traditional rivals of the Babylonians, but certainly Iron Age specialists, and they managed to survive the Late Bronze Age collapse narrowly. Then the third team got Qin China. So we got two Chinese cultures in this group. Qin China, very short-lived, but certainly the legacy is considerable. Qin Shi Huang, who was their main emperor throughout most of their existence, was the man responsible for the construction of the terracotta army at his Great Pyramid tomb, and certainly has been noted to be the first great emperor of China that ever ruled their lands. And then finally we've got the Achaemenid Persians. Well, goodness me, what can you say about the Achaemenids? They're originally under Cyrus the Great established this huge empire, the first real Persian empire that we saw. Great battles against the Greek polities, certainly responsible for the emancipation of the Israelites from Babylon, and certainly really the creators of Persian culture as we reflect on it today. So what a good group, what an interesting group. Shang China, Assyria, Qin China, and Achaemenid Persia. Look out on Facebook, Twitter, and the Capital Discussion Forum for your ability to vote.
Listener messages and reviews.
Now, as ever, we remind you that if you want to support the podcast, you can do so. You can go to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website, click on the Patreon link, and sign up to make a monthly contribution. And everything that you contribute really does help the podcast to improve. It enables me to invest in better equipment, in sort of online projects that can enhance the podcast's ability to reach out to more people, and certainly enable me to purchase more resources by which I can get a much better picture of what I need to write in order to tell you a great story each week. So your contributions really do make a difference. And when you do make a contribution to the History of the World podcast, you become a member of the History of the World podcast Illuminati. And it gives me great pleasure this week to welcome Barrett Arlo and Cassie Castle into the History of the World podcast Illuminati. Now let's find out who's written in this week. We've got Aaron Hurties has written in. But hi Chris, I hope you're doing well in this wild and crazy world in which we live. Thank you very much for the keychain magnet and coaster I just received this week. I particularly love the coaster as I am very much a coffee enthusiast. The arrival of your package is timely as I've recently caught up with the show. I started listening in 2020 when my girlfriend was living in different were living in different cities, where my girlfriend and I were living in different cities, I think that's your dream. And we were driving backwards and forwards on weekends. Your way of telling the story is simply spectacular, and the depth of the information is inspiring. I would be very interested to know how you process so much information in such a short amount of time to produce an episode each week, if you would be willing to share. I would also like to follow up on a comment made by Tobias Horsewith from several weeks back, Volume 4, Episode 12. He had pointed out that one of the many charms of Volume 1 and 2 were the episodes where you talk about daily life, such as food, working life, education, tools and weapons, religions and beliefs, social structures, technology, etc. There's been a noticeable absence of these episodes in Volume 3 and 4. I fully accept and empathise with your response that as the podcast gets closer to the present day, history becomes more complicated and you need to focus on the key figures and events in order to keep the things manageable. However, I think one of the more interesting things behind historical events are the motives of the people driving events and the why of the events that happen. These are things that are always strongly influenced by cultural and social norms, religion, laws and political structures, and sometimes even technology. Without understanding these drivers of history, there's a risk of succumbing to the dates and names version of history that is so often uncharitably portrayed in pop culture. Keeping in mind your point about keeping things manageable, would you consider including episodes on these topics once in a while? It wouldn't have to be often for every culture, just the key ones. For example, how did the Christian and Muslim societies of the Middle Ages differ, and why did this so often put them at odds? What made the Germans different from the Byzantines and led them to butt heads? Why was the medieval era so much more violent than previous eras? Your recent episode on the Merovingians was a fantastic case in how a changing political structure, the rise of the mayors, totally reshaped the Frankish political and social landscape. Your battle episode sets a good precedent for doing episodes like this, where you take some time to explore a specific event to highlight the broader impacts it had. In this case, the focus would just be on the cultural and social factors rather than the militaristic factors. Anyway, that is my 2 cents. Do with it what you will. The show remains magnificent, and I look forward to the new episode each week. Take care. With gratitude from Canada, Aaron Hurties. Thank you, Aaron. Very in-depth message there, but very interesting nonetheless. And I think in order not to answer that in great detail, I think I will cover things such as like certainly when we were talking about the Persians, I sort of looked at Zoroastrianism, but certainly with cultural aspects such as the ones that emerged in China, Confucianism and Taoism, that kind of thing. In China was sort of emerged during a period of history of China, so we sort of covered that to some degree within the episodes, and certainly as we get nearer the modern age, we find that a lot of the cultural developments had maybe already happened. Those cultural developments that influenced the direction of humankind had already taken place, and so really we would just be sort of amalgamating information within the episodes themselves. So like the fact that, as you mentioned, the nature of how Frankish kingdoms and their kings, their Merovingian kings, became insignificant. We covered that, so I do think we are still covering things like that. But I have noted that one or two of you have mentioned it, so it's not just you that's noticed this, Aaron. But I think it's just something that we have to sort of understand. We can't necessarily. We almost have to correct certain things, like the things you mentioned about Christian and Muslim societies in the Middle Ages. Really didn't care about each other that much, to be honest with you. They cared more about their neighbours, their geographical neighbours, and we find things like the Crusades have been glorified as this great meeting of Christians and Muslims who are ideologically opposite to one another, and it's really not the case, to be honest with you. Christian and Muslim societies, often live healthily alongside each other, and it's only people that wish to sort of divide them, that try and glorify things like the Crusades, and once again, like today's episode, it's almost seen as the stopping Islam from taking over Christendom. It really wasn't like that for me. As I read the facts, it looked like a society that was trying to expand in the same way that many others were, and throughout history. So it didn't seem like a completely different set of circumstances whatsoever. What made the Germans different from the Byzantines that led them to butt heads? It was really just, once again, Germans trying to take Byzantine lands and Byzantines just trying to subjugate them. Once again, it's just all about power, influence, wealth, owning lands, and all of that. It's really you can look too deeply beyond the surface for reasons why cultures are different, and because we all come from different nations and we compete in sporting events and we get great pleasure out of England having rivals in Germany and German rivals in England. We try and look back into our cultural histories for in-depth reasons why we're rivals. There's no real in-depth reason. We're all the same. We all have the same motivations, like historically, and that is just to be wealthy and live comfortable lives. So really, yeah, I mean, it's interesting to look at those things, but sometimes we can put too much emphasis on things that don't exist. So hopefully the History of the World podcast over the course of its production will highlight those things and make us think somewhat differently about the way that we perceive the world that we live in and the way that we perceive history and those things that have happened in our education and in years gone by that are almost like propagandist ways to make us feel and think differently to how we should probably think in a much more tolerant and open-minded way. You know, the way that we're educated by schools and media sometimes isn't necessarily correct because it suits political stances for us to look at the world in certain ways. So I hope that makes sense. A bit of a ramble, but somewhat my response to that email, Aaron, and it's a very, very interesting discussion. So I encourage us to debate those facts certainly a lot more. And if you do want to, then just certainly open up some discussions on the Tapatalk forum, which is the History of the World podcast discussion forum, which you can access through the Interact link on the website. Okay, in stark contrast, Leah Jarvis has written in a very brief message. Hello, Chris, just wanted to write in and let you know how much I appreciate your hard work. I drive trucks, long haul, and you have kept me company on many of a lonely night. Thank you, just a modern trader. Thank you very much, Leah. Very kind of you to write that message in, and nice to hear from you. Thank you so much. Hope you don't feel too lonely. Ryan Schaffer has put, Chris, thank you for the podcast. I discovered your project late and have just caught up recently. I grew up in New Mexico and have been familiar with the naming of Clovis Man for a while, but was surprised to hear the story of why the city was called Clovis in the first place. Your most recent episode, Volume 4, Episode 15, was a good one, and that fact about my home state will stick with me. Thank you for the effort you put into your work. It is truly fascinating. Thanks a lot, Ryan. These stories that we don't necessarily know about, and suddenly we're very surprised. You know, sometimes we don't even think about it, and it can be a nice surprise to hear the reasons why things are the way that they are. Next email I've got it from Nicholas Kurz. But hi, Chris, shout out to Ukraine and anything that brings more equality, prosperity and peace for humanity that in turn can provide the sustainability for all life on our miraculous planet. I always learn something new from old episodes. I missed the part in Volume 1, Episode 4 where the explanation of hair loss in erectus was attributed to having to run to catch prey. Completely makes sense, as does you making a permanent auditory record of human history, so that I may, at my pleasure and free of charge, revisit these episodes and expand my knowledge. Thanks again, Chris. Peace out, Nick. Well, yeah, I mean, but that is a theory. That is a theory about the explanation of hair loss. So just be aware. We don't know that that's the reason, but we suspect it could be a reason. So always be open-minded. Chuck Dealey, Teal. Chuck Teal, maybe, I don't know. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Hi, Chris. I really enjoy listening to your podcast, as it is all very fascinating information. Like you, I too found an interest in history later in life, especially with various podcasts. Your podcast promises to incorporate much information from a variety of sources and ties things together very well. After your main podcast on the Franks today, you mentioned the invasion of the Russian army that is ongoing, and referenced the country being invaded as the Ukraine. Here in the USA, politicians and media refer to the country as Ukraine. I remember a time when it was referred to as the Ukraine, but that seems to have changed, much as the pronunciation of different places in the world changes over time. Can you possibly explain which is the proper term for that country and why? Thanks, Chuck and Teal. Now, yes, the country is called Ukraine. When I said the Ukraine, it was really just an old-fashioned colloquialism. And I'd like to apologise to anyone who doesn't like that colloquialism, the Ukraine. I think today it's not acceptable really to call it the Ukraine. Ukrainians tend to not feel that it's an appropriate way to refer to their country because it almost suggests that we're referring to it as the borderlands of Russia because the etymological roots of the word Ukraine are suspected to mean borderlands, and so therefore to distinguish it, to make it distinct, we should call it Ukraine, and the media has been encouraged to do that, and so my sincerest apologies for my ignorance and my lack of knowledge, and for not correcting the colloquialism that I picked up in my younger years when it was more often heard. So thank you so much, Chuck, for that email. It has educated me about how to refer to the country of Ukraine correctly. And once again, as I say, I apologise. I didn't mean to be ignorant, but thank you, Chuck, and that was an excellent email. And that's possibly the reason why that colloquialism exists. So there you go. I think that's it for the emails this week. Just enough time once again to thank you for listening to this week's episode. Next week will be a very interesting episode indeed, where we'll continue the story of the Franks and get more familiar with the wonderful Charlemagne, who, what a great historical character of the medieval period he was. Very, very significant character, and one that we'll cover in next week's episode. So next week it will be part 2 of the Frankish story. We'll look forward to that. Thanks again for listening this week. Don't forget to rate and review, and do consider making a financial commitment through Patreon. Until next week, thanks a lot and be good.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Haslett. Please consider making a financial contribution by going to the History of the World podcast.com website and clicking on the Patreon link. Email the show at historyoftheworldpodcast@mail.com. And don't forget to join our social media at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Tumblr. See you next time.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Haslett. Volume 4, The Medieval World, Episode 17, The Franks, Part 2. Francia and Aquitaine to stand together in the face of the threat of Al-Andalus, when this new Muslim state of the Iberian Peninsula invaded the Frankish kingdom. Charles Martel, the mayor of the palace in Francia, alongside Odo the Great, the Duke of Aquitaine, fought off the aggressions of the Umayyad Caliphate and sent them back home without their leader and to some degree empty-handed. Charles Martel's tenure in control of Francia is highly significant in the fact that it changed the direction of French history. Charles was a member of the family line called the Carolingian dynasty, with its most famous member being Charles's grandson, Charlemagne. Despite being in control of Francia, Charles Martel was not a king. In fact, the king of Francia during the time around the Battle of Tours in 732 was a Merovingian monarch called Theodoric IV. But he was no more than a child when he acceded to the throne in 721, and Charles kept him in captivity during his reign. So the kings had no part to play in ruling the kingdom at this point at all. When Theodoric died in 737, Charles Martel had been ruling the Frankish kingdom anyway, so the fact that he did not appoint a successor made absolutely no difference whatsoever. Often the role of the mayor of the palace, which was Charles Martel's official posting, would be hereditary. When Charles Martel died in 743, his posting would pass down his family line, but because he had two sons, Francia would have to be split between those sons. So his eldest son, Carloman, became the mayor of the palace in the Frankish realm of Austrasia, while his other son, who would come to be known as Pepin the Short, became the mayor of the palace in the Frankish realm of Neustria. However, as can be expected after the reign of a strong and well-established leader, after their death, many individuals would challenge the two sons of Charles Martel, and so they felt it would add some legitimacy to their rule to instate a new Merovingian king, something that Charles Martel had very little interest in doing. So a new Merovingian king called Childeric III was crowned, but so insignificant by now were the Frankish kings that we cannot even be certain of his parentage. Childeric, like Theodoric before him, was denied any authority whatsoever. Carloman's rule was somewhat mysterious in that he ruled capably and actively for around 6 years before retiring to a monastery. Carloman could very well have been a pious man, but history tells us that his brother, Pepin the Short, was a very ambitious man who may have coerced his brother into this course of action, and he could have been supported by the Pope, who himself, due to his high religious standing, could be very influential as Catholic rulers felt more security if they were legitimised by God, and the way to obtain this blessing could be through the Pope, the Bishop of Rome. If this was the case, then this particular time is incredibly significant in European history and possibly a moment that is not referenced enough. The Pope at the time was Pope Zachary, and he was having significant problems with the Lombards in Italy attempting to control and plunder the Catholic churches under the King Liutprand. However, the papacy was also having its issues with the Byzantines, who were politically in charge of Rome and had changed the political attitudes of Catholicism by taking a new iconoclastic attitude towards icon worship, with icon worship being something that the Pope still supported. So Pope Zachary would negotiate a peace with Liutprand in order to get Liutprand to turn his aggressions towards the Byzantine provincial capital at Ravenna. Pope Zachary still felt very nervous about Lombard ambitions though, and with the death of Liutprand in 744, knew that he could do with more support. This is where we can place a significant amount of intrigue in the story of the relationship between Pope Zachary and Pepin, the mayor of the Palace of Neustria. We know that Pepin's older brother, Carloman, decided to renounce his position as mayor of the Palace of Austrasia in 747. In It would be after this time that Pepin would approach Pope Zachary and ask him whether he believed that the title of king should be the honour of someone like Childeric III, a man who was only king because he descended from the Merovingian dynasty of kings, or whether the honour should be that of a man like Pepin, who was the actual ruler of the kingdom. Pope Zachary's response is something that would shape European politics for many centuries to come. Zachary declared that it was Pepin who should be the actual king, and would allow Pepin to legitimately, in the eyes of God, officially depose Childeric III and declare himself the king of the Franks in 751. This would mark the beginning of the Carolingian dynasty of Frankish kings, the descendants of Charles Martel. Figures of Europe in centuries to come would place great importance on papal approval to determine who should be kings of their respective Christian realms, and there would also be great importance on papal disapproval, which would often come in the form of excommunication from the Catholic Church, a feature of European medieval stories. Zachary's motivations may have been to gain the support of a powerful ally. By giving Pepin the legitimacy to rule his kingdom directly, he could invite Pepin to become involved in Italian politics and stand up against the possible aggressions of the Lombards after the papacy and the Lombards had successfully expelled the Byzantines from Ravenna. With Pepin's coronation at God's approval came a duty and a responsibility to protect God's church from its enemies, and in this case, following Byzantine expulsion from Italy, it would be the Lombards. Pepin wasted little time in attacking the Lombards in the now former Byzantine Exarchate of Ravenna and defeating them, before handing the conquered territories over to the Pope in the year 756 in an event called the Donation of Pepin. The new papal territory became known as the Papal States. Pepin eventually died in the year 768, and the rule of the kingdom of the Franks passed down to Pepin's son, Charlemagne and Carloman. Charlemagne, younger brother of Carloman, was a considerable man. By most accounts, he was tall and towered over most of his contemporaries, admittedly at a time when we believe that the average height of a Frenchman was less than you would find today. It was suggested that along with his height, he was well built, so he would have had an impressive and awesome physical stature. He would have been approximately a ripe 21 years old at the time of his father's death. Carloman and Charlemagne were very wary of each other, to the point where Charlemagne decided to enter into a political marriage with the daughter of the king of the Lombards. The king of the Lombards was a man called Desiderius, and he would have ambitions of gaining influence over the Papal States by instating his own antipope. He failed in this quest, so Charlemagne's marriage to the Lombard princess Desiderata was a concern for the successful and newly elected Pope Stephen III. The following year, Charlemagne declared his marriage to Desiderata void. Carloman died at a mysteriously young age, just 3 years after he and his brother acceded to the Frankish thrones, and Charlemagne made a move to take control of his brother's former lands in order to reunite the Frankish kingdom under one rule again. Carloman's wife fled Francia into the lands of the Lombards in Italy, being ruled by Desiderius, who welcomed them warmly as enemies of Charlemagne, the man who shamed Desiderius' own daughter. Desiderius appealed to the Pope to recognise Carloman's children as the rightful successors to the throne of the Frankish kingdom, but this came to nothing, as the Pope would see a much more fruitful relationship in prospect with the powerful-looking Charlemagne. Charlemagne was viewed already as a capable king, with intelligence and authority that was apparent both in his personality and his politics. The notion that Charlemagne was a factor in the downfall and demise of his older brother is impossible to ignore, and his reign after becoming the sole ruler of the Frankish kingdom served only to cement his reputation for his capabilities. Authority in the Duchy of Aquitaine had waned since the days of Odo the Great earlier in the 8th century, and Aquitanian autonomy was taken away from them in a direct aftermath of Pepin the Short's death in 768. The duchy would become subject to Charlemagne's frontier, which signalled the beginning of his imperial expansion. The death of his brother Carloman enticed a close relationship between Charlemagne and the papacy, which enabled the papacy to invite Charlemagne to do battle with the Lombards in Italy. But Charlemagne had already started expanding his influence elsewhere. In 772, Charlemagne had started war with the Saxons in the north of his realm. The Saxons were a group of pagan Germanic tribes who were to the east of the Rhine River, which was once the political border between the Romans of Gaul in the west and the Germanic tribes in the east. The Saxons were claimed to have attacked the Frankish city of Deventer, forcing Charlemagne to declare war on them. But some historians believe that Charlemagne may have fabricated this story to create propaganda about the Saxons falsely being the aggressors. This may not be all that far-fetched, because historians also suspect that the donation of Pepin was actually a fabricated document by the papacy, which pledged that Charlemagne's father had pledged conquered Byzantine lands in Italy to the ownership of the papacy, creating the Papal States. So lies and propaganda by high-standing figures in an illiterate but politically pressurised 8th century Europe seem very possible in general. Whatever the circumstances, Charlemagne had already started campaigns against the Saxons in the lowlands of northwest Europe when his attention was turned towards the Lombards in Italy. Charlemagne campaigned in Italy against King Desiderius of the Lombards, who had protected the family of Charlemagne's brother and attempted to bring them to power over Charlemagne, giving Charlemagne a justification to make war with him. The new Pope, Hadrian, actively encouraged Charlemagne, citing Desiderius as a political enemy. After a siege of the Lombard capital of Pavia, the city fell and Charlemagne captured Desiderius, deposed him, and declared himself the new king of the Lombards, bringing the Lombard kingdom into the Frankish Empire, also referred to as the Carolingian Empire. This would also include the lands of Venetia and Dalmatia and the island of Corsica. Charlemagne would turn his attentions back to the Saxons in the north before receiving an invitation to be politically involved in the affairs of the Iberian Peninsula, similarly to how the Pope invited him to be involved in Italian affairs. This time it would be at the invitation of the Muslim Wali of Barcelona and Girona, Rabbi. Charlemagne would take an army into northern Spain, but when he arrived, he was simply offered a tribute to leave again. Charlemagne took his tribute and retreated with his army to the city of Pamplona, traditionally a city belonging to the indigenous Basque people of northern Iberia, bordering the region of Gascony, alternatively referred to as Vasconia. The Basques, and similarly the Duchy of Gascony, had been in the centre of politics between the outgoing Visigoths, the incoming Umayyads, and the expanding Franks for most of the century, and we can assume that the Basques were no strangers to making diplomatic relationships with those around them. When Charlemagne retreated to Pamplona, he saw the city as part of a buffer land between the Frankish-influenced Duchy of Gascony and the foreign aggressors of the Umayyad territories of Iberia, and saw fit to remove the fortifications of the city to prevent it from becoming a fortress from which anti-Frankish forces could conduct operations. This act by Charlemagne infuriated the Basques, who saw this as a disrespectful debilitation of their great city, and as such, Charlemagne's army was attacked while heading back to Frankish lands. Not only was this unexpected, but it was disastrous, and a harsh lesson to Charlemagne who had treated the Basque city with arrogant pomposity. Charlemagne's ambitions were not diminished in general, though, and he would complete his conquest of West Saxony by 782. Some have suggested that Charlemagne's treatment of the Saxons in this territory was genocidal, with reports of mass execution. It can be the case with historical stories from this period to be somewhat skewed by bias, but there does seem to be a sense of ruthlessness about Charlemagne and the lengths that he was willing to go to achieve his aims. By the conclusion of the 8th century, Charlemagne had been able to bring Old Saxony and Bavaria under his direct influence. In 795, the new pope was Leo III. Leo appeared to be in between an ideological struggle between the Franks and the Byzantines. Both parties would be attracted by having a pope that would favour each of their empires because of the Christian identity of most of Europe. Papal influence was quite an important thing to have. If the other nations of Europe were Christian, they would be more likely to listen to the Pope. So therein lies the importance of having a Pope who favoured your nation. The Byzantines supported Leo in becoming the Pope, and Charlemagne would send him gifts of treasure that may have been plundered from the Pannonian Avars who occupied lands in Eastern Europe. Pro-Byzantine individuals would have great concerns over the loyalties of the Pope Leo III, and in the year 799, Leo was attacked during a procession. Fortunately, pro-Frankish men rescued Leo and took him to a place of safety back in Frankish territory where he would be treated like royalty by Charlemagne. The Byzantines, in their attempts to influence the papacy by shaming Leo and deposing him, had pushed the Pope into the protection of the Franks. What followed would further advance the fracture between the Church of Rome and the Church of Constantinople, which would result in the Great Schism of the 11th century. Leo and Charlemagne would rebuke the Byzantine Empire for having a female empress, suggesting that she would therefore be unfit to be given the title of Roman Emperor, with the Byzantine Empire being the natural continuation of the celebrated classical Roman Empire. The Byzantine Empress was a woman called Irene, and ironically she stood against iconoclasm, something which had brought her dynastic predecessors into ideological conflict with the Pope earlier in the century. This made no difference to Leo and Charlemagne, who would want to further cement the bond between the Franks and the papacy that had led to Charlemagne's father protecting the papacy against the Lombards of the generation previous. So on Christmas Day on the year 800, Pope Leo III announced Charlemagne as the Holy Roman Emperor, a renewing of a Roman tradition of great emperors that was befitting of classical Rome and approved by the Church at the city of Rome, and in the face of these Byzantine pretenders to uphold the Roman name. The Byzantines would not recognise this new Roman emperor, knowing that their realm was the true political descendant of the Roman Empire. They would declare Leo's act as illegal. Charlemagne himself would not be entirely comfortable with Leo's proclamation either, as he probably didn't fancy a potential continental war between the Frankish Empire and the Byzantine Empire, the two greatest political factions of the age. Charlemagne's solution was to propose marriage to the Byzantine Empress Irene. Charlemagne's suggestion may not have been completely harebrained, as Irene had political opponents in Constantinople and may have believed that an alliance with Charlemagne could protect her position. Irene's opponents in Constantinople moved quickly to depose her, and the idea of the marriage was gone. Charlemagne continued to reign as the king of the Franks until his death in 814, maybe in his late 60s or early 70s. Charlemagne's devotion to the church stretched beyond the simple political relationship with the Pope. Charlemagne sought to Christianise those peoples, mainly pagans, that he conquered and subjugated, and mainly in Middle Europe, where he possessed the vast lands of the modern countries of Germany and Austria, and had influence overland stretching to the modern countries of Poland, Slovakia, Hungary and Croatia, just to give a mind's eye view of just how successful Charlemagne's campaigns were. His great Christian empire overshadowed the size of the 9th century Byzantine Empire. Charlemagne initiated the construction and establishment of monasteries and cathedrals built with impressive modern architectural styles and grandeur, which would naturally encourage libraries and schools and universities that would give rise to great cultural advances in Francia. Charlemagne respected the achievements of the classical Roman Empire of centuries gone by, with its great advances in academia, and sought to emulate that by encouraging a relationship between education and religion, where one would not necessarily dominate the other. Charlemagne also made great advances in the political governance of his realm, with the introduction of laws and the standardization of coinage, and the introduction of weights and measures to improve the integrity of trade within the empire. Charlemagne's achievements and legacy is considerable. Even the less obvious things, such as the introduction of spacings and punctuation to the written word in order to make writing easier to understand, and the recreation of Roman documents that had fallen into disuse, that would enable great knowledge to spread throughout a previously semi-nomadic culture of Central Europe. Modernisation of agricultural techniques to the lands of Central Europe were a byproduct of this spread of knowledge. The legacy of Charlemagne is very easy to understate, and as such we refer to the advances of culture during this period as the Carolingian Renaissance.
After Charlemagne,
Frankish tradition dictates that the kingdom shall be split between the surviving sons of the outgoing monarch upon his death. In Charlemagne's case, he had one surviving son, who is known to history as Louis the Pious. We have seen so often in history that when a great ruler dies, that the rule of his realm becomes more fragile as a consequence. So Louis the Pious had seemingly an impossible task ahead of him to maintain the Frankish Empire and fill his father's shoes. Charlemagne had attempted to solve two problems very early in his own reign by dealing with the fact that Aquitaine had been recently absorbed into Francia. He declared his infant son Louis as the King of Aquitaine, ruling as a ceremonial king to acknowledge Aquitaine as a kingdom in its own right, and this would also allow Louis to grow up as a named king, to prepare him for life as a king. Louis would also inherit his father's title as the Holy Roman Emperor, the papal designation of Emperor of the Romans, in direct opposition to the Byzantine Emperor's claim to be the Roman Emperor. Louis would be anointed as the Holy Roman Emperor by the Pope Stephen IV, who would also anoint Louis's wife, Ermengarde, as the Holy Roman Empress. Ermengarde may have been a member of the Rabbi family of Francia. We know that the couple had 3 sons at this time who were around adolescence when their parents were anointed by the Pope. Their names were Lothaire, Pepin, and Louis. So potentially this would mean that the vast Frankish Empire would be split between these 3 sons upon Louis the Pious's eventual passing. However, it was Louis's wife and queen, Ermengarde, who passed away, while still around only 40 years of age. Influential members of the Frankish court encouraged Louis to remarry, and so a bride show was organised. We have stumbled across the concept of bride shows before while talking about Byzantine emperors. The concept of the bride show being that eligible ladies from various realms were sent to the bride show for consideration to be the emperor's new wife. From this bride show, a woman called Judith was selected to become Louis' second wife, and she was the daughter of the Count of Bavaria, which would help to cement relationships between the Frankish crown and the Bavarian county within the Frankish Empire. Not long into the marriage, and Judith would give birth to a daughter, and then, more consequentially, a son called Charles. Judith was very keen to secure a future for her son, and as such she would secure the lands of Charles's ownership. The problem being that these lands were originally intended for the possession of Louis's first son by Ermengarde, namely Lothair. Lothair was obviously furious that his father, the king, would allow this to happen. What followed was a game of diplomacy and depositions, as Lothair would look to make alliances with his brothers and various wealthy statesmen and landowners throughout the vast empire in order to take control of the empire and make all the decisions himself. Not everybody would support Lothair and chose to stick with his father Louis the Pious, so any depositions were only temporary, as Louis would come back. At one stage, Pope Gregory IV tried to arbitrate between the parties, but this failed to resolve the differences between Louis and his sons, who were now all involved. The stability of the Frankish Empire that existed under Charlemagne was now gone. Further dissent was due to come when Louis the Pious eventually died in the year 840, and of the 4 sons of Louis, 3 were still alive, as he had outlived his second son by Ermengarde, namely Pepin of Aquitaine. On Louis the Pious's death, his eldest son Lothair made a move to take complete control of the entire Frankish Empire. Not only would this be against the will of his half-brother Charles, but it would also annoy his surviving brother, Louis, who had previously been his ally. Charles and Louis formed an alliance against Lothair and defeated him in battle, forcing him to acknowledge that he would have to respectfully negotiate terms with his brothers. The subsequent Treaty of Verdun in 843 would look to resolve the situation by splitting the Frankish Empire into 3 parts. Charles would receive the westernmost portion of the empire, similar in geography to the modern country of France. Charles is known to history as Charles the Bald, the youngest of Louis the Pious's sons, and we refer to his given realm as the West Francia. Charles the Bald was not bald, but may have been referred to as bald due to his initial lack of lands. The youngest of Louis the Pious's sons by his first wife Ermengarde was also called Louis, and he was granted all of the easternmost lands of the Frankish Empire, actually equivalent roughly to the modern countries of Germany and Austria. Louis is referred to in history as Louis the German, because his lands can be interpreted as an early version of the modern nation-state of Germany. As for the domineering Lothair, he would be granted the lands in the middle of these West Francia and East Francian lands, equivalently roughly to Netherlands, Belgium, Alsace, Switzerland and modern Italy. Lothair would also be allowed to retain the title of Emperor of the Romans. Organisation would be necessary, as there were outsiders looking to take advantage of the fractures within the Frankish Empire, such as the Saracen Muslim warriors, Bulgarians, Magyars from Hungary, and even Viking raiders in the north. Lothair's name is preserved in the name of the French borderland region of Lorraine, a derivative of the name Lotharingia, which was a core part of the original realm of Middle Francia, established during the Treaty of Verdun.
The decline of the Carolingians.
As the new kings produced more offspring, the fracturing of the Frankish Empire threatened to keep repeating itself, and thus further debilitating any kind of central authority. Those external threats who were more willing to show a centralised approach to their rulership would surely pose a serious threat to Frankish lands as a consequence. The papacy would often be called on for arbitration purposes, and this would also bolster the standing of the papacy on a political level in European affairs. The Pope would be able to get away with making decisions about successions that would have never stood up in previous decades. Certainly under the reigns of Charlemagne and Louis the Pious, the Pope would be obliged to listen to and be politically influenced by the Frankish Emperor. Now things were different. Fear of excommunication from the Roman Catholic Church was a reality for those rulers who did not heed the word of the Pope. Louis the German's youngest son was called Charles, known to history as Charles the Fat. Once again, we really don't know exactly why he's retrospectively referred to as Charles the Fat, as there is no contemporary evidence of him being fat. Charles inherited East Francia after the death of his father Louis the German in 876, and due to a number of diplomatic twists and turns in the following years, Charles would become the King of Italy and the Emperor of the Romans, and the King of West Francia by 884. This was as close as the Frankish Empire would come to the glory of the Carolingian Empire that existed at the beginning of this, the 9th century, under one monarch. During this time, Viking raiders would enter the River Seine from the English Channel and sail up to the city of Paris. This was not the first time that the Vikings had targeted Paris, as they had successfully raided it during the reign of Charles the Fat's uncle, Charles the Bald. Charles the Bald had to offer a substantial ransom to the Vikings to send them on their way. Now, the Vikings were back and ready to steal some more wealth for themselves. Initially, it would fall on the shoulders of Count Odo of Paris to defend the city against the Vikings, and he did so gallantly in the face of some terrorizing Viking capabilities. Thanks to the leadership of Count Odo, Paris did not fall despite continued Viking attempts to crush the city into submission. Count Odo was depending on King Charles the Fat to come to Paris's aid and deal the Vikings a crushing military defeat that would frighten them away and make them think twice about ever attacking Paris again. When Charles the Fat arrived, he would pay the Vikings a measly tribute and convince them to travel further upriver into Burgundian territories to raid their lands instead. Even though the Vikings moved on, Count Odo would consider this to be a weak solution and knew that the Vikings would view the French as fair game should they ever be short of a bit of wealth in the future. So when Charles the Fat died in 888, Odo would ensure that Paris would not come under the rule of a disinterested king from an entitled Carolingian dynasty and put himself forward as the new king of West Francia, which he would be elected to do. This marked the end of the Carolingian period of French history. Carolingians would still play an important role in the following decades of French history, but Odo himself was a reversion. So for the first time since the rule of Pepin the Short, the Carolingian list of monarchs had been interrupted. Odo's rule marked the definitive change in political direction of West Francia from East Francia, with West Francia now on its journey to becoming the Kingdom of France, and East Francia on its journey to becoming the Kingdom of Germany and the Holy Roman Empire. The Vikings did indeed return quite famously in the year 911. One of the Viking chiefs involved in this particular raid of Frankish territory was a man called Rollo. Rollo would be granted lands on the northern coast of West Francia as a deterrent from making future raids, and this would be the birth of the Duchy of Normandy, which will feature heavily in future medieval stories within this volume, not least of all when discussing the 11th century Duke William of Normandy, who would become known as William the Conqueror after successfully invading the country of England across the sea on the British Isles. These were the results of the decisions of the West Francia king, Charles the Simple, and they would have seemed quite weak, but by now the governance of Frankish territories had descended into a bit of a free-for-all, with local dukes and counts gaining enough power to not have to blindly obey the Frankish royal rulers. This would lead to incursions by the Magyars into eastern Frankish lands during the 10th century that the Frankish rulers would show very little interest in dealing with, just simply leaving matters to the local governors. This This lack of secular cohesiveness also allowed the church to begin to attain more political power and influence, with the Abbey of Cluny being a fine example of a Burgundian Benedictine monastery being granted independent lands that were exempt from accountability to the Frankish crown, only deeming themselves to be accountable to the Pope. The decline of royal secularism would lead Frankish lands towards a feudal system, and we will examine feudal systems in later episodes. We will also explore the battles between East Francia, representing the Holy Roman Empire, and the Magyars. During the 10th century, we focus on the Battle of Lechfeld, so we can pick up the diverged stories of the former Francian lands in future episodes too, that will examine the Holy Roman Empire as well as Western monasticism and the papacy. Charles the Simple had succeeded Count Odo of Paris as the King of West Francia. Charles, as his name suggests, was a member of the Carolingian dynasty, whereas Odo wasn't. Odo, as we mentioned, was a member of the Robertians, and it would be Odo's brother, Robert, who would succeed Charles the Simple in 922, bringing the kingdom under Robertian rule again. Robert himself was a Count of Paris, a role which remained under the Robertians throughout the 10th century, but the King of West Francia was now an elected role, so would no longer stay within one dynasty. During the 10th century, a powerful Count of Paris called Hugh, and later to be known as Hugh the Great, would have to make diplomatic moves in order to prevent nobles from the east from gaining too much influence over the west. His son, Hugh Capet, would compete to be elected as the King of West Francia in 987. And when he secured the throne, he proceeded to make the succession hereditary, denying Carolingians any path back to the throne, and signalling the beginning of the Capetian dynasty and a period of French history. Thank you very much for listening to this week's episode of the History of the World podcast about the Franks. Of course, it was a continuation from episode 15, where we introduced the Frankish kingdom and Clovis and the progress through the mayors of the palace, through Charles Martel, and then on to this week's episode about King Charlemagne and his successors. I hope you enjoyed it. Next week, we're going to be exploring, we're going to be going back to the reign of Charlemagne and finding exactly what happened when he tried to retreat across the Pyrenees after getting involved in the politics of the Islamic Caliphate within Iberia. Was it a huge mistake? We'll find out next week. And then after that, we'll be looking at how East Francia tackled the issue of the Magyars who were raiding their lands in the east. So we'll be looking at the Battle of Lechfeld. And that's to look forward to over the course of the next couple of weeks, of course. Then we'll be moving forward, and it's quite nice to introduce the Normans and the Vikings, and that will open up a whole different area of Europe, which contains the Anglo-Saxons as well. And so we'll be introducing a lot of the medieval stuff of the British Isles and Scandinavia. Lots to look forward to over the course of the next coming weeks. But as for now, let's move on.
The Ancient World Cup.
So this week was the final group of the group stages of the Ancient World Cup, and so it's Group P, and in this group we find ourselves with Shang China, the first confirmed dynasty of China, although the Tia was before them, but we have no archaeological evidence of the Tia, only written stories. The Shang, we have archaeological evidence, so we can say they're the earliest known dynasty of China. The Assyrians, who had such a long and rich history, many centuries of different comings and goings, and they lost their empire and then regained it again Very interesting story. The Assyrians, the Qin Chinese, who were a brief dynasty headed by Qin Shi Huang in the main part, who really was the driving force behind this dynasty and was the man who is regarded as the first emperor, the first true emperor of China, and had that great terracotta army built as well to guard his tomb. And then finally, the Achaemenid Persians, the first main Persian influence, who really were the ones who took over the Assyrian lands after a brief interregnum, if you like, for want of a better phrase, let's say, by the Medes and the Babylonians when the Assyrians were actually conquered. So they sort of were the successors of the Assyrians, albeit not immediately. And they, of course, had those great campaigns against the Greeks and, done some great stuff like the first. They were road builders before the Romans, so wonderful culture, the Achaemenids. Let's see how they stacked up and how you voted for them. And, of course, the first two advance into the next round, and the bottom two will go out of the competition. So let's find out who won the group with 49% of the vote, a very healthy portion of the vote. Winners of the group were the Assyrians. In second place, with also a huge 43% of the vote, so we really had two runaway winners in this group, with 43% of the vote, and in second place, the Achaemenid Persians, which means, sadly, we lose the two Chinese dynasties. The Qin Chinese with 6% of the vote, and the Shang Chinese with 3% of the vote. So, not able to emulate the success of the Han Chinese earlier in the round, who I believe, if I'm not mistaken, are the only Chinese culture who've made it through to the knockout phases. So that's it now. Now, during our attempts to knock out 32 teams and carry 32 teams through, we actually come across a bit of a stumbling block, where in two of the groups we couldn't determine two outright winners, and they were Group C and Group F. So we've got a little bit of tidying up to do in order to get down to 32 teams. There's 34 teams left in the competition. We've got to try and find a way to get rid of two of them. So what we're going to do, we're going to have a little bit of a practice for the next round. So we're going to have 2 weeks of head-to-head knockouts here. And they're going to be first round playoff matches. So in the first match, which will be this one coming up on this upcoming week, we're going to try and split apart those two that could not be split apart in Group C, the Israelites and the Sassanids. And then following that, the following week, we're going to try and split apart those two that can be split apart from Group F, the Judeans and the Scythians. So that's what we've got coming up over the next couple of weeks, and then we can crack on with round 2, which is a straight knockout format, and we're just going to keep knocking out one team each week until we get a winner. So it all starts next week with the round 1 playoffs, and we're going to be looking at the Israelites, very famous for their very biblical history and such legendary stories such as David and Goliath, and of course the United Kingdom of Israel, including King Solomon and all of that. And then their opponents, the Sasanian Persians, who were quite a time later than the Israelites. The Israelites were looking back to the beginnings of the first millennium BCE. For the Sasanian Persians, we're going right the way forward to the middle of the first millennium, and the Sasanians pretty much deposed the Parthians, who were the nemesis of the Roman Empire during its glory years, and the Sasanians were really there battling against Eastern Roman Empire, which would become the Byzantines, and were an integral part of the battles that led to the rise of the Islamic Caliphate as well. So the fact that they battled so hard against the Byzantines ended up being their downfall. So that's what we've got coming up next week. The Israelites versus the Sasanians. Look out for your ability to vote on Facebook, Twitter, and the Tapatalk Facebook. Not the Tapatalk Facebook group, the Tapatalk discussion group, which you can find by going to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website and clicking on the interact link.
Listener messages and reviews.
I'm going to start with some Facebook reviews. I've got to make an apology to Andy Wankelf because I've called him Patrick by accident. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, Andy. It was in response to him writing. He actually wrote to me before the Frankish episode saying, "This is a preemptive message and possibly foregone if you've already written your episode on the Franks, but I'd appreciate any knowledge and or resources you have about King Clovis besides Gregory of Tours. I always hear lectures and podcasts citing Gregory as the main source for Clovis and early Frankish history, but I've never seen any other sources, and I'd be interested if you're aware of any that are written in English." Certainly, I think Gregory's probably the only person whose documents have survived in any way. I don't believe there are any other sources other than later scribes of centuries afterwards. So Gregory of Tours is essential for having any knowledge of Clovis. So unfortunately, I'm really not aware of any other sources. Certainly not anything as close to as contemporary as Gregory's. Patrick Walsh wrote in saying, "Love your podcast. It's top shelf stuff. Almost up to date with it." But thank you for writing in, Patrick. Very kind of you. Willa McClatchy Cumming has written in saying, "Love your podcast, Chris. I'm learning so much." And then let's move over to the emails. We did get an email this week from Audrey Marchono. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced your name. Thank you. I appreciate so very much the wonderful podcast that you provide. My name is Audrey. I live in the United States, Fullerton near Disneyland. I love your podcast. We're so lucky to have such a well-informed podcaster. Thank you. I do not come from an academic family, did not do well in school. I'm learning so much from your podcast. You help me to learn what would otherwise be a very intimidating subject. You bring learning history to life. I again thank you. Oh, by the way, I love your theme music. It's a great choice. Did you compose your own music for the show? I know the show is about the history of the world, but I would love to learn more about you, the podcaster. Thank you, Audrey. There is an About Me page on the website that you can find out a little bit more about me. Not too much, though. I don't tend to like to talk a lot about myself. But I do often disclose that I am not university educated. I'm self-educated, really, after learning more about history. I decided to devote a lot of my spare time to reading about history and collecting books that enabled me to have the desire to write this podcast. And so that's really my story. I'm an Englishman from Essex in England, near London. I'm in my 40s. That's about as much as I can tell you at this stage. So, that's of any kind of interest, in my opinion. But nonetheless, thank you, Audrey. And certainly go along to the About Me page to learn a little bit more about my interest in history, certainly. Thank you for writing in it. And, for anyone that does write in, don't forget, you can support the podcast by rating and reviewing it wherever you listen to us. And of course, we do take financial sponsorship as well. So if you want to make a regular financial contribution to the podcast, you can do so by going to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website, clicking on the Patreon link, and then just going along and consider making a monthly contribution. When you do so, you will become a member of the History of the World podcast Illuminati for the rest of your days. And we welcome in this week TJ Harrison into the History of the World podcast Illuminati. So thank you, TJ. And by all means, don't be shy. Step forward. You can donate as little or as much as you like. And we look forward to inviting you to be a part of the History of the World podcast Illuminati, and of course giving you those rewards which you can qualify for. Well, that's it for another week. Next week we'll be talking about Charlemagne and his very perilous trip across the Pyrenees, which Charlemagne himself probably thought was going to be one of a very successful mission across the Iberian lands, and when he discovered that it wasn't going his way and decided to retreat, he got a bit of a receipt on his way back, and we're going to find out about that next week. Until then, thanks very much for listening, and don't forget to be good.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Hasler. Please consider making a financial contribution by going to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website and clicking the Patreon link. Email the show at historyoftheworldpodcast@mail.com. And don't forget to join our social media at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Tumblr. See you next time.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Hasler. Volume 4, The Medieval World, Episode 18, The Battle of Roncevaux Pass. This week's episode finds us at the Roncevaux Pass, which is a mountain pass in the far north of Spain in the community of Navarre, leading through the Pyrenees mountain range. Heading south from the pass takes you to the Spanish city of Pamplona, while heading north takes you to the French border. Very little is known about the people who inhabited this area before the arrival of the Romans. With its close proximity to the Bay of Biscay, this area of the Pyrenees was at the western end of the land bridge between Spain and France, which was the opposite side that was traversed by the Carthaginians led by Hannibal when they invaded the Roman Republic. The Carthaginians and the Romans were much more interested in the lands of the Pyrenees that bordered the Mediterranean Sea, so the peoples of this area of the Pyrenees were somewhat left alone. The Romans started learning more about this area and the people who lived there during the 1st century BCE. They identified that they spoke a strange language totally unlike the Latin languages and dialects that the Romans spoke. These people that the Romans discovered in this area are known as the Vascons. We don't really know anything in particular about the pre-Roman Vascons because each time that they were encountered and they were documented, there were ambiguities and contradictions that have to make the reader wonder whether each document addressed the same race of peoples on each occasion. It is quite imaginable that various tribes that were neighbours to each other and the Vascons were displacing each other and interacting with each other, and if the Romans were not there to witness it, then it would not be recorded. The Romans annexed this territory during the 1st century BCE, quite possibly around the time of the First Triumvirate and the conquests of Julius Caesar in Gaul. The area inhabited by the Vascons was incorporated into the huge Roman province of Hispania Tarraconensis, while the area to the north of the Roncesvalles Pass was known as the Roman province of Gallia Aquitania. Each of the provinces would have been occupied by a huge number of distinct tribes. Before the days of the First Triumvirate, one of its members, Pompey, was sent to Hispania to deal with the problem caused by the Populares, supporting Quintus Sertorius. Pompey created a military base camp just south of the Pyrenees, and this base camp became the foundation of the city of Pamplona, originally called Pompiello, in honour of Pompey. So we can determine that the city's modern name is based on the fact that Pompey was the man to found it. Even with the Romans occupying this territory, we still seem to have very little information about the indigenous Vascons. And this might just be because it was not an area of great conflict or consequence, and the Vascons were just one of a great number of peoples within Roman territory. Roman military movements were much more concentrated on their northern and eastern fronts, so much of our knowledge of non-Roman occupants and neighbours centres around the peoples of those areas instead. During the Roman crisis of the 3rd century, Gallic lands instigated a secession from the Roman Empire and existed as a Gallic Empire from the year 260. The lands of the Vascons were loosely connected to the secession, but were among the first to rejoin the Roman Empire before the Gallic Empire ceased to exist in 274. The 4th century saw the Huns invade Europe, which led to some considerable barbarian migrations westwards into the lands of the Romans from the start of the 5th century. The Visigoths were granted lands north of the Pyrenees, but it would be the Suebi who would enter the territory of the Vascons and start ravaging the towns such as Pamplona. The Suebi would continue on to the west coast of the Iberian Peninsula. This was somewhat typical of the lands of the Vascons going forwards, as the ambitions of the various factions did not lie in these lands. So generally, peoples would pass through on the hunt for something different to what the Vascons could offer. Later in the 5th century, the Visigoths under King Uric crossed the Pyrenees with the intentions of preventing Suebi expansion at the expense of Roman territory. But so weak had the Western Romans become by now that the Visigoths simply kept the territories for themselves. Once again, the city of Pamplona was quite a low priority, so the Visigoths conquered it and moved on, leaving the Vascons to govern themselves, albeit in a very loose manner.
The Franks.
The Franks were a group of Germanic tribes whose earliest known origins were on the banks of the Rhine River from the 3rd century. They had a relationship with their Roman neighbours due to them living on the fringes of Roman territory. Some of the tribes were actually allowed to settle Roman lands due to the fact that they provided services to the Roman Empire, and therefore they can be considered to be Roman federati, meaning that they had a treaty with the Romans. This cannot be applied to all of the Frankish tribes, however. Some Frankish tribes remained on the outside looking in and would remain in opposition to the Romans. We even find different Frankish tribes in opposition to each other due to the diversity of their relationship with the Romans throughout their culture. The key time for the development of the Franks came after the overspill of Germanic tribes into Roman territory during the 5th century after the arrival of the Huns in Europe had displaced them. The weakening of the Romans in Gallic lands enabled Germanic tribes such as the Vandals, the Suevi, and the Visigoths to carve out areas of control in Western Europe. There would be a vacuum that would appear in northwest Europe that the Franks would take advantage of thanks to a highly influential king called Clovis, who successfully united Frankish tribes and took control of the last remaining Roman territory of Gaul to create their own Frankish kingdom. Clovis would be a member of the Merovingian dynasty of Frankish rulers, often looked upon romantically as the first ancestral monarchs of France, although the Frankish kingdom would go on a twisting journey towards becoming the modern kingdom of France that we would recognise in later centuries. Clovis managed to expand his territories to incorporate most of the lands of the former Roman provinces of Gaul, not too dissimilar to the area of the modern country of France. The Frankish tradition of succession dictated that after a monarch passed away, that the kingdom should be split between his sons. Although this could be criticised for being quite dangerous for the survival of the Frankish kingdoms that were created by this succession, it would also mean that the strongest of the sons would often be able to win overall control of the Frankish realms and rule as a strong leader, and this could be why the Franks outlasted the Gothic kingdoms of Western Europe, for example, although this is just speculation. Another result of the Frankish succession tradition is that there would sometimes be children acceding to Frankish thrones, who would rely on statesmen to act as regents until the kings came of age. This would enable these statesmen called mayors of the palace to achieve a level of power that would rival that of their kings, and they would be reluctant to relinquish that power when the kings came of age. This would lead to an age in Frankish history of ineffective kings, some of which were kept in captivity, ruling in name only, while their mayor of the palace was actually the effective monarch of the land. The most well remembered of all the Frankish mayors of the palace was a man called Charles Martel. Charles would reunite the Frankish kingdoms under one rule and would restore its military prestige by being a brave and fearless ruler. When the powerful Islamic Caliphate of the Umayyads stormed into Europe across the Strait of Gibraltar and conquered the Iberian lands of the Visigoths, it would be down to the military strategy of Charles Martel to halt their progress by standing firm in his lands and preventing further Umayyad raids of Frankish territories. The Umayyads would be forced to return south of the Pyrenees to the Iberian Peninsula again. On the death of Charles Martel, his son, Pepin the Short, would continue to rule the Franks as the mayor of the palace with great authority, aiding the Pope in Rome by enabling him to enforce the papal brand of Christianity in the Italian peninsula and conquering the Lombard kingdom. Pepin's relationship with the Pope allowed Pepin to win papal approval of his claim to be the true king of the Franks and allow him the authority to refer to himself as such, legally deposing the last Merovingian monarch and becoming the first Frankish king of the Carolingian dynasty, the descendants of Charles Martel.
The Basques.
The Basques, or the Basque people, have retained much of their identity throughout the last 2,000 years and right up until the modern age, despite various invasions and successions of the Iberian Peninsula. Certainly when the Romans encountered them during the last age of the Roman Republic, Roman priorities were not to colonise or subjugate the Basque people. So they and their comparatively infertile lands were overlooked and left to be. The Basque people resided in the old territory of Vasconia and are believed to be a particular group of tribes among the recorded Vascons mentioned earlier in the episode. The history of the Basque people is therefore subject to debate due to the sketchiness of the evidence, leaving it open to interpretation. But we certainly believe that the terms Basque and Vascons are cognate words deriving from the same origin. Due to the Basques often being left alone by different peoples who migrated into Iberia, they would often be left to retain their distinct culture and their pagan practices. The Suevi and the Vandals passed through Vasconia, and then the Visigoths later in the 5th century. It was at this point that it became harder to distinguish the Basque people among the area referred to by the Romans as Vasconia, due to the fact that we lose the comparatively literate Roman referencing and have to rely on Germanic sources which were few and far between and only referred to the people of this area as a collective. So we go back to our knowledge of the Basque people being among the population of the whole of Vasconia. The Basque language also survives this period, and we know that the Basque peoples referred to themselves as Euskaldunak, referring to the land that they occupied as Euskal, with Basque and Vasconia being Latin-derived words, and Euskal not even believed to be Indo-European, which amazingly means that the Basque culture not only survived the migrations of the last 2,000 years, but also survived the Indo-European migrations that gave rise to the pre-Roman Celto-Iberian cultures of Iberia. It was at this point that we see the rapid expansion of the Franks through King Clovis that would bring Frankish influence all the way down to beyond the Pyrenees, which meant that they would assimilate a large portion of the Vascons, and this would give rise to what would become the Duchy of Gascony. The Frankish conquests of these lands forced the remaining Vascons, including the core of the Basque peoples that would emerge from this period, into the mountains and a defensive position. We often see the Frankish territory in this region referred to as the Duchy of Vasconia, which is a synonym of the Duchy of Gascony. Therefore, all the terms Gascony, Vasconia, Vascons and Basques come from the same root word, even though they do not refer to the exact same thing. Going into the 6th and 7th centuries, and the remains of the Basques were somewhat sandwiched between Visigothic power to their south and Frankish power to their northeast. The Basques would periodically find themselves at odds with Gothic and Frankish forces, but they would still manage to avoid complete subjugation. The Basques would always have half an eye on extending their influence over the city of Pamplona, but certainly both Gothic and Frankish peoples would also have had an interest in controlling this strategically useful borderland city too. So, it seems likely that control of this city may have fallen under the influence of all three parties at various stages throughout this period, but once again, direct evidence is scant. In the 8th century, the Visigothic kingdom was invaded from the south by Muslim peoples of the Umayyad Caliphate, and it was quickly conquered, with the Visigoths being very quickly overrun and pushed into a small area of land in the north of the Iberian Peninsula to the west of traditional Basque territory. This Visigothic rump state is referred to as Asturias, but we really don't know a lot about the impact of the Muslim invasion on the Basque people, although there is quite an intriguing story on which some modern historians cast a questioning eye with a suspicion of the story being created by later Muslim historians to validate the Muslim conquests of these lands. It concerns a person referred to as Count Cassius. Count Cassius was a member of the population of the Basque country, of noble status, but it is not suggested that he himself is of Basque origin, instead either being a Gothic nobleman or of Hispano-Roman origin, which was the dominant ethnicity of the population subjugated by the Visigoths 3 centuries previous. Travelling south from Pamplona, and the next major city was Zaragoza. where we believe that Count Cassius may have been based, and it was here that it is stated that he converted to Islam before making a pilgrimage to Damascus to pledge allegiance to the Umayyad Caliph. With Count Cassius said to be in control of an amount of land stretching into the modern Spanish community of Navarre, it meant close contact with the Basque people. Count Cassius's descendants would be referred to as the Banu Qasi dynasty by the Muslim chronicles. The area controlled by the Banu Qasi incorporated aspects of Basque and Muslim cultures, and this was the style of culture that existed in this area during the reign of King Charlemagne. Charlemagne was a member of the Carolingian dynasty of Frankish kings who had descended from his grandfather Charles Martel, the mayor of the palace of the Frankish kingdoms, while under the ineffectual Merovingian monarchs. Being the son of Pepin the Short, Charlemagne's heritage was a strong and proud one. Charlemagne himself was no misfit in this line of strong leaders. He would prevail over his older brother to obtain all the lands of his father. Charlemagne's ambitions seemed to be great and ones that concerned expansionism. He would move to secure the Duchy of Aquitaine, which had a union with the Duchy of Gascony, to ensure that he had control over the southern territories that bordered onto the Muslim territories south of the Pyrenees. Charlemagne did not need to take any further action on his southern frontiers at this stage, preferring to deal with issues elsewhere, such as the Italian peninsula, where he conquered the kingdom of the Lombards, and then in the Saxon territories to their northeast and the Bavarian territories to their east. Charlemagne maintained a strong relationship with the Pope even before the creation of the role of the Holy Roman Empire, which happened a long time after this period in question anyway. By the time of Charlemagne's campaign into Al-Andalus, he would already have had built a reputation for being a ruthless leader and a powerful military statesman with an authoritative physical presence.
Unknown military leader.
At this stage, during our battle episodes, we would typically discuss the background of the military leader of the opponents in the battle in question. We have already introduced the Franks and their military leader, King Charlemagne. We have also introduced the Basques, but we don't know who their military leader was. And this can be attributed to a lack of knowledge and writing from this period that is typical in Europe after the age of the Romans, until the emergence of scholarly scribes who became more frequent in the aftermath of the early medieval period, where we often only have the rare writings from early Christian monasteries. The closest candidate that could be speculated as someone who could have had a hand in the battle and therefore in charge of the Basque people at this battle was the Duke of Gascony, Lupus II. Lupus II is strongly suggested to be of Basque origin due to his name, which refers to the Latin name for the wolf, and is quite a common name among the Basques due to their pagan traditions. Gascony was to some degree quite detached from Charlemagne's Frankish kingdom, because despite being under the suzerainty of the Franks, it was within living memory that the Duke of Aquitaine had escaped the aggressions of Charlemagne and fled to the Duchy of Gascony under the rule of Duke Lupus. Lupus was forced to surrender the Aquitanian Duke to Charlemagne to avoid the wrath of Charlemagne himself before Charlemagne went to concentrate his efforts elsewhere. It could make sense that when Charlemagne returned to Al-Andalus, that the Basque people there considered Lupus II to be their ruler, and therefore if Charlemagne did anything to upset the Basque people, then it could have been at the instigation of Lupus II that a revenge attack took place. This is complete speculation though, and it is purely based on Lupus II being the only known reasonable candidate for this role, with our limited historical knowledge.
Prelude to the battle.
The cities of Barcelona and Girona were ruled by a Muslim governor of Arabic origin called Suleiman al-Arabi. Al-Arabi is referred to as an Abbasid supporter. The Abbasids had pushed the Umayyads out of power in the Middle East and had taken over the Islamic Caliphate, but the Umayyads still controlled the Emirate of Cordoba, which was the natural successor to the Islamic realm of Al-Andalus, centred on the old Visigothic kingdom of Roman Hispania. So we can suggest that Al-Arabi may not have been on smooth terms with the Umayyads at Cordoba. It was due to this rocky relationship that Al-Arabi felt that he would become the target of the Umayyads due to his Abbasid sympathies, and so he decided that Charlemagne would make a great friend in the face of this threat. So he sent a delegation all the way to Paderborn, deep in the Frankish Empire, to befriend Charlemagne. Al-Arabi offered his own submission to Charlemagne, but also that of the governors of Zaragoza and Huesca, believing that Charlemagne could help them to overthrow the Umayyads of Cordoba and bring it under Abbasid control. Charlemagne thought that this was a great opportunity, and so he travelled with an army across the Pyrenees and headed towards the city of Zaragoza to receive the submission of his new Muslim friends. When he arrived at Zaragoza, the governor, a man called Hussein, refused to surrender the city to Charlemagne. Charlemagne would have likely been disappointed by this, believing that he would be allowed to enter the city. Charlemagne chose to besiege the city as he had brought a considerable amount of force with him, but he could not sustain the siege for much longer than a month, meaning that Hussein was able to resist, and Charlemagne would need to cut his losses and retreat. Al-Arabi had accompanied Charlemagne up until this point, and Charlemagne decided that Al-Arabi was going to stay with him. Charlemagne decided that his army's energies would be better spent back up in Saxony, so he would aim to go back north of the Pyrenees, but he would initially lead his army north to the city of Pamplona. When Charlemagne reached Pamplona, he clearly expected the city to submit to him. The fusion of Basques and Muslims who lived in Pamplona decided that they would not roll over to Charlemagne, which infuriated him again. This time, Charlemagne unleashed his fury on the city of Pamplona, sacking the city and removing all of its fortifications to prevent the city from becoming a military base from which the Basques or the Muslims could conduct raids and attacks on the southernmost Frankish territories. Charlemagne had decided that he wanted to possess these borderlands, but the population had other ideas. Charlemagne left Pamplona and headed north to cross the Pyrenees mountains through a pass which is called Roncevaux Pass. Charlemagne's huge army would have traversed this pass in a long procession, and it was as the Frankish army were disappearing through the pass that the Basques chose the time to take their revenge on the Franks for debilitating their city.
The Battle of Roncevaux Pass.
By accounts, it is suggested that mountain attacks and ambushes were a specialist skill of the Basques, and we frequently find in history that peoples who live in and around hilly or mountainous terrain utilise their surroundings with expertise. Charlemagne's army had to go through the Pyrenees mountain pass in a long procession, carrying all of their supplies, weapons and booty with them. It was a summer's evening in the year 778. Charlemagne's procession was well into the mountain pass, with the back of the long train a considerable distance from the front, and some distance from Charlemagne himself, who was already deep into the pass. The lightly armoured Basque guerrilla warriors appeared from the cover of the dense forests of the narrow mountain pass, and attacked the rear of the procession, who were carrying a lot of the supplies and raided treasures. Many of the Frankish warriors who were surprise attacked were hurled down the steep slopes into the valley where, disorientated and injured by their fall and hindered by their heavy armour, many were slaughtered by more Basque warriors. The Basques would not have the military power of the Franks, but with their expertise in the mountain passes and their lightweight armour and easy-to-carry spears, they were able to slaughter the Franks at the back of the procession with ease. Many of the Franks had no idea what they were contending with, and fled deeper into the pass to receive instruction from Charlemagne. Charlemagne sheltered overnight before attempting to locate the Basque army, but by the time the Franks went looking for them in order to launch a counterattack and reclaim some of their lost property, the Basques had long gone.
Aftermath.
Charlemagne returned to Francia, and even though his army had been successfully attacked by the Basques, it was a lot more about the shame of the defeat to a militarily inferior group of people. Charlemagne paid the price for his disregard for the Vascons and the combined cultures of Basques and Muslims who resided in the lands in and around Pamplona, and seemingly had little desire to be involved in Charlemagne's issues with the governor of Zaragoza. Charlemagne would go on to make great advances and conquests in the name of his Frankish Empire and do amazing things for Frankish culture, advancing it in ways that had not been seen in Frankish lands since the times of the Romans. The borders of the Frankish Empire were extended to include lands that would take the Frankish Empire to its largest extent, and the national advances in all things related to things such as law and academia and the arts would give rise to a period in history called the Carolingian Renaissance. Charlemagne would become a talisman for the negative sentiment directed by the Pope towards the Byzantines when he proclaimed Charlemagne as the Holy Roman Emperor. The embarrassment of Roncesvalles Pass became a distant memory. Charlemagne died in the year 814, and he was outlived by his chronicler, a man called Einhard, who would also serve as a wise old advisor to Charlemagne's son and successor, Louis the Pious. It wouldn't be until after Charlemagne's lifetime that Einhard decided to write about the events of Roncesvalles Pass as part of his biography of Charlemagne's lifetime. Einhard mentions the name of a commander who was with the baggage train at the back of the army procession, called Roland. And the legend of Roland has taken on a life of its own since this time. During the 11th century, Roland became immortalised in a piece of medieval epic poetry called The Song of Roland, detailing the events of the Battle of the Roncesvalles Pass. Possibly written over 250 years after the event itself, it reflects more of the contemporary religious sentiments of Christendom as it headed towards the period of the Crusades by suggesting that the antagonists were Muslims as opposed to Basques, and that Charlemagne defeated the fleeing Muslims and took their land in the aftermath of the ambush that saw the death of Roland and his men. Charlemagne did return to the lands of the south of the Pyrenees and successfully created the Marca Hispania, otherwise called the Spanish March of the Frankish Empire. but it was after he had returned to his homelands, and then he returned to take his revenge at a later time. The Spanish March would act as a buffer along the southern fringe of the Pyrenees, a means by which to protect Gascony and Septimania from Muslim incursions. Thank you for listening to this week's episode of the History of the World podcast, the subject being the Battle of Roncevaux Pass, and a battle that I should say has become romanticised in the centuries following it, and that's why it's probably quite a famous medieval battle now, amongst all the very many battles that took place during medieval times. And it represents maybe a battle that could have been referenced by crusaders as a great victory for a Christian Emperor Charlemagne against Muslim oppositions, but we found out today that it really wasn't a battle between Christians and Muslims. It could be perceived in that manner, but strictly speaking, if you take a closer look at it, you'll realise that it's actually the Basques who are in this battle. And then what's amazing about the Basques is we explored a little bit about them, how they came about and how their unique culture has prevailed through very, very many thousands of years and survived to become an existing culture to this very day, and a very, very proud nation of peoples are the Basques. So, interesting episode, a lot of factors to consider and take in, and thank you once again for listening.
The Ancient World Cup.
Well, we've finished all 16 of the round one groups, but before we can progress into the knockout stages, there's a couple of points of business where we've got a couple of sets of tied teams need to play off in order to find out who's going to fill the last two of those 32 knockout stage places. Now, this week we had two teams in a playoff against each other, and they were the Israelites and the Sasanian Persians. So once again, three forums that this was put to the vote on the Tapper Talk discussion forum, on the Facebook page, and in the Twitter feed. So everyone had their chance to vote, and we've counted up all the votes from all the forums, and here is the result. So the winner of the playoff between the Israelites and the Sasanian Persians, they had 56% of the vote, so it was a fairly close run thing, and the winners were the Sasanian Persians. So the Sasanian Persians will advance, and they will play the Sumerians in the second round of the competition, the first knockout round. And we say goodbye, unfortunately, to the Israelites. It was a close run thing, but they didn't make it, and they have to exit the competition, unfortunately. However, we still have one more spot to fill in the knockout stages, and it's going to be between two teams. They are the Judeans and the Scythians. So that will be next week's playoff game, so you will have to decide which one of those you want to go through. The winner, I believe, will play, I think the winner may play the Hephthalites, if I'm not mistaken. So that's next week, and we'll look forward to voting. It should start in the next day or two.
Listener messages and reviews.
Now, don't forget, your support of this project is really important, and without your help, it wouldn't be as good as it is. I just simply wouldn't be able to gather the resources and certainly the material required, not only for research but also for production, without your help. So I'm grateful to each and every one of you who does help. Initially, the best thing you can do is rate and review the project. I always read out your reviews. I'm happy to read them out. You've taken the time to write them, so I'll always take the time to read them and give you your 15 seconds of fame, let's say. And that's my way of saying thank you to you for doing so. When you rate and review, you open the podcast up to more people and potential investors in the podcast, people who make financial donations and help me to produce the podcast going forward. So, when those people who are kind enough to make any kind of financial contribution to the podcast come along, they're invited to become members of an exclusive club called the History of the World Podcast Illuminati. And that is basically a club of people who can qualify for rewards depending on how much they accumulate in total donations, in total lifetime donations. You can get merchandise, you can get rewards such as episodes of your choice. There's a number of things that you can qualify for if you are a member of the History of the World Podcast Illuminati. If that sounds interesting, just simply go to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website, click on the Patreon link and register to make a monthly contribution to the podcast and really help me with this incredible journey that we're all undertaking together here. We do have some new members to the History of the World Podcast Illuminati, people who have joined the cause this week and people who I need to thank. Their names are Lawrence Pollack, Sarah Herold, Mark O'Daniel and Matthias C. Thank you one and all for your contributions. Now then, listener messages, equally important because it shows that you're interacting with the podcast. Remember that we have a discussion forum, so all of your emails that may be, worthy of further discussion should be posted there. And Lynn Yulish sent me a message this week, which would be ideal for the discussion forum. She's put, "Hi Chris, I've been listening to your podcast since I started a new teaching job this fall, 30 minutes from my home. I am all caught up and love how you present the stories. I wanted to share a special coincidence in this week's podcast, Volume 4, Episode 17. You mentioned about the bride show for the king. This Wednesday night begins the Jewish holiday of Purim, which is based on the book of Esther. The story of Esther is one of a Jewish girl chosen in a bride show to be the queen of Persia by King Ahasuerus, which is a Hebrew pronunciation. I'm sure I haven't pronounced it well there. Who is usually attributed to be Xerxes. I'm including the Wikipedia info to save myself from typing. The biblical book of Esther is set in the Persian capital of Susa in the third year of the reign of the Persian king Ahasuerus. The name Ahasuerus is equivalent to Xerxes, both deriving from the Persian Shayasha, and Ahasuerus is usually identified in modern sources as Xerxes I, who ruled between 486 and 465 BCE, as it is this monarch that the events described in Esther are thought to fit the most closely. Assuming that Ahasuerus is indeed Xerxes I, the events described in Esther begin around the years 483-82 BCE and concluded in March 473 BCE. Kind of cool. Keep up the great work, Lynn. Thanks a lot, Lynn. Very interesting that to try and piece together some of the aspects of history that are written down for us. Goodness me, it's all we ever do is try and interpret information, isn't it, as historians? So it's very interesting to speculate. Thanks for such an interesting message. Ricard Helmston has written in and put, hello Chris, thank you for a great podcast. I've been listening to your expertise for countless hours the last year, but now you may want to listen to my expertise for 5 minutes. You said that your chair was creaking and that you oiled it with WD-40. WD-40, 556 and other light spray oils aren't for greasing squeaky things. You need a much thicker and stickier oil or grease for that. What WD-40 and 556 is more likely to do is actually to wash away what grease may have been there when the chair was new. It's also a very poor oil for bicycles and such things. What they are good for is getting into thin holes and removing rust and old dried grease. They're not for keeping things greased or oiled for a longer time. I'd look for a bike chain oil or a liquid spray grease if you want a spray can or simply some kind of grease if you don't mind getting your fingers sticky. Best regards, Ricard H. Well, thank you, Ricard. Very kind of you to give me your knowledge and expertise. I've certainly, I don't work in that field, so I don't really know much about it. All I know is that I bought a tin of WD-40 and it worked. That's all I can say to that. So before I get into trouble with the manufacturers of WD-40 for reading your email out, I hasten to add that it's done the trick. So I don't know what else can I say. But thank you for the helpful email there. Amir has written in, but hi Chris, I wanted to personally thank you for your podcast. It was the first history podcast I ever listened to, and I still think it's the best one. A special thanks for your episode on the siege of Lachish. Now, I'll read this out. I think it's a very anglicised way of saying Lachish. When I say Lachish, I think it should be Lachish. So I'll go with that for a moment. I was born in Lachish and heard stories about the battle and about Sennacherib since childhood, but I never acknowledged its importance and never heard about the Assyrian side of the story until I listened to your podcast. The way you brilliantly put together both sides of the story helped me put my childhood stories into historical context. Keep up the good work. I'm already waiting for your next episodes. Thanks again, Amir from Israel. Well, that's fantastic. Very kind of you. And I'm ever so grateful. Great set of messages this week. Good fun to read out. Thank you so much to all of you who wrote in. Next week, it's going to be another battle episode, but we're going to be looking at the first sort of German kingdom, if you like. We always think of Germany as being quite a modern nation, but of course its history is, intertwined with the Holy Roman Empire. And it's not just, a reference to Germanic people and then the modern state of Germany, but we have this kingdom of East Francia, which really was the first kingdom of Germany. So we're going to be talking about them next week and their battles with the Hungarians from back at that time, who we refer to as the Magyars. So the Magyars and the East Francians, Germans, did battle in the 10th century at Lechfeld, and we're going to be looking at that next week. So really looking forward to that. Thanks for joining me this week. Look forward to seeing you next week, and until then, be good.
The History of the World podcast, written and presented by Chris Haslam. Please consider making a financial contribution by going to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website and clicking the Patreon link. Email the show at historyoftheworldpodcast@mail.com. And don't forget to join our social media at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Tumblr. See you next time.
presented by Chris Hasler. Volume 4, The Medieval World, Episode 19, The Battle of Lechfeld. Lechfeld is a plain in the region of Bavaria, in the south of the modern country of Germany, which is close to the city of Augsburg. It takes its name from the river Lech, which flows from the alpine lands of Austria down through southern Germany before emptying into the Danube. These lands to the north of the Alps were inhabited by peoples closely related to Celtic cultures during the Iron Age. On the opposite side of the Alps is the Italian peninsula, and during the second half of the first millennium BCE, the power of the Romans emerged and started to take control over more and more lands until the beginning of the first century BCE, when, as the Roman Republic, it had control over the Italian peninsula and large portions of the Iberian and Balkan peninsulas. In the final years of the Roman Republic, and despite the political fractures, Rome would expand its influence significantly by consolidating its realm on the lands of the Mediterranean Sea, and would also conquer the lands of Gaul in the west of Europe under Julius Caesar. After the years of Julius Caesar, the Roman Republic continued to remain in civil war until the emergence of an ultimate victor who would rule the Roman Empire as the Emperor Augustus. The future Emperor Tiberius served as a military leader under Augustus, and alongside his own brother Drusus, Tiberius would campaign in Bavaria. The Celtic peoples of this area were referred to by the Romans as Rhaetians and Vindelici. When Tiberius and Drusus conquered the lands, it would be incorporated as the province of Rhaetia and Vindelicia, and a capital city was established on the river Lech, where it is met by the river Vertach, and the city was called Augusta Vindelicorum, in the emperor's honour. It is this city which would evolve to become the modern German city of Augsburg. These lands would be the Roman northern frontiers, which were under regular threat from Germanic tribes to its north, such as the Quadi, the Suebi, and the Marcomanni. But they always remained within the Roman Empire. However, the first very real threat to the city of Augusta Vindelicorum came from the Huns during the 5th century. The Huns sacked the city and established a position of power in Central Europe. After the decline and disappearance of the Huns, the area would remain part of the Western Roman Empire, although by this time Western Rome was in a steep decline which would lead to its ultimate collapse. The Alemanni tribes, also of Germanic origin, would take control of the lands to the northwest of the area, while Western Rome fell under foreign rule. It would not be long before the Ostrogoths rose to power under their celebrated king, Theodoric the Great, who would take control of the area and conquer the entire Italian peninsula. At this time, it was still a somewhat barbarian and hostile area, though, which was inhabited by Alemanni. Then the emergence of a Frankish imperial movement came from under their king, Clovis, and it came from the far northwest, and their influence spread into the lands of the Alemanni, which would bring them into close proximity to the lands of the Ostrogoths. It is at this point that we see the emergence of the term Bavarian to describe the occupants of these lands, and we start to see the use of the term Swabian to describe the people who lived in the lands of modern Germany directly west from the Bavarians. The reference to Bavarians and Swabians will become significant. So now once again, the area of Bavaria became somewhat of a borderland, as it had been under the Romans, but now it was part of the easternmost reaches of the Franks, and it would look south to the kingdom of the Lombards, which had taken lands that had been formerly controlled by the Ostrogoths, and then to the east to the lands that had been taken over by the Pannonian Avars. So the Franks used these territories to stop incursions by these peoples on their eastern fringes. It would be under the Frankish king Charlemagne at the end of the 8th century that we would see the Franks complete their conquest of the Lombards and push the Avars right the way back east towards the Carpathian mountain range. Charlemagne sacked the city of Augsburg, and now these lands were very much within the Frankish Empire between the emerging duchies of Swabia and Bavaria. Even though a bishopric had already existed in Augsburg for a few centuries, certainly Christian and Frankish influence would have become more firmly established in terms of law and religious practices. Charlemagne passed down to his son Louis the Pious an established empire which contained Augsburg and the lands around the Lech River. This area represented the western borders of the Frankish Duchy of Bavaria and the eastern fringes of the territories that belonged to the Alemanni and would go on to become the Duchy of Swabia. Upon the death of Louis the Pious in the year 840, action would need to be taken to deal with the Frankish Empire and its future. Frankish traditions dictated that the realms of the father shall be split between his sons, and Louis would have 3 surviving sons. So the vast Frankish Empire that Louis inherited from his great father Charlemagne would need to somehow be split between 3 men.
The Germans.
We see the term German used for the modern country of Germany and for the ancient culture of Germanic people, and often whatever comes in between. However, the existence of a German kingdom came around this time after the lands of Germanic culture were conquered by Frankish King Charlemagne and split between his grandsons by the Treaty of Verdun in 843. Louis the Pious had a young son, also called Louis, who was awarded the easternmost Frankish territories by this treaty. And this territory is known as East Francia to distinguish it from Middle Francia and West Francia. Eventually, East Francia would be recognised as the beginnings of a German realm that we can recognise in today's world. For that reason, we retrospectively refer to young Louis as Louis the German. The lands of East Francia were bordered to its west and south by the lands of Middle Francia. To its north would be the Danes, and to its east would be the Slavs, and the easternmost lands of East Francia often had to contend with Slavic raids, but Slavic culture would have an influence on the existing Germanic cultures of East Francia over time as well. When Middle Francia collapsed later in the 9th century, East Francia took control of its northernmost lands, and this is when we can really see the extent of a powerful predecessor to Germany dominating the middle of the European map. The Carolingian influence on these lands started to wane, however, as the local dukes gained more power and influence. Monarchs would continue to be elected, but the monarch's influence over the entirety of East Francia was simply becoming weaker. Regional rebellions started becoming more commonplace, and so the cycle of strong monarchs leading to weak monarchs, leading to strong local leaders becoming new strong monarchs, continued, as we had already witnessed in Frankish lands for centuries already. While East Francia was attempting to reorganise itself from within, another ethnic group was beginning to establish itself in a new homeland, which it had been shuffled into by other political affairs elsewhere.
The Hungarians.
On the easternmost fringes of East Francia, one could find the expansive grasslands of the Pannonian Basin, with its most commonly recognised majority portion being the Great Hungarian Plain. Beyond these lands were the Bulgarians, who had recently established themselves between the Carpathian Mountains and the Black Sea. Like the Bulgarians, the Hungarians are believed to have been steppe land westward migrating nomads before they settled in the lands that we recognise their modern states to still exist at today. A lot of the histories of such people is the subject of huge scrutiny and guesswork by historians, who look for cultural similarities to explain the closeness of relationships between peoples and the possible migrations of ethnic groups. But we can be quite certain that the known emergence of Hungarians during the 9th century would have seen their fortunes intertwined with those of the early Bulgarians and the early Oghuz Turks. We spoke more about the Bulgarians in earlier episodes when examining their relationship with the Byzantine Empire to their south, and the Oghuz Turks when examining the origins of the Great Seljuk Turkic Empire, which also had a considerable influence on Byzantine fortunes in Anatolia in particular. While the Oghuz Turks remained and migrated down through the Caucasus, the Hungarians would migrate westwards towards Europe and the lands established by the Bulgarians. In typical steppe culture fashion, the Hungarians concentrated their efforts on fearlessly raiding the lands of their neighbours, and so we are aware that on their arrival in Europe during the 9th century that they would have been causing problems for the Bulgarians, the Pannonian Slavs, and the East Francians. It is during this period in history that the Hungarian Magyar tribes entered the Pannonian Basin and settled the lands, while the remaining Hungarians to their east were defeated in battle by the Bulgarians. And this meant that by the conclusion of the 9th century, Hungarian culture had been confined to the lands of the Pannonian Basin, occupied by these Magyar tribes. From this point, the Magyars would terrorise the lands of the Europeans to their west, with continual raids on their lands. As mentioned previously, the weakening of centralisation in East Francia only served to encourage the Magyars to successfully raid the lands of East Francia during the earliest years of the 10th century. Local counts and dukes would attempt to fend off the aggressions of the Magyars, to little effect. The success of the Magyars could be put down to their loyalty to a military leader called a Grand Prince, who would unite the Magyar tribes whenever they conducted their raids, and therefore we can refer to this period of Hungarian history as the Age of the Principality of Hungary. But with the acquisition of greater wealth made from the successful raids of the Hungarians, it may be the case that local warlords were starting to believe in their own methods of leadership and question why they needed to follow the direction of a Grand Prince at all.
Otto the Great.
As described before, centralisation of East Francia had declined since the creation of the state during the 9th century. The Frankish king Charles the Fat was not popular throughout the Frankish kingdoms, and he was overthrown by his nephew Arnulf, who proclaimed himself as the new king of East Francia and the new Holy Roman Emperor. Many of his peers refused to recognise him, which debilitated his international relations and those of East Francia too. On his death, he was succeeded by his infant son, Louis, known to history as Louis the Child, and the actual rule of East Francia was being handled by senior statesmen. This marked a real low point for East Francia, with its lands being ravaged by the Magyars in the east, and a distinct lack of recognition of central authority. Louis the Child died as a teenager, and his branch of the Carolingian line had died out with him, leaving a power vacuum and a lack of accepted authority. So it was decided that his successor needed to be elected. It would be the Duke of Franconia, a duchy in the centre of East Francia, centred on the modern city of Frankfurt, who would be elected, and his name was Conrad. Despite Conrad's election, the other dukes were not necessarily willing to prioritise East Francia over their own duchies, with some believing that Carolingian traditions were correct and therefore showing loyalty to the West Francian king instead. So clearly, the problems in East Francia had not been solved. The Duke of the East Francian Duchy of Saxony was a man called Henry, and he opposed Conrad. On Conrad's death, he would be declared as the new king of East Francia and is referred to by the name Henry the Fowler due to his bird-trapping skills. Being a Saxon, Henry was the first East Francian king who was not of Frankish blood. Henry would allow his fellow dukes more autonomy and treat the East Francian state more like a confederation of duchies. Significantly, he would offer a tribute to the Magyars in order to buy a truce to prevent any further raids, and this would enable Henry to fortify some of the cities on the eastern front of this new German confederation. Henry was a considerable king who turned the fortunes of East Francia around and brought about a new feeling of national identity. We could even suggest that this was the birth of the modern German national identity and what it is to be a German. Henry died in 936, and the rule of Germany passed into the hands of his 23-year-old son, Otto. Otto was elected to the role in the same way that his father had been. However, as we have seen so many times in history, when a strong ruler dies and a new younger ruler takes their place, many factions see fit to challenge that new ruler, and this occasion was no exception. Many of the local leaders saw fit to challenge Otto, and he successfully dealt with all of them. Some were exiled, while others were killed. He would even face revolt from inside the duchy of his heritage, Saxony, and from inside his own family, most notably his younger brother Henry. Henry was placated more than once by Otto, and his life was spared. The considerable thing about Germany during this time was that it would be required to make war or diplomatic moves in all directions, with there being nations on all sides. To the east were the Slavs and the Bohemians, to the north were the Danes, and to the west were the French. To the south were the Italians and the Burgundians. Otto would need to deal with each of these relationships in a similar way to how he dealt with each of his internal threats, by both war and diplomacy. Otto did not win each and every battle that he undertook, but certainly the end result in each case was not disastrously unsuccessful. For example, he did lose in battle to the Bohemians initially, but still returned to force the submission of the Bohemian prince. Otto's achievements up to the 950s were considerable. Everything that we know about the earliest Hungarians is provided by foreign sources, such as the work of the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII, called the Administrando Imperio, which was a guide to governance written for his son, Romanos II, and a story that we mentioned during our Byzantine series, especially when building up the story of the conflict between the Byzantines and the Bulgarians. The Grand Prince of the Hungarians, when the Hungarians settled the Pannonian Basin, was a man called Arpad, and the rule of the Principality of Hungary was conducted by his descendants, referred to as the Arpad dynasty. Statesman ranks within Hungary included Ulars and Horkars, which were titles that would have derived from tribal and military leaderships. It is possible that the Horkar had some form of judicial authority, but with sources being ambiguous, we can't be entirely sure of the specific duties or even how they may have changed over time. During the first half of the 10th century under Arpad and his immediate successors, the Hungarians fearlessly travelled all round the entirety of mainland Europe. They would conduct raids as far east as the Byzantine Empire and as far west as France and even into Al-Andalus. The Grand Prince Faiz would send one of his Horkars, whose name was either Bulchu or Virbulchu, to conduct a massive invasion of the German Duchy of Bavaria in the year 955. We know pretty much nothing about the background of Bulchu, unfortunately.
Prelude to the battle.
Throughout Europe, the Hungarians created huge concern, possibly in a similar way to the Vikings in northern Europe, with their terrifying raids. They would follow in the footsteps of other steppe culture migrants over centuries gone by, such as the Huns, from whom the name Hungarians may have been applied by contemporary Europeans who likened them to the Huns that had been so troublesome 500 years earlier. We should not be surprised to know that a significant portion of the Hungarian army were horse archers, something of a major expert factor of most armies that originated from steppe cultures such as the Scythians, the Parthians, the Huns, and the Turks. These light cavalry faced traditionally heavy armoured European cavalry, as was often the case with the regimental style of European state armies of centuries gone by, such as the Romans. When the order came for the invasion of Bavaria, Otto needed to gather an army quickly in order to prevent the Hungarians from repeating their successes in German territory from earlier in the century, that was stopped by Otto's father, Henry the Fowler, when he paid a huge tribute to the Hungarians to keep them away. Otto learned of the Hungarian invasion while campaigning against the Slavs further north, and would need to hastily suspend activity to head south to the lands of the Lech River Valley. Before Otto had time to march south, the Hungarians had already entered Bavaria. The Hungarians were generally only interested in plunder, so there is little to suggest that the Hungarians wished to conquer these lands. Rather, they would be looking to steal from them. The Hungarians targeted the city of Augsburg, and the city would need to hold out until Otto was able to assist in its defence, with the irony being that Augsburg had rebelled against Otto just the previous year. Now the city was being besieged by the Hungarians, and it was down to the bishop of the city, a man called Ulrich, who would conduct the defence until reinforcements could arrive. Bishop Ulrich was not alien to stepping up to the mark for the sake of his city, acting as a ruler where necessary. Otto would need to scrabble around to gather any kind of serious army, especially as his lands were somewhat disjointed by internal rebellion. Otto would need to leave some of his military in Saxony to maintain a defence force against the aggressions of the Slavs. Otto knew that he could rely on the support of the Bavarians due to the fact that they were directly impacted by the actions of the Hungarians. But also he would muster troops from neighbouring Swabia, which was the area originally occupied by the Alemanni, and also Bohemians from the lands around the modern Czech Republic. The Duke of Lorraine was a man called Conrad the Red, and he was politically allied to Otto by marriage to Otto's daughter, Luitgard of Saxony. After Luitgard's untimely death in 953, Conrad submitted to Otto and loyally pledged military support to Otto as well, with the valuable addition of 1,000 Franconian cavalry, heavily armoured and resembling the medieval European knight, of whom we will speak of many times in future episodes. The Hungarians brought siege engines with them, capable of launching projectiles over the city's defensive walls, but Bishop Ulrich was able to continually resist the aggressions of the Hungarians over his city of Augsburg. When Otto was finally approaching, the Hungarians lifted the siege and prepared to battle Otto. This raises the question as to whether it was the plan of the Hungarians all along to entice Otto into battle. Otto's roof valley, so the Hungarians would look to lure the Germans into the open lands around the Lech River and to the south of Augsburg, so that they could deploy their archers in an attempt to impact the German army.
The Battle of Lechfeld.
As Otto's army was being lured through the forest, Hungarians would attempt to attack the rear of Otto's procession, including the German baggage train. The rear guard were made up of Bohemians whose duty was to protect the baggage train, but the Hungarians worked to devastating effect and were able to overpower the Bohemians, gain access to the German booty. Otto would send Conrad the Red back through the forest with his Franconian knights to deal with the problem. The Hungarian tactics were clever, with the aim to surround Otto's German army and pick them off, and it was working. When Conrad reached the German baggage train at the back of the procession, he discovered Hungarians eagerly plundering the loot in typical steppe culture fashion. Maybe many of the Hungarians were dismounted, believing that they had hit the jackpot. So when Conrad arrived, he surprised the indisciplined Hungarians and started slaughtering them with his highly trained and heavily armoured expert knights. Otto understood very quickly that it was the Hungarian plan to surround his army and decided that it would not be wise to march out into the open plains of the Lechfeld, but to keep close proximity to the forest to keep its cover on his rear. Otto knew that keeping a disciplined formation and tactical decision-making would give him a greater chance of overcoming the Hungarian attacks. The Hungarians formed a crescent shape to the east of the forest, awaiting Otto's emergence and expecting his advance. Otto would indeed emerge, but he would have been constantly scheming ways to outwit his enemies.
It's just like
Despite us having very little in the way of a contemporary description, historians have come together over the years to provide us with a likely sequence of events based on what we do know. It is thought that Otto gave command of his left flank to Comrade the Red, and Otto chose to heavily load up his left flank in a bid to surprise, disorientate and disorganise the Hungarian army. The danger on this hot summer's day was to remain distant enough from the Hungarian archers until such a time as an attack was ordered, and then very quickly attempt to advance through the rain of Hungarian arrows to get close enough to them to enter into close quarters combat, where the Germans knew that they held the advantage. The tactic of bizarre overabundance of troops on one flank is not unlike the tactic of the Theban commander Epaminondas, when he was able to surprise and outflank the Spartans at the Battle of Leuctra during the 4th century BCE, which was a story we told during Volume 3. The tactic of Otto was highly risky, and he was bound to suffer losses in his aim, for he really had little choice as he had been lured to Lechfeld out of necessity and now needed to face the Hungarian threat in order to remove it. Otto kept himself and his personal military guard, the Legio Regia, on the right-hand side. Comrade would orchestrate cavalry attacks on the Hungarians from the German left in order to outflank them and prevent the Hungarian cavalry from launching lightning attacks and encircling the German infantry. Comrade's attacks enabled the Germans to be the ones to surround their opponent's infantry. This would have been a shock for the Hungarians, who were used to winning their battles, and they realised that they were suddenly up against some very clever tactics. The Hungarians decided that the best positive action to take under this pressure was an organised retreat in order to maintain an archer's distance from the Germans and to draw the Germans into open fields where conditions would be much more favourable, giving the Hungarians the speed to outmanoeuvre the Germans. This would allow the Hungarians to continue to rain arrows down on their attackers, who would have been becoming exhausted on this hot summer's day, carrying their heavy armour. Otto was not going to fall for this trap, although he knew that he had the upper hand in the battle and would have been very tempted to pursue the Hungarians. Otto called a halt to the attacks to regroup, but it does appear that during this period there was a great number of German casualties. The cost of the battle for Otto was extremely high. It is even reported that Comrade the Red chose this time to try to cool himself
Random House Audio presents 50 Shades Freed by E.L. James. Read for you by Becca Bateau.
A Hungarian arrow. We certainly know
Prologue.
that Comrade did indeed die
Mommy,
during this battle.
Mommy is asleep on the floor.
During this period
She
of
has been
attack,
asleep
the
for a long
Hungarians
time.
decided
I brush her hair because she likes that. She doesn't wake up. I shake her.
the Hungarians
Mommy,
had lost many
my tummy
men,
hurts.
including
It is
Yes, what
hungry.
was
most of their
favorite?
right
He isn't
thanks
here.
to the success
I am
of
thirsty.
German knights.
Like of all of
In the kitchen, I pull a chair to the sink and I have a drink. The water splashes over my blue sweater. Mommy is still asleep. Mommy, wake up. She lies still. She is cold. I fetch my blankie and I cover Mommy, and I lie down on the sticky green rug beside her. Mommy is still asleep. I have 2 toy cars. They race by the floor where Mommy is sleeping. I think Mommy is sick. I search for something to eat. In the freezer, I find peas. They are cold. I eat them slowly. They make my tummy hurt. I sleep beside Mommy. The peas are gone. In the freezer is something. It
There was
smells
now no
funny.
doubt that this was a
I lick
real
it and my tongue is stuck to it.
Over
I
the
eat
course
it
of the next
slowly.
couple of days, it may
It
have been
tastes
a
nasty.
change in the weather,
I drink some
sunshine
water.
to rain.
I play with my cars and I sleep beside Mommy.
On the Hungarians.
Mommy is so cold
Otto
and
wanted
she
to
won't
make sure
wake up.
that the Hungarians
The door
never came
crashes
back.
open.
So
I cover
he would
Mommy
have
with
to
my
send
blankie.
a clear
He's
message.
here.
And if rain
Fuck!
was in the air,
What the fuck
he could
happened
provide
here?
enough hindrance
Oh,
to
the crazy
Hungarian
fucked up
archers
bitch.
to be able
Shit.
to neutralize
Fuck.
them.
Get out of my way, you little shit.
The Hungarians
He kicks me,
relative safety.
and I hit my head on the floor. My
When
head
Otto
hurts.
caught up with the
He calls
Hungarians,
somebody and he
he would
goes.
spare
He
them
locks the door.
no sympathy.
I lay down beside Mommy.
Speculation
My
of
head
heavy
hurts.
rain and
The
neutralised
lady
the archers
policeman is here.
was supported by
No.
the claim that the
No.
rivers
No.
the Hungarians had to
Don't
cross
touch me.
were swelling,
Don't touch me.
flowing
Don't
rapidly,
touch me.
and that when the Germans
I
pursued
stay
them,
by Mommy.
many Hungarians
No.
drowned.
Stay away from me.
That
The
they
lady
desperately
policeman has my
attempted to
blankie,
cross.
and she grabs me.
Otto's
I scream, Mommy, Mommy, I want my Mommy. The words are gone. I can't say the words. Mommy can't hear me. I have no words. Christian! Christian! Her voice is urgent, pulling him from the depths of his nightmare, the depths of his despair. I'm here! I'm here! He wakes and she's leaning over him, grasping his shoulders, shaking him, her face etched with anguish, blue eyes wide and brimming with tears. Anna. His voice is a breathless whisper, the taste of fear tarnishing his mouth. You're here. Of course I'm here. I had a dream. I know. I'm here. I'm here. Anna. He breathes her name, and it's a talisman against the black, choking panic coursing through his body. Hush! I'm here. She curls around him, her limbs cocooning him, her warmth leaching into his body, forcing back the shadows, forcing back the fear. She is sunshine. She is light. She is his. Please, let's not fight. His voice is hoarse as he wraps his arms around her. Okay. The vows. No obeying. I can do that. We'll find a way. The words rush out of his mouth in a tumble of emotion and confusion and anxiety. Yes, we will. We'll always find a way, she whispers, and her lips are on his, silencing him, bringing him back to the now.
The significance of the proclamation is
Chapter 1.
the beginning of the Holy Roman
I stare up through gaps in the seagrass parasol at the bluest of skies, summer blue, Mediterranean blue. With a contented sigh, Christian is beside me, stretched out on a sun lounger. My husband, my hot, beautiful husband, shirtless and in cut-off jeans, is reading a book predicting the collapse of the Western banking system. By all accounts, it's a page-turner. I haven't seen him sit this still, ever. He looks more like a student than the hotshot CEO of one of the top privately owned companies in the United States. On the final leg of our honeymoons, we laze in the afternoon sun on the beach of the aptly named Beach Plaza Monte Carlo in Monaco, although we're not actually staying in this hotel. I open my eyes and gaze out at the fair lady anchored in the harbor. We are staying, of course, on board a luxury motor yacht. Built in 1928, she floats majestically on the water, queen of all the yachts in the harbor. She looks like a child's wind-up toy. Christian loves her. I suspect he's tempted to buy her. Honestly, boys and their toys. Sitting back, I listen to the Christian Grey mix on my new iPod and doze in the late afternoon sun, idly remembering his proposal. Oh, his dreamy proposal in the boathouse. I can almost smell the scent of the meadow flowers.
There we go.
Can
Another
we marry
great
tomorrow?
story from
Christian murmurs softly in my ear.
past.
I am sprawled on his chest in the flowery bower in the boathouse, sated from our passionate lovemaking.
The age of the medieval knights now. We're really
Is that a
talking
yes?
about those very
I hear his
subjects.
hopeful surprise.
It really sets us up for future
no?
episodes, and we're going to be covering so many
I sense his grin. Miss Steele, are you incoherent?
And,
I grin.
It really does. We haven't even touched on the Crusades.
He laughs and hugs me tightly, kissing the top of my head.
Spoken about
Vegas, tomorrow. It is then.
And,
Sleepily, I raise my head. I don't think my parents would be very happy with that. He thrums his fingertips up and down my naked back, caressing me gently. What do you want, Anastasia? Vegas? A big wedding with all the trimmings? Tell me. Not big, just friends and family. I gaze up at him, moved by the quiet entreaty in his glowing gray eyes. What does he want? Okay. He nods.
And now on to other things.
I shrug. Could we do it here? He asks tentatively. Your folks' place? Would they mind? He snorts. My mother would be in seventh heaven. Okay, here. I'm sure my mom and dad would prefer that. He strokes my hair. Could I be any happier? So we've established where. Now, the when. Surely you should ask your mother. Christian's smile dips. She can have a month. That's it. I want you too much to wait any longer. Christian, you have me. You've had me for a while. But, okay, a month it is. I kiss his chest, a soft, chaste kiss, and smile up at him. You'll burn, Christian whispers in my ear, startling me from my doze. Only for you. I give him my sweetest smile. The late afternoon sun has shifted, and I am under its full glare. He smirks, and in one swift move pulls my sun lounger into the shade of the parasol. Out of the Mediterranean sun, Mrs. Gray. Thank you for your altruism, Mr. Gray. My pleasure, Mrs. Gray, and I'm not being altruistic at all. If you burn, I won't be able to touch you. He raises an eyebrow, his eyes shining with mirth, and my heart expands. But I suspect you know that, and you're laughing at me. Would I? I gasp, feigning innocence. Yes, you would, and you do. It's one of the many things I love about you. He leans down and kisses me, playfully biting my lower lip. I was hoping you'd rub me down with more sunscreen. I pout against his lips. Mrs. Gray, it's a dirty job, but that's an offer I can't refuse. Sit up, he orders, his voice husky. I do as I'm told, and with slow, meticulous strokes from strong and supple fingers, he coats me in sunscreen. You really are very lovely. I'm a lucky man. He murmurs as his fingers skim over my breasts, spreading the lotion. Yes, you are, Mr. Gray. I gaze coyly up at him through my lashes. Modesty becomes you, Mrs. Gray. Turn over. I want to do your back. Smiling, I roll over, and he undoes the back strap of my hideously expensive bikini. How would you feel if I went topless, like the other women on the beach? I ask, displeased. He says without hesitation, I'm not very happy about you wearing so little right now. He leans down and whispers in my ear, don't push your luck. Is that a challenge, Mr. Gray? No, it's a statement of fact, Mrs. Gray. I sigh and shake my head. Oh, Christian, my possessive, jealous, control freak Christian. When he's finished, he slaps my behind. You'll do, wench. His ever-present, ever-active BlackBerry buzzes. I frown and he smirks. My eyes only, Mrs. Gray.
interesting.
He raises his eyebrow in playful warning, slaps my backside once more, and sits back down on his lounger to take the call. My inner goddess purrs. Maybe tonight we could do some kind of floor show for his eyes only. She smirks knowingly, arching a brow. I grin at the thought and drift back into my afternoon siesta.
Well, thank you so much, Emma.
Mansella, appelez pour moi un Coca-Cola Light pour ma femme, s'il vous plaît. Et quoi puis-je sans manger? Laissez-moi voir la carte.
If you want to support the
Christian
podcast,
speaking fluent French wakes me. My eyelashes flutter in the glare of the sun, and I find Christian watching me while a liveried young woman walks away, her tray held aloft, her high blonde ponytail swinging provocatively. Thirsty, he asks. Yes, I mutter sleepily. I could watch you all day. Tired? I flush. I didn't get much sleep last night. Me neither. He grins, puts down his BlackBerry, and stands. His shorts fall a little and hang in that way, so his swim trunks are visible beneath. Christian takes his shorts off, stepping out of his flip-flops. I lose my train of thought. Come for a swim with me. He holds out his hand while I look up at him, dazed. Swim? He says again, cocking his head to one side, an amused expression on his face. When I don't respond, he shakes his head slowly. I think you need a wake-up call. Suddenly, he pounces and lifts me into his arms while I shriek, more from surprise than alarm. Christian, put me down! I squeal. He chuckles. Only in the sea, baby. Several sunbathers on the beach watch with that bemused disinterest so typical, I now realize, of the French as Christian carries me to the sea, laughing, and wades in. I clasp my arms around his neck. You wouldn't, I say breathlessly, trying to stifle my giggling. He grins. Oh, Anna, baby, have you learned nothing in the short time we've known each other? He kisses me, and I seize my opportunity, running my fingers through his hair, grasping two handfuls and kissing him back, while invading his mouth with my tongue. He inhales sharply and leans back, eyes smoky but wary. I know your game, he whispers, and slowly sinks into the cool, clear water, taking me with him as his lips find mine once more. The chill of the Mediterranean is soon forgotten as I wrap myself around my husband. I thought you wanted to swim, I murmur against his mouth. You're very distracting. Christian grazes his teeth along my lower lip. But I'm not sure I want the good people of Monte Carlo to see my wife in the throes of passion. I run my teeth along his jaw, his stubble tickly against my tongue, not caring a dime for the good people of Monte Carlo. Anna, he groans. He wraps my ponytail around his wrist and tugs gently, tilting my head back, exposing my throat. He trails kisses from my ear down my neck. Shall I take you in the sea? He breathes. Yes, I whisper. Christian pulls away and gazes down at me, his eyes warm, wanting, and amused. Mrs. Gray, you're insatiable and so brazen. What sort of monster have I created? A monster fit for you. Would you have me any other way? I'll take you any way I can get you. You know that. But not right now. Not with an audience. He jerks his head toward the shore. What? Sure enough, several sunbathers on the beach have abandoned their indifference and now regard us with interest. Suddenly, Christian grabs me around my waist and launches me into the air, letting me fall into the water and sink beneath the waves to the soft sand below. I surface, coughing, spluttering, and giggling. Christian! I scold, glaring at him. I thought we were going to make love in the sea and chalk up yet another first. He bites his lower lip to stifle his amusement. I splash him, and he splashes me right back. We have all night, he says, grinning like a fool. Laters, baby. He dives beneath the sea and surfaces 3 feet away from me, Then, in a fluid, graceful crawl, swims away from the shore, away from me. Ah! Playful, tantalizing 50. I shield my eyes from the sun as I watch him go. He's such a tease. What can I do to get him back? While I swim back to the shore, I contemplate my options. At the Sun Loungers, our drinks have arrived, and I take a quick sip of Diet Coke. Christian is a faint speck in the distance. I lie down on my front and, fumbling with the straps, take my bikini top off and toss it casually onto Christian's Sun Lounger. There. See how brazen I can be, Mr. Gray? Put this in your pipe and smoke it. I shut my eyes and let the sun warm my skin, warm my bones, and I drift away under its heat, my thoughts turning to my wedding day.
In the first millennium, and one that exists
You may kiss
in
the bride,
Scotland.
Reverend Walsh announces. I
stated
beam at my husband. Finally, you're mine, he whispers, and pulls me into his arms and kisses me chastely on the lips.
as there is a school
I
of thought
am married.
to say that
I am Mrs. Christian Gray. I am giddy with joy. You look beautiful, Anna, he murmurs and smiles, his eyes glowing with love and something darker, something hot. Don't let anyone take that dress off but me, understand? His smile heats 100 degrees as his fingertips trail down my cheek, igniting my blood. Holy crap! How does he do this? Even here with all these people staring at us. I nod mutely. Geez, I hope no one can hear us. Luckily, Reverend Walsh has discreetly stepped back. I glance at the throng, gathered in their wedding finery. My mom, Ray, Bob, and the Grays are all applauding. Even Kate, my maid of honor, who looks stunning in pale pink as she stands beside Christian's best man, his brother, Elliot. Who knew that even Elliot could scrub up so well? All wear huge, beaming smiles, except Grace, who weeps graciously into a dainty white handkerchief. Ready to party, Mrs. Gray? Christian murmurs, giving me his shy smile. I melt. He looks divine in a simple black tux with silver waistcoat and tie. He's so dashing. Ready as I'll ever be, I grin, a totally goofy smile on my face. Later, the wedding party is in full swing. Carrick and Grace have gone to town. They have the tent set up again and beautifully decorated in pale pink, silver, and ivory, with its sides open, facing the bay. We have been blessed with fine weather, and the late afternoon sun shines over the water. There's a dance floor at one end of the tent, a lavish buffet at the other. Ray and my mother are dancing and laughing with each other. I feel bittersweet watching them together. I hope Christian and I last longer. I don't know what I'd do if he left me. Marry in haste, repent at leisure. The saying haunts me. Kate is beside me, looking so beautiful in her long silk gown. She glances at me and frowns. Hey, this is supposed to be the happiest day of your life, she scolds. It is, I whisper. Oh, Anna, what's wrong? Are you watching your mom and Ray? I nod sadly. They're happy. Happier apart. You're having doubts? Kate asks, alarmed. No, not at all. It's just, I love him so much. I freeze, unable or unwilling to articulate my fears. Anna, it's obvious he adores you. I know you had an unconventional start to your relationship, but I can see how happy you've both been over the past month. She grasps my hands, squeezing them. Besides, it's too late now, she adds with a grin. I giggle. Trust Kate to point out the obvious. She pulls me into a Catherine Kavanaugh special hug. Anna, you'll be fine. And if he hurts one hair on your head, He'll have me to answer to.
such as the Romans.
Releasing me,
The
she
Anglo-Saxons.
grins at whoever is behind me.
Further to this,
Hi, baby.
there is even
Christian puts
suggestion
his arms around
in
me,
some scriptures
surprising me, and kisses my temple.
non-Celtic
Kate,
language.
he acknowledges.
This could further
He's still cool
support
toward her
the
even after
appearance,
6 weeks.
but not categorically
Hello again,
accept
Christian.
as
I'm off to
exclusive
find
for
your best
Celts.
man, who happens to be
So
my best
categorizing
man, too.
Picts is
With a smile to
probably
us both,
a very
she heads over to
ambiguous
Elliot,
project.
who is drinking with her brother Ethan and our friend Jose.
Areas of the Northern
Time to
British
go,
Isles
Christian
over
murmurs.
many centuries
Already?
can be referred
This
to
is the first party I've been to where I don't mind being the
We do
center
not
of
know
attention.
any more detail.
I turn in his arms to face him. You deserve to be.
Distinguishing
You look
things
stunning,
about
Anastasia.
these people
So do you.
British Isles was the fact
He
that
smiles,
they
his
painted
expression
their
heating.
faces and bodies
This
with
beautiful
evil
dress
dyes,
becomes you.
distinct
This old
colour
thing?
noticed by
I
foreign
blush
observers.
shyly and pull on the fine lace trim of the simple fitted wedding dress designed for me by Kate's mother.
Isatis,
I love that the lace is just off the shoulder,
more commonly called
demure yet alluring, I hope. He bends and kisses me.
the
Let's go.
Archbishop of Seville,
I don't want to share you with all these people anymore. Can we leave our own wedding? Baby, it's our party, and we can do whatever we want. We've cut the cake, and right now, I'd like to whisk you away and have you all to myself. I giggle. You have me for a lifetime, Mr. Gray. I'm very glad to hear that, Mrs. Gray.
This is interesting.
Oh, there you two are. Such lovebirds. I groan inwardly. Grace's mother has found us. Christian, darling, one more dance with your grandma? Christian purses his lips. Of course, grandmother. And you, beautiful Anastasia, go and make an old man happy. Dance with Theo. Theo, Mrs. Trevelyan? Grandpa Trevelyan. And I think you can call me Grandma. Now, you two seriously need to get working on my great-grandkids. I won't last too much longer. She gives us both a simpering smile. Christian blinks at her in horror. Come, grandmother, he says, hurriedly taking her hand and leading her to the dance floor. He glances back at me, practically pouting, and rolls his eyes. Laters, baby. As I walk toward Grandpa Trevelyan, Jose accosts me. I won't ask you for another dance. I think I monopolize too much of your time on the dance floor as it is. I'm happy to see you happy. But I'm serious, Anna. I'll be here if you need me. Jose, thank you. You're a good friend. I mean it. His dark eyes shine with sincerity. I know you do. Thank you, Jose. Now, if you'll please excuse me, I have a date with an old man. He furrows his brow in confusion. Christian's grandfather, I clarify. He grins. Good luck with that, Annie. Good luck with everything. Thanks, Jose. After my dance with Christian's ever-charming grandfather, I stand by the French doors, watching the sun sink slowly over Seattle, casting bright orange and aquamarine shadows across the bay. Let's go, Christian urges. I have to change. I grasp his hand, meaning to pull him through the French windows and upstairs with me. He frowns, not understanding, and tugs gently on my hand, halting me. I thought you wanted to be the one to take this dress off, I explain. His eyes light up. Correct. He gives me a lascivious grin. But I'm not undressing you here. We wouldn't leave until... I don't know. He waves his long-fingered hand, leaving his sentence unfinished, but his meaning quite clear. I flush and let go of his hand. And don't take your hair down either, he murmurs darkly. But no buts, Anastasia. You look beautiful, and I want to be the one to undress you. Oh, I frown. Pack your going-away clothes, he orders. You'll need them. Taylor has your main suitcase. Okay. What has he got planned? He hasn't told me where we're going. In fact, I don't think anyone knows where we're going. Neither Mia nor Kate has managed to inveigle the information out of him. I turn to where my mother and Kate are hovering nearby. I'm not changing. What? My mother says. Christian doesn't want me to. I shrug as if this should explain everything. Her brow furrows briefly. You didn't promise to obey. She reminds me tactfully. Kate tries to disguise her snort as a cough. I narrow my eyes at her. Neither she nor my mother have any idea of the fight Christian and I had about that. I don't want to rehash that argument. Geez, can my 50 shades sulk and have nightmares? The memory is sobering. I know, Mom, but he likes the stress, and I want to please him. Her expression softens. Kate rolls her eyes and tactfully moves away to leave us alone. You look so lovely, darling. Carla gently tugs at a loose tendril of my hair and strokes my chin. I am so proud of you, honey. You're going to make Christian a very happy man. She pulls me into a hug. Oh, Mom, I can't believe how grown up you look right now. Beginning a new life. Just remember that men are from a different planet, and you'll be fine. I giggled. Christian is from a different universe. If only she knew. Thanks, Mom. Ray joins us, smiling sweetly at both Mom and me. You made a beautiful baby girl, Carla, he says, his eyes glowing with pride. He looks so dapper in his black tux and pale pink waistcoat. Tears prick the back of my eyes. Oh no, so far I have managed not to cry. And you watched her and helped her grow up, Ray? Carla's voice is wistful. And I loved every single minute. You make one hell of a bride, Annie. Ray tucks the same loose strand of hair behind my ear. Oh, Dad. I stifle a sob, and he hugs me in his brief, awkward way. You'll make one hell of a wife, too. He whispers, his voice hoarse. When he releases me, Christian is back at my side. Ray shakes his hand warmly. Look after my girl, Christian. I fully intend to, Ray. Carla. He nods at my stepdad and kisses my mom. The rest of the wedding guests have formed a long human arch for us to travel through, leading around to the front of the house. Ready? Christian says. Yes. Taking my hand, he leads me under their outstretched arms, while our guests shout good luck and congratulations and shower us with rice. Waiting with smiles and hugs at the end of the arch are Grace and Carrick. They hug and kiss us both in turn. Grace is emotional again, as we bid them hasty goodbyes. Taylor is waiting to whisk us away in the Audi SUV. As Christian holds the car door open for me, I turn and toss my bouquet of white and pink roses into the crowd of young women that has gathered. Mia triumphantly holds it aloft, grinning from ear to ear. As I slide into the SUV, laughing at Mia's audacious catch, Christian bends to gather the hem of my dress. Once I'm safely in, he bids the waiting crowd farewell. Taylor holds the car door open for him. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, Taylor. Christian replies as he seats himself beside me. As Taylor pulls away, our wedding guests shower the vehicle with rice. Christian grasps my hand and kisses my knuckles. So far, so good, Mrs. Gray. So far, so wonderful, Mr. Gray. Where are we going? Z-Tech, he says simply, and smiles a sphinx-like smile.
The Emperor in charge of the British territories.
What is he planning? Taylor does not head for the departure terminal as I expect, but through a security gate and directly onto the tarmac. What? And then I see her, Christian's jet, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc., in large blue lettering across her fuselage. Don't tell me you're misusing company property again. Oh, I hope so, Anastasia. Christian grins. Taylor halts the Audi at the foot of the steps leading up to the plane and leaps out to open Christian's door. They have a brief discussion. Then Christian opens my door, and rather than stepping back to give me room to climb out, he leans in and lifts me. Whoa! What are you doing? I squeak. Carrying you over the threshold, he says. Oh, isn't that supposed to be at home? He carries me effortlessly up the steps, and Taylor follows with my small suitcase. He leaves it on the threshold of the plane before returning to the Audi. Inside the cabin, I recognize Stefan, Christian's pilot, in his uniform. Welcome aboard, sir. Mrs. Gray? He grins. Christian puts me down and shakes Stefan's hand. Beside Stefan stands a dark-haired woman in her, early 30s? She's also in uniform. Congratulations to you both. Stefan continues. Thank you, Stefan. Anastasia, you know Stefan. He's our captain today, and this is First Officer Bailey. She blushes as Christian introduces her and blinks rapidly. I want to roll my eyes. Another female completely captivated by my too handsome for his own good husband. Delighted to meet you, gushes Bailey. I smile kindly at her. After all, he is mine. All preparations complete? Christian asks them both as I glance around the cabin. The interior is all pale maple wood and pale cream leather. It's lovely. Another young woman in uniform stands at the other end of the cabin, a very pretty brunette. We have the all clear. Weather is good from here to Boston. Boston? Turbulence? Not before Boston. There's a weather front over Shannon that might give us a rough ride. Shannon? Ireland? I see. Well, I hope to sleep through it all, says Christian, matter-of-factly. Sleep? We'll get underway, sir, Stefan says. We'll leave you in the capable care of Natalia, your flight attendant. Christian glances in her direction and frowns, returns to Stefan with a smile. Excellent, he says. Taking my hand, he leads me to one of the sumptuous leather seats. There must be about 12 of them in total. Sit, he says as he removes his jacket and undoes his fine silver brocade vest. We sit in two single seats facing each other, with a small, highly polished table between us. Welcome aboard, sir, ma'am, and congratulations. Natalia is at our side, offering us both a glass of pink champagne. Thank you, Christian says, and she smiles politely at us and retreats to the galley. Here's to a happy married life, Anastasia. Christian raises his glass to mine, and we clink. The champagne is delicious. Bollinger? I ask. The same. The first time I drank this, it was out of teacups. I grin. I remember that day well. Your graduation. Where are we going? I'm unable to contain my curiosity any longer. Shannon, Christian says, his eyes alight with excitement. He looks like a small boy. In Ireland? We're going to Ireland? To refuel, he adds, teasing. Then, I prompt. His grin broadens and he shakes his head. Christian? London, he says, gazing intently at me, trying to gauge my reaction. I gasp. Holy cow. I thought maybe we'd be going to New York or Aspen or maybe the Caribbean. I can hardly believe it. My lifetime ambition has been to visit England. I'm lit up from within, incandescent with happiness. Then Paris. What? Then the south of France. Whoa! I know you've always dreamed of going to Europe, he says softly. I want to make your dreams come true, Anastasia. You are my dreams come true, Christian. Back at you, Mrs. Gray. He whispers. Oh my. Buckle up. I grin and do as I'm told. As the plane taxis out onto the runway, we sip our champagne, grinning inanely at each other. I can't believe it. At 22 years old, I'm finally leaving the United States and going to Europe. To London, of all places. Once we're airborne, Natalia serves us yet more champagne and prepares our wedding feast. And what a feast it is! Smoked salmon, followed by roast partridge with a green bean salad and dauphinoise potatoes. All cooked and served by the ever-efficient Natalia. Dessert, Mr. Gray? She asks. He shakes his head and runs his finger across his bottom lip as he looks questioningly at me, his expression dark and unreadable. No, thank you, I murmur, unable to break eye contact with him. His lips curl up in a small, secret smile, and Natalia retreats. Good, he murmurs. I'd rather planned on having you for dessert. Oh, here? Come, he says, rising from the table and offering me his hand. He leads me to the back of the cabin. There is a bathroom here. He points to a small door, then leads me on down a short corridor and through a door at the end. Geez, a bedroom. The cabin is cream and maple wood, and the small double bed is covered in gold and taupe cushions. It looks very comfortable. Christian turns and pulls me into his arms, gazing down at me. I thought we'd spend our wedding night at 35,000 feet. It's something I've never done before. Another first. I gape at him, my heart pounding. The Mile High Club. I've heard about this. But first I have to get you out of this fabulous dress. His eyes glow with love and something darker. Something I love. Something that calls to my inner goddess. It takes my breath away. Turn around. His voice is low, authoritative, and sexy as hell. How can he infuse so much promise into those two words? Willingly I comply, and his hands move to my hair. Gently he pulls out each hairpin one at a time, his expert fingers making short work of the task. My hair falls in swabs over my shoulders, one lock at a time, covering my back and down to my breasts. I try to stand still and not squirm, but I'm aching for his touch. After our long, tiring, but exciting day, I want him, all of him. You have such beautiful hair, Anna. His mouth is close to my ear and I feel his breath, though his lips don't touch me. When my hair is free of pins, he runs his fingers through it, gently massaging my scalp. Oh my. I close my eyes and savor the sensation. His fingers travel on down, and he tugs, tilting my head back to expose my throat. You're mine.
Oh, yeah.
He breathes.
Oh, yeah, how you doing?
His teeth tug my earlobe. I groan. Hush now, he admonishes. He sweeps my hair over my shoulder and trails a finger across the top of my back, from shoulder to shoulder, following the lace edge of my dress. I shiver in anticipation. He plants a tender kiss on my back above the first button on my dress. So beautiful, he says as he deftly undoes the first button. You have made me the happiest man alive today. With infinite slowness, he unfastens each button, all the way down my back. I love you so much. Trailing kisses from the nape of my neck to the edge of my shoulder. Between each kiss, he murmurs, I want you so much. I want to be inside you.
How could I?
You
How could I?
are mine. Each word is intoxicating. I close my eyes and tilt my head, giving him easier access to my neck, and I fall further under the spell that is Christian Grey, my husband. Mine. He whispers once more. He peels my dress down my arms so that it pools at my feet in a cloud of ivory silks and lace. Turn around, he whispers, his voice suddenly hoarse. I do so, and he gasps. I'm dressed in a tight, blush pink satin corset with garter straps, matching lacy briefs, and white silk stockings. Christian's eyes travel greedily down my body, but he says nothing. He just gazes at me, his eyes wide with want. You like? I whisper, aware of the shy blush creeping across my cheeks. More than like, baby. You look sensational. Here. He holds out his hand and, taking it, I step out of my dress. Keep still, he murmurs, and without taking his darkening eyes off mine, he runs his middle finger over my breasts, following the line of my corset. My breath shallows, and he repeats the journey over my breasts once more, his tantalizing fingers sending tingles down my spine. He stops and twirls his index finger in the air, indicating that he wants me to turn around. For him, right now, I'd do anything. Stop, he says. I'm facing the bed, away from him. His arm encircles my waist, pulling me against him, and he nuzzles my neck. Gently, he cups my breasts, toying with them, while his thumbs circle over my nipples so that they strain against the fabric of my corset. My, he whispers. Yours, I breathe. Leaving my breasts bereft, he runs his hands down my stomach, over my belly, and down to my thighs, his thumbs skimming my sex. I stifle a moan. His fingers skate down each garter, and with his usual dexterity, he simultaneously unhooks each one from my stockings. His hands travel around to my behind. Mine. He breathes, as his hands spread across my backside, the tips of his fingers brushing my sex. Ah! His hands travel down the backs of my thighs, and once more he unclips my garters. Leaning down, he pulls back the cover on the bed. Sit down. In his thrall, I do as I'm told, and he kneels at my feet and gently tugs off each of my white bridal Jimmy Choos. He grasps the top of my left stocking and slowly peels it off, running his thumbs down my leg. He repeats the process with my other stocking. This is like unwrapping my Christmas presents. He smiles up at me through his long, dark lashes. A present you've had already. He frowns in admonishment. Oh no, baby. This time, it's really mine. Christian, I've been yours since I said yes. I scoot forward, cupping his beloved face in my hands. I'm yours. I will always be yours, husband of mine. Now, I think you're wearing too many clothes. I bend to kiss him, and suddenly he leans up, kisses my lips, and grasps my head with his hands, his fingers threading into my hair. Anna, he breathes. My Anna. His lips claim mine once more, his tongue invasively persuasive. Clothes, I whisper, our breath mingling as I push back his vest and he struggles out of it, releasing me for a moment. He pauses, gazing at me, eyes wide, eyes wanting. Let me, please. My voice is soft and cajoling. I want to undress my husband, my 50. He sits back on his heels, and leaning forward, I grasp his tie, his silver gray tie, my favorite tie, and slowly undo it and pull it free. He raises his chin to let me tackle the top button of his white shirt. Then, once it's undone, I move on to his cuffs. He's wearing platinum cufflinks, engraved with an entwined A and C, my wedding present to him. When I've removed them, he takes the cufflinks from me and fists them in his hand. Then, he kisses his fist and shoves them into his pants pocket. Mr. Gray, so romantic. For you, Mrs. Gray. hearts and flowers, always. I take his hand and, glancing up through my lashes, kiss his plain platinum wedding ring. He groans and closes his eyes. Anna, he whispers, and my name is a prayer. Reaching up to his second shirt button and mirroring him from earlier, I plant a soft kiss on his chest as I undo each of them and whisper between each kiss, "You make me so happy. I love you." He groans, and in one swift move, he clasps me around the waist and lifts me onto the bed, following me down on it. His lips find mine, his hands curling around my head, holding me, stilling me, as our tongues glory in each other. Abruptly, Christian kneels up, leaving me breathless and wanting more. "You are so beautiful, wife." He runs his hands down my legs and grasps my left foot. "You have such lovely legs. I want to kiss every inch of them, starting here." He presses his lips against my big toe and then grazes the pad with his teeth. Everything south of my waistline convulses. His tongue glides up my instep, and his teeth skin my heel and up to my ankle. He trails kisses up the inside of my calf, soft, wet kisses. I wriggle beneath him.
I'm telling you for a fact, this man drank
"Still,
and drove
Mrs. Gray,"
all day,
he
every day,
warns,
never sober.
and suddenly he flips me onto my stomach and continues his leisurely journey with his mouth up the backs of my legs, to my thighs, my behind, and then he stops. I groan. "Please, I want you naked," he murmurs, and slowly unhooks my corset, one hook at a time. When it's flat on the bed beneath me, he runs his tongue up the length of my spine. "Christian, please." "What do you want, Mrs. Gray?" His words are soft and close to my ear. He's almost lying on top of me. I can feel him hard against my behind. "You, and I you, my love, my life," he whispers, and before I know it, he's flipped me onto my back. He stands swiftly and in one efficient move dispenses with his pants and boxer briefs, so that he's gloriously naked and looming large and ready over me. The small cabin is eclipsed by his dazzling beauty and his want and need of me. He leans down and peels off my panties, then gazes at me. "Mine," he mouths. "Please," I beg, and he grins. A salacious, wicked, tempting, all 50 grin. He crawls back onto the bed and trails kisses up my right leg this time, until he reaches the apex of my thighs. He pushes my legs wider apart. "Ah, wife of mine," he murmurs, and then his mouth is on me. I close my eyes and surrender to his oh-so-adroit tongue. My hands fist in his hair as my hips swing and sway, slave to his rhythm, then buck off the small bed. He grabs my hips to still me, but doesn't stop the delicious torture. I'm close, so close. "Christian," I moan. "Not yet." He breathes, and he moves up my body, his tongue dipping into my navel. "No!" Damn! I sense his smile against my belly as his journey continues north. "So impatient, Mrs. Gray. We have until we touch down on the Emerald Isle." Reverentially, he kisses my breasts and tugs my left nipple between his lips. Gazing up at me, his eyes are dark like a tropical storm as he teases me. "Oh my, I'd forgotten. You're a husband. I want you. Please." He looms up over me, his body covering mine, resting his weight on his elbows. He runs his nose down mine, and I run my hands down his strong, supple back to his fine backside. "Mrs. Gray, wife," he aimed to please. His lips brush. "I love you." "I love you too." Eyes open. "I want to see you."
And he was always
"Christian!"
I
I cry. as he slowly
So for
sinks
me to
into
say that
me.
99
Anna,
times more than
oh,
fuck
Anna,
my father.
he breathes, and he
He's
starts
going
to move.
awful. So, but
What the hell do you think you're doing?
There is a chronic
Christian
I don't know.
shouts,
I
waking me
still
from my
young, so
very
I was
pleasant
this kind of
dream.
thing.
but it's
He is
But then
standing
that's
all
when
wet
necessary
and beautiful at the end of my sun lounge and
Exactly.
glaring down at me.
possibly
What have I done?
I don't.
Oh
I
no,
do have them out here.
I'm lying on my back.
But it's funny. People won't
Crap,
understand.
crap,
They won't be like,
crap.
it's my future.
And
There's
he's
nothing
mad.
for like.
Shit,
That's
he's
what we say.
really
It's
mad.
like, driving from
considering himself of Scots
LA to
origin
Las Vegas.
as opposed
Chapter
to
2.
British,
And there's nothing in the
then
middle.
his suspicion
I am
was
suddenly
present.
very awake,
marching
my erotic
down
dream
Well, there
Europe's
it's just
forgotten.
big land.
So
I was on my front. I must have turned over in my sleep.
if you get
I
stopped,
whisper weakly in my defense.
There is suspicion
His
of a
eyes
battle
blaze
waiting
with
to
fury.
kill.
He reaches down, scoops up my bikini top from his sun lounger, and tosses it at
on a
me.
random day
Put
in
this
the
on,
desert
he
was
hisses.
funny.
Christian,
On a random
no
day,
one is
just if you
looking.
were left out in the middle
Trust
of
me,
it.
What happened
they're looking.
next is
I'm sure
something
Taylor and the
puzzles
security crew are enjoying the
historians
show.
to this
He
day.
snarls.
That's a very good question.
Holy
During
shit.
the reign of King
Why do I keep forgetting about them? I grasp my breasts in panic, hiding them. Ever since Charlie Tango's sabotaged demise, we are constantly shadowed by damned security. Yes, Christian snarls. And some sleazy fucking paparazzi could get a shot of you too. Do you want to be all over the cover of Star magazine? Naked this time? Shit! The paparazzi! Fuck! As I hurriedly scramble into my top, all thumbs, the color drains from my face. I shudder.
Really?
The unpleasant memory of being besieged by the paparazzi outside Seattle Independent Publishing after our engagement was leaked comes unwelcome to mind. All part of the Christian Grey package.
At least from where I am,
Christian snaps the passing waitress.
the
We're
extremes
going,
of the weather will
he
be
says
much
to me.
faster than the
Now?
desert.
Yes, now.
You'll die within
Oh shit. He's not to be argued with. He pulls on his shorts, even though his trunks are dripping wet, then his gray t-shirt. The waitress is back in a moment with his credit card and a check.
99.
Reluctantly, I wriggle into my turquoise sundress and step into my flip-flops. Once the waitress has left, Christian snatches up his book and BlackBerry and masks his fury behind mirrored aviator sunglasses. He is bristling with tension and anger. My heart sinks. Every other woman on the beach is topless. It's not that big of a crime. In fact, I look odd with my top on. I sigh inwardly, my spirits sinking. I thought Christian would see the funny side. Sort of. Maybe if I'd stayed on my front, but his sense of humor has evaporated. Please don't be mad at me, I whisper, taking his book and BlackBerry from him and placing them in my backpack. Too late for that, he says quietly, too quietly. Come. Taking my hand, he signals up to Taylor and his two sidekicks, the French security officers Philippe and Gaston. Weirdly, they are identical twins. They have been patiently watching us and everyone else on the beach from the veranda. Why do I keep forgetting about them? How? Taylor is stony-faced behind his dark glasses. Shit, he's mad at me too. I'm still not used to seeing him so casually dressed in shorts and a black polo shirt. Christian leads me into the hotel, through the lobby, and out onto the street. He remains silent, brooding, and bad-tempered, and it's all my fault. Taylor and his team shadow us. Where are we going? I ask tentatively, gazing up at him. Back to the boat. He doesn't look at me. I have no idea at the time. I think it must be about 5 or 6 in the afternoon. When we reach the marina, Christian leads me onto the dock, where the motorboat and jet ski belonging to the fair lady are moored. As Christian unties the jet ski, I hand my backpack to Taylor. I glance nervously up at him, but like Christian, his expression gives nothing away. I flush, thinking about what he's seen on the beach. Here he goes. Taylor passes me a life vest from the motorboat, and I dutifully put it on. Why am I the only one who has to wear a life jacket?
It was really
Christian and Taylor exchange some kind of look. Geez, is he angry with Taylor too? Christian then checks the straps on my life jacket, cinching the middle one tightly. You'll do, he mutters sullenly, still not turning to look at me. He climbs gracefully onto the jet ski and holds out his hand for me to join him. Grasping it tightly, I manage to throw my leg over the seat behind him without falling into the water, while Taylor and the twins clamber into the motorboat. Christian kicks the jet ski away from the dock, and it floats gently into the marina. Hold on, he orders, and I put my arms around him. This is my favorite part of traveling by jet ski. I hug him closely, my nose nuzzling into his back, marveling that there was a time when he would not have tolerated me touching him this way. He smells good, of Christian and of the sea. Give me Christian. He stiffens. Study, he says, his tone softer. I kiss his back and rest my cheek against him, looking back toward the dock where a few holidaymakers have gathered to watch the show. Christian turns the key and the motor roars to life. With one twist of the accelerator, the jet ski bucks forward and speeds across the cool, dark water, through the marina and out to the center of the harbor toward the fair lady. I hold him tighter. I love this. It's so exciting. Every muscle in Christian's lean frame is evident as I cling to him. Taylor pulls alongside the motorboat. Christian glances at him, then accelerates again, and we shoot forward, whipping over the top of the water like an expertly tossed pebble. Taylor shakes his head in resigned exasperation and heads straight to the yacht, while Christian shoots past the fair lady and heads out toward the open water. The sea spray is splashing us, the warm wind buffeting my face and playing my ponytail crazily around me. This is so much fun! Maybe the thrill of this ride will dispel Christian's bad mood. I can't see his face, but I know he's enjoying himself, carefree, acting his age for a change. He steers in a huge semicircle, and I study the shoreline, the boats in the marina, the mosaic of yellow, white, and sand-colored offices and apartments, and the craggy mountains behind. It looks so disorganized. Not the regimented blocks that I am used to, but so picturesque. Christian glances over his shoulder at me, and there's a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Again? He shouts over the noise of the engine. I nod enthusiastically. His answering grin is dazzling, and he opens the throttle and speeds around the fair lady and on out to sea once more. And I think I'm forgiven.
The round of 32.
You've caught the sun, Christian says mildly as he undoes my life vest. I anxiously try to assess his mood. We are on deck aboard the yacht, and one of the stewards is standing quietly nearby, waiting for my life vest. Christian passes it to him. Will you zappy also? The young man asks. I love his French accent. Christian glances at me, takes off his shades, and slips them into the collar of his t-shirt, letting them hang. Would you like a drink? He asks me. Do I need one? He cocks his head to one side. Why would you say that? His voice is soft. You know why. He frowns as if weighing something in his mind. Oh, what is he thinking? 2 gin and tonics, please, and some nuts and olives, he says to the steward, who nods and quickly vanishes. You think I'm going to punish you? Christian's voice is silky. Do you want to? Yes. How? I'll think of something. Maybe when you've had your drink. And it's a sensual threat. I swallow, and my inner goddess squints from her sun lounger, where she's trying to catch rays with a silver reflector fanned out at her neck. Christian frowns once more. You want to be? How does he know? Depends, I mutter, flushing. On what? He hides his smile. If you want to hurt me or not. His mouth presses into a hard line. Humor forgotten. He leans forward and kisses my forehead. Anastasia, you're my wife, not my sub. I don't ever want to hurt you. You should know that by now. Just don't take your clothes off in public. I don't want you naked all over the tabloids. You don't want that, and I'm sure your mom and Ray don't want that either. Oh, Ray. Holy shit. He'd have a coronary. What was I thinking? I mentally castigate myself. The steward appears with our drinks and snacks and places them on the table. Sit, Christian commands. I do as he says and settle into a director's chair. Christian takes a seat beside me and passes me a gin and tonic. Cheers, Mrs. Gray. Cheers, Mr. Gray. I take a welcome sip. It's thirst-quenching, cold, and delicious. When I gaze at him, he's watching me carefully, his mood unreadable. It's very frustrating. I don't know if he's still mad at me. I deploy my patented distraction technique. Who owns this boat? I ask. A British knight. Sir somebody or other. His great-grandfather started a grocery store. His daughter's married to one of the crown princes of Europe. Oh, super rich? Christian looks suddenly wary. Yes. Like you, I murmur. Yes. Oh, and like you. Christian whispers and pops an olive into his mouth. I blink rapidly. A vision of him in his tux and silver waistcoat comes to mind. His eyes burning with sincerity as he gazes down at me during our wedding ceremony. All that is mine is now yours, he says, his voice ringing out clearly, reciting his vows from memory. All mine? It's odd, going from nothing to... I wave my hand to indicate our opulent surroundings. To everything. You'll get used to it. I don't think I'll ever get used to it. Taylor appears on deck. Sir, you have a call. Christian frowns but takes the proffered BlackBerry. Gray, he snaps and rises from his seat to stand at the bow of the yacht. I gaze out at the sea, tuning out his conversation with Roz, I think, his number 2. I am rich, stinking rich. I have done nothing to earn this money, just married a rich man. I shudder as my mind drifts back to our conversation about prenups. It was the Sunday after his birthday, and we were seated at the kitchen table enjoying our leisurely breakfast. All of us, Elliot, Kate, Grace, and I, were debating the merits of bacon versus sausage, while Carrick and Christian read the Sunday paper. Look at this! Squeals Mia, as she sets her netbook on the kitchen table in front of us. There's a gossipy item on the Seattle News website about you being engaged, Christian. Already? Grace says in surprise. Then her mouth purses as some obviously unpleasant thought crosses her mind. Christian frowns. Mia reads the column out loud. Word has reached us here at the news that Seattle's most eligible bachelor, the Christian Grey, has finally been snapped up and wedding bells are in the air. But who is the lucky lady? The news is on the hunt. Bet she's reading one hell of a prenup. Mia giggles, then stops abruptly as Christian glares at her. Silence descends. And the atmosphere in the gray kitchen plunges to below 0. Oh no! A prenup? The thought has never crossed my mind. I swallow, feeling all the blood drain from my face. Please, ground, swallow me up now. Christian shifts uncomfortably in his chair as I glance apprehensively at him. No, he mouths at me. Christian, Carrick says gently. I'm not discussing this again. He snaps at Carrick, who glances at me nervously and opens his mouth to say something. No prenup. Christian almost shouts at him, and broodingly goes back to reading his paper, ignoring everyone else at the table. They look alternately at me, and then him, then anywhere but at the two of us. Christian, I murmur, I'll sign anything you and Mr. Gray want. Jeez, it wouldn't be the first time he's made me sign something. Christian looks up and glares at me. No, he snaps. I blanch once more. It's to protect you. Christian, Anna, I think you should discuss this in private. Grace admonishes us. She glares at Carrick and Mia. Oh dear, looks like they're in trouble too. Anna, this is not about you, Carrick murmurs reassuringly. And please, call me Carrick. Christian narrows cold eyes at his father and my heart sinks. Hell, he's really mad. Everyone erupts into animated conversation, and Mia and Kate leap up to clear the table. I definitely prefer sausage, exclaims Elliot. I stare down at my knotted fingers. Crap. I hope Mr. and Mrs. Gray don't think I'm some kind of gold digger. Christian reaches over and grasps both my hands gently in one of his. Stop it. How does he know what I'm thinking? Ignore my dad, Christian says, so only I can hear him. He's really pissed about it. That stuff was all aimed at me. I wish my mom had kept her mouth shut. I know Christian is still smarting from his talk with Carrick about Elena last night. He has a point, Christian. You are very wealthy, and I'm bringing nothing to our marriage but my student loans. Christian gazes at me, his eyes bleak. Anastasia, if you leave me, you might as well take everything. You left me once before. I know how that feels. Holy fuck. That was different, I whisper, moved by his intensity. But you might want to leave me. The thought makes me sick. He snorts and shakes his head with mock disgust. Christian, you know I might do something exceptionally stupid, and you... I glance down at my knotted hands, pain lancing through me, and I'm unable to finish my sentence. Losing Christian. Fuck. Stop. Stop now. The subject is closed, Anna. We're not discussing it anymore. No prenup. Not now. Not ever. He gives me a pointed, give it up now look, which silences me. Then he turns to Grace. Mom, he says, can we have the wedding here? And he's not mentioned it again. In fact, at every opportunity, he's trying to reassure me about his wealth. That it's mine, too. I shudder as I recall the crazy shopping fest Christian demanded I go on with Caroline Acton, the personal shopper from Neiman Marcus, in preparation for this honeymoon. My bikini alone cost $540. I mean, it's nice, but really, that's a ridiculous amount of money for 4 triangular scraps of material. You will get used to it. Christian interrupts my reverie as he resumes his place at the table. Used to it? The money, he says, rolling his eyes. Oh, 50, maybe with time. I push the small dish of salted almonds and cashews toward him. You're nuts, sir, I say, with as straight a face as I can manage, trying to bring some humor to our conversation after my dark thoughts and my bikini top faux pas. He smirks. I'm nuts about you. He takes an almond, his eyes sparkling with wicked humor as he enjoys my little joke. He licks his lips. Drink up. We're going to bed. What? Drink. He mouths at me, his eyes darkening. Oh my. The look he gives me could be solely responsible for global warming. I pick up my gin and drain the glass, not taking my eyes off him. His mouth drops open, and I glimpse the tip of his tongue between his teeth. He smiles lewdly at me. In one fluid move, he stands and bends over me, resting his hands on the arms of my chair.
That's the Dark Ages.
I'm going to make an example of you.
Benefits
Come,
of Roman scribes
don't
to
pee.
record the events
He whispers in
occurring
my
Great
ear.
Britain.
I
So we have
gasp.
to put a
Oh,
Don't
lot of the story of
pee?
the time
How
after
rude.
10
My
down
subconscious
to
looks up from her
supposition
book,
due to some very
The Complete
unrealistic
Works of Charles
references.
Dickens, Volume 1, with alarm. It's not what you
The
think.
Dark Ages.
Christian smirks, holding his hand out to me. Trust me. He looks so sexy and genial. How can I resist? Okay. I place my hand in his, because, quite simply, I'd trust him with my life. What has he got planned? My heart starts pounding in anticipation. He leads me across the deck and through the doors into the plush, beautifully appointed main salon, along a narrow corridor, through the dining room, and down the stairs to the main master cabin. The cabin has been cleaned since this morning, and the bed made. It's a lovely room, with 2 portholes on both the starboard and port sides. It's elegantly decorated in dark walnut furniture with cream walls and soft furnishings in gold and red.
There's no place.
Christian releases my hand, pulls his t-shirt over his head, and tosses it onto a chair. He steps out of his flip-flops and removes his shorts and trunks in one graceful move. Oh my, will I ever tire of looking at him naked? He is utterly gorgeous, and all mine. His skin glows. He's caught the sun too, and his hair is longer, flopping over his forehead. I am one lucky, lucky girl. He grasps my chin, pulling slightly so that I stop biting my lip, and runs his thumb along my lower lip. That's better. He turns and strides over to the impressive armoire that houses his clothes. He produces 2 pairs of metal handcuffs and an airline eye mask from the bottom drawer. Handcuffs? We've never used handcuffs. I glance quickly and nervously at the bed. Where the hell is he going to attach those? He turns and gazes steadily at me, his eyes dark and luminous. These can be quite painful. They can bite into the skin if you pull too hard. He holds up one pair, but I really want to use them on you now. Holy fuck, my mouth goes dry. Here. He stalks gracefully forward and hands me a set. Do you want to try them first? They feel solid, the metal cold. Vaguely, I hope I never have to wear a pair of these for real. Christian is watching me intently. Where are the keys? My voice wavers. He holds out his palm, revealing a small metallic key. This does both sets. In fact, all sets. How many sets does he have? I don't remember seeing any in the museum chest. He strokes my cheek with his index finger, trailing it down to my mouth. He leans in as if to kiss me. Do you want to play? He says, his voice low, and everything in my body heads south as desire unfurls deep in my belly. Yes, I breathe. He smiles. Good. He plants a feather-like kiss on my forehead. We're going to need a safe word.
Are you done?
What? Stop won't be enough because you will probably say that, but you won't mean it. He runs his nose down mine, the only contact between us. My heart starts pounding. Shit. How can he do this with just words? This is not going to hurt. It will be intense, very intense, because I'm not going to let you move. Okay. Oh my, this sounds so hot. My breathing is too loud. Fuck, I am panting already. Thank heavens I'm married to this man. Otherwise, this would be embarrassing. My eyes flick down to his arousal. Okay. My voice is barely audible. Choose a word, Anna. A safe word, he says softly. Popsicle, I say, panting. Popsicle, he says, amused. Yes. He grins as he leans back to gaze down at me. interesting choice.
Once again,
Lift up your
suggested
arms.
to me. Legendary,
I
like
do,
Arthur, by
and Christian grasps the hem of my sundress, lifts it over my head, and tosses it on the floor. He holds out his hand, and I give him back the handcuffs. He places both sets on the bedside table, along with the blindfold, and yanks the quilt off the bed, letting it fall to the floor. Turn around.
I don't know why she's
I
there.
turn, and he undoes my bikini top so that it falls to the floor. Tomorrow, I will staple this to you. He mutters, and tugs on my hair tie, freeing my hair. He gathers it into one hand and yanks gently, so I step back against him,
She's already
against
been.
his chest, against his erection.
Would you go
I
first?
gasp as he pulls my head to one side and kisses my neck.
That's what the fuck is
You
wrong
were
with my
very
blood.
disobedient. He murmurs in my ear, sending delicious shivers through me. Yes, I whisper.
Was it more important to have a black person or a woman?
What are we going to do about that? Learn to live with it. I breathe. His soft, languid kisses are driving me wild. He grins against my neck. Ah, Mrs. Gray, you are ever the optimist.
Parks and Recreation is like,
He
I wanna see all the
straightens.
angles.
Taking my hair, he carefully parts it into 3 strands, braids it slowly, and then fastens my hair tie to the end. He tugs my braid gently and leans down to my ear. I'm going to teach you a lesson, he murmurs. Moving suddenly, he grabs me by the waist, sits down on the bed, and yanks me across his knee so that I feel his erection pressed against my belly. He smacks my backside once, hard. I yelp, then I'm on my back on the bed, and he's gazing down at me, his eyes molten gray. I'm going to combust. Do you know how beautiful you are? He trails his fingertips up my thigh so that I tingle everywhere. Without taking his eyes off me, he gets up from the bed and gathers both sets of handcuffs. He grasps my left leg and snaps one cuff around my ankle. Oh. Lifting my right leg, he repeats the process, so I have a pair of handcuffs attached to each ankle. I still have no idea where he's going to attach them. Sit up, he orders, and I comply immediately. Now hug your knees. I blink at him, then draw my legs up so they are bent in front of me and wrap my arms around them. He reaches down, lifts my chin, and plants a soft, wet kiss on my lips before slipping the blindfold over my eyes. I can see nothing. All I can hear is my rapid breathing and the sound of the water lapping against the sides of the yacht as she bobs gently on the sea. Oh my, I am so aroused already.
Which has survived to eventually refer to the specific names.
What's the safe word, Anastasia? Popsicle. Good. Taking my left hand, he snaps a cuff around my wrist, then repeats the process with my right. My left hand is tied to my left ankle, my right hand to my right leg. I cannot straighten my legs. Holy fuck. Now, Christian breathes. I'm going to fuck you till you scream. What? And all the air leaves my body. He grasps both of my heels and tips me back so that I fall backward on the bed. I have no choice but to keep my legs bent. The cuffs tighten as I pull against them. He's right. They cut into me almost to the point of pain. This feels weird, being trussed up and helpless on a boat. He pulls my ankles apart, and I groan. He kisses my inner thigh, and I want to squirm beneath him, but I can't. I have no purchase to move my hips. My feet are suspended. I cannot move. You're going to have to absorb all the pleasure, Anastasia. No moving. He murmurs as he crawls up my body, kissing me along the edge of my bikini bottoms. He pulls the strings on each side, and the scraps of material fall away. I am now naked and at his mercy. He kisses my belly, nipping my navel with his teeth. Oh, I sigh. This is going to be tough. I had no idea. He traces soft kisses and little bites up to my breasts. Shh, he soothes. You are so beautiful, Anna. I groan, frustrated. Normally I'd be grinding my hips, responding to his touch with a rhythm of my own, but I cannot move. I moan, pulling on my restraints. The metal bites into my skin. Ah! I cry, but I really don't care. You drive me crazy,
Why do you like it?
he whispers, so I am going to drive you crazy. He's resting on me now, his weight on his elbows, and he turns his attention to my breasts, biting, sucking, and rolling my nipples between his fingers and thumbs, driving me wild. He doesn't stop. It's maddening. Oh, please. His erection pushes against me. Christian, I beg, and feel his triumphant smile against my skin. Shall I make you come this way? He murmurs against my nipple, causing it to harden some more. You know I can. He suckles me hard and I cry out, pleasure lancing from my chest directly to my groin. I pull helplessly on the cuffs, swamped by the sensation. Yes, I whimper. Oh, baby, that would be too easy. Oh, please. Shh. His teeth scrape my chin as he trails his lips to my mouth, and I gasp. He kisses me. His skilled tongue invades my mouth, tasting, exploring, dominating. But my tongue meets his challenge, writhing against his. He tastes of cool gin and Christian Grey, and he smells of the sea. He grasps my chin, holding my head in place. Still, baby, I want you still. He whispers against my mouth. I want to see you. Oh no, Anna. You'll feel more this way.
This lady?
And agonizingly slowly, he flexes his hips and pushes part way into me. I would normally tilt my pelvis up to meet him, but I can't move. He withdraws. Ah! Christian, please! Again. He teases, his voice hoarse. Christian! He pushes fractionally into me again, then withdraws while kissing me, his fingers tugging at my nipple. It's pleasure overload. No! Do you want me, Anastasia? Yes, I beg. Tell me. He murmurs, his breathing harsh, and he teases me once more, in and out. I want you, I whimper. Please. I hear his soft sigh against my ear. And have me, you will, Anastasia. He rears up and slams into me. I scream, tilting my head back, pulling on the restraints as he hits my sweet spot, and I am all sensation, everywhere. A sweet, sweet agony, and I cannot move. He stills, then circles his hips, and the motion radiates deep inside me. Why do you defy me, Anna? Christian, stop! He circles deep inside me again, ignoring my plea, easing out slowly, and then slamming into me again. Tell me, why? He hisses, and I'm vaguely aware that it's through gritted teeth. I cry out in an incoherent wail. This is too much. Tell me. Christian! Anna, I need to know. He slams into me again, thrusting so deep, and I'm building. The feeling is so intense. It swamps me, spiraling out from deep within my belly, to each limb, to each biting metal restraint. I don't know, I cry out, because I can, because I love you. Please, Christian. He groans loudly and thrusts deep, again and again, over and over, and I am lost, trying to absorb the pleasure. It's mind-blowing, body-blowing. I long to straighten my legs, to control my imminent orgasm, but I can't. I'm helpless. I'm his, just his, to do with as he wills. Tears spring into my eyes. This is too intense. I can't stop him. I don't want to stop him. I want. Oh no. This is too. That's it, Christian growls. Feel it, baby. I detonate around him, again and again, round and round, screaming loudly as my orgasm rips me apart, scorching through me like a wildfire, consuming everything. I am wrung ragged, tears streaming down my face, my body left pulsing and shaking. And I'm aware that Christian kneels, still inside me, pulling me upright onto his lap. He clutches my head with one hand and my back with the other, and he comes violently inside me while my insides continue to tremble with aftershocks. It's draining. It's exhausting. It's hell. It's heaven. It's hedonism gone wild. Christian tears off the blindfold and kisses me. He kisses my eyes, my nose, my cheeks. He kisses away the tears, clutching my face between his hands. I love you, Mrs. Gray. He breathes. Even though you make me so mad, I feel so alive with you. I don't have the energy to open either my eyes or my mouth to respond. Very gently, he lays me back on the bed and eases out of me. I mouth some wordless protest. He climbs off the bed and undoes the handcuffs. When I'm free, he gently rubs my wrists and ankles, then lies down beside me again, pulling me into his arms. I stretch out my legs. Oh my, that feels good. I feel good. That was, without doubt, the most intense climax I have ever endured.
You're welcome.
A Christian Grey 50 Shades punishment fuck. I really must misbehave more often. A pressing need from my bladder wakes me. When I open my eyes, I'm disoriented. It's dark outside. Where am I? London? Paris? Oh, the boat. I feel her pitch and roll, and I hear the quiet hum of the engines. We are on the move. How odd. Christian is beside me, working on his laptop, casually dressed in a white linen shirt and chino trousers, his feet bare. His hair is still wet, and I can smell his body wash fresh from the shower, and his Christian smell.
Consider yourself the hostess with the most.
Hi, he murmurs, gazing down at me, his eyes warm. Hi, I smile, feeling suddenly shy. How long have I been asleep? Just an hour or so. We're moving? I figured since we ate out last night and went to the ballet and the casino that we'd dine on board tonight. A quiet night, adieu. I grin at him. Where are we going? San. Okay. I stretch, feeling stiff. No amount of training with Claude could have prepared me for this afternoon. I rise gingerly, needing the bathroom. Grabbing my silk robe, I hastily put it on. Why am I so shy? I feel Christian's eyes on me. When I glance at him, he returns to his laptop, his brow furrowed. As I absent-mindedly wash my hands at the vanity unit, recalling last night at the casino, my robe falls open. I stare at myself in the mirror, shocked. Holy fuck! What has he done to me? Chapter 3. I gaze in horror at the red marks all over my breasts. Hickeys! I have hickeys! I am married to one of the most respected businessmen in the United States, and he's given me goddamn hickeys. How did I not feel him doing this to me? I flush. The fact is, I know exactly why. Mr. Orgasmic was using his fine motor sexing skills on me. My subconscious peers over her half-moon specs and tuts disapprovingly, while my inner goddess slumbers on her chaise longue, out for the count. I gape at my reflection. My wrists have red welts around them from the handcuffs. No doubt they'll bruise. I examine my ankles. More welts. Holy hell. I look like I've been in some sort of accident. I gaze at myself, trying to absorb how I look. My body is so different these days. It's changed subtly since I've known him. I've become leaner and fitter, and my hair is glossy and well cut. My nails are manicured, my feet pedicured, my eyebrows threaded and beautifully shaped. For the first time in my life, I'm well groomed, except for these hideous love bites. I don't want to think about grooming at the moment. I'm too mad. How dare he mark me like this, like some teenager? In the short time we've been together, he's never given me hickeys. I look like hell. I know why he's done this. Damn control freak. Right. My subconscious folds her arms beneath her small bosom. He's gone too far this time. I stalk out of the ensuite bathroom and into the walk-in closet, carefully avoiding even a glance in his direction. Slipping out of my robe, I pull on my sweatpants and a camisole. I undo the braid, pick up a hairbrush from the small vanity unit, and brush out my tangles. Anastasia? Christian calls, and I hear his anxiety. Are you okay? I ignore him. Am I okay? No, I am not okay. After what he's done to me, I doubt I'll be able to wear a swimsuit, let alone one of my ridiculously expensive bikinis, for the rest of our honeymoon. The thought is suddenly so infuriating. How dare he? I'll give him "Are you okay?" I seethe as fury spikes through me. I can behave like an adolescent too. Stepping back into the bedroom, I hurl the hairbrush at him, turn, and leave. Though not before I see his shocked expression and his lightning reaction as he raises his arm to protect his head, so that the brush bounces ineffectively off his forearm and onto the bed. I storm out of our cabin, bolt upstairs and out on deck, fleeing toward the bow. I need some space to calm down. It's dark and the air is balmy. The warm breeze carries the smell of the Mediterranean and the scent of jasmine and bougainvillea from the shore. The fair lady glides effortlessly through the calm, cobalt sea as I rest my elbows on the wooden railing, gazing at the distant shore where tiny lights wink and twinkle. I take a deep, healing breath and slowly begin to calm. I'm aware of him behind me before I hear him. You're mad at me, he whispers. No shit, Sherlock. How mad? Scale of 1 to 10? I think I'm at 50. Apt, huh? That mad? He sounds surprised and impressed at once. Yes, pushed to violence mad, I say through gritted teeth. He stays silent as I turn and scowl at him, watching me with wide and wary eyes. I know from his expression, and because he's made no move to touch me, that he's out of his depth. Christian, you have to stop unilaterally trying to bring me to heel. You made your point on the beach, very effectively as I recall. He shrugs minutely. Well, you won't take your top off again, he murmurs petulantly. And this justifies what he's done to me? I glare at him. I don't like you leaving marks on me. Well, look at me. I pull down my to reveal the top of my breasts. Christian gazes at me, his eyes not leaving my face, his expression wary and uncertain. He's not used to seeing me this mad. Can't he see what he's done? Can't he see how ridiculous he is? I want to shout at him, but I refrain. I don't want to push him too far. Heaven knows what he'd do. Eventually, he sighs and holds his palms up in a resigned, conciliatory gesture. Okay, he says, his voice placating. I get it. Hallelujah. Good. He runs his hand through his hair. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad at me. Finally, he looks contrite, using my own words back at me. You are such an adolescent sometimes. I scold him mulishly, but the fight has gone out of my voice, and he knows it. He steps closer and tentatively raises his hand to tuck my hair behind my ear. I know. He acknowledged with Ray. I can throw and shoot Mr. Gray, or ensure that all potential projectile objects are nailed down and that you don't have access to a gun. He smirks. I smirk back, narrowing my eyes. I'm resourceful. That you are, he whispers, and releases my hand to circle his arms around me. Pulling me into an embrace, he buries his nose in my hair. I wrap my arms around him, holding him close, and feel the tension leave his body as he nuzzles me. Am I forgiven? Am I? I feel his smile. Yes, he answers. Ditto. We stand holding each other, my peak forgotten. He does smell good, adolescent or not. How can I resist him? Hungry? He says after a while. I have my eyes closed and my head against his chest. Yes, famished. All the, activity has given me an appetite. But I'm not dressed for dinner. I'm sure my sweatpants and camisole would be frowned upon in the dining room. You look good to me, Anastasia. Besides, it's our boat for the week. We can dress how we like. Think of it as dress down Tuesday on the Côte d'Azur. Anyway, I thought we'd eat on deck. Yes, I'd like that. He kissed me, an earnest forgive me kiss. Then we wander hand in hand toward the bow, where our gazpacho awaits. The steward serves our creme brulee and discreetly retires. Why do you always braid my hair? I ask Christian out of curiosity. We're sitting adjacent to each other at the table, my lower leg curled around his. His eyes widen, his pupils dilating with alarm. What's he remembered? It's something painful, some early childhood memory, I guess. I don't want to remind him of that. Leaning over, I put my index finger over his lips. No, it waxes. His relief evident. I let an achingly shy smile, and out of my disobedience, I raise my eyebrow. Because of your disobedience, Anastasia. He grins. I crack my spoon through the burned sugar crust of my dessert and shake my head. Will I ever understand this man? This creme brulee is Once the steward has cleared our dessert plate for the bottle of rosé and delicious gleam. Do I? I gaze at him through my lashes as I take a sip of my wine. The more intense your orgasm, Anna. I